Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Saga of Avatar Korra in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 4, The Great Uniter. I am Vato. The pale man continued to smile at her, the unchanging expression slowly unnerving her. Pardon my ignorance, Great Spirit, but if I might, I humbly request to ask, who am I speaking with? Kuvira asked as she kept her voice level. Vato chuckled deep in his throat, the smile unchanging, his eyes blank and seemingly empty. Impressive manners. Very impressive. He glanced at Wan Shi Tong. A most excellent choice, all things considered. The owl ruffled his feathers. However, do not feel obligated to persist with them as you have. I wish to move beyond such formalities, he said casually, waving his hand. He seemed to move in between blinks of her eye and now stood further back than he had a moment before. I am the spirit of chaos, he said as he bowed with a flourish. Is the chaos of Ba Sing Se to your liking then? Kuvira asked quickly. Her actions in the city must have drawn this Vato's attention. No, why would Wan Shi Tong be present if this was not somehow connected to their meeting in the desert? It is. It is what allows me to make myself known to you, Vato replied. He moved in between another blink of her eye and stepped out from behind the larger mass of Wan Shi Tong. Kuvira glanced at the owl before carefully voicing her next question. Why did you seek me out? Vato was smiling once more. I merely require an ally. Yes, that is the word you humans use. An ally to aid me in a certain matter. Wan Shi Tong has watched for a long while for one so worthy, and never before has he encountered one so suitable as you, Kuvira. Certainly no other individual has been able to wreak the havoc on the scale you achieved with such minor interventions. You have proven yourself well. An ally of chaos. Appealing, but meaningless. Chaos was more of a state than a goal, by its nature it could not persist indefinitely. Chaos would fade. I mean no disrespect, Vato, but I wish to clarify that the chaos in Ba Sing Se was not for the sake of it. It is purely to facilitate a change in the earth in the human world. Vato chuckled somewhere behind her. Kuvira turned smoothly to face him again, refusing to show surprise at his movements and words. Your human affairs are so endlessly fascinating. Oh, yes, we do watch. And spirits are not as different as some like to pretend. Wan Shi Tong shuffled his feet and sniffed with what sounded like annoyance somewhere behind her. My desire for an ally of chaos is that I might defeat an old rival. A rival? Kuvira asked. What could a mere human offer to assist with such a task? It is not as if I even possess the ability to earthbend. Surely a waterbender would be better placed to fight spirits. Kuvira shook her head. The Earth Kingdom needed her urgently, tangling with spirits would only serve to distract her. She did not have time for this. I would need my bending back before I could even hope to help you. A faint hope, if he could restore it, then perhaps as a fair trade she would see what he asked of her. Such a task is not within my power, Vato said solemnly. Kuvira frowned, about to protest when the spirit continued talking. But I assure you that regaining your ability remains possible. Once you have your bending back. Vato trailed off and repeated the word a few more times as if it were unfamiliar. When it is restored I will be able to grant you a power greater than that of even the one you know as the Avatar. His speech grew more aggressive as he spoke, the last words a sneer. Far more than her, he whispered. Kuvira's eyes widened, hope almost overriding the need for caution. These were spirits, entities who could range from honest and harmless to frightful nightmare entities that few wished to even hear of. She had no seismic sense at the moment, there was no way to tell if he was lying. And that was even assuming that Vato's feet really did touch the ground, the speed and distance of his movements suggested he might not be what he seemed. Was it even possible to sense deceit from a spirit? Regardless, she could no trust him simply on his word. A most generous offer. But surely there is a price? Kuvira asked. Vato smiled thinly. The price will be your aid, as I have said. Defeat my rival and your part will be complete. Nothing more and nothing less. He stared at her for a moment, suddenly at her side and whispering harshly in her ear. His breath was odorless, his breath hot and warming her in the suddenly chill area. Do you not desire the power for yourself? We are merely helping the other. The Earth Kingdom glorious and whole, the nation the most powerful in the world. Kuvira shook her head. But I do not desire anything personally. I care only for the good of my people and my land. I do not desire chaos, only change. Vato smirked, standing before her again. You truly are so different from the rest of your kind. He tilted his head to one side and regarded her carefully. A fantastical dream, huge and grand. Inspiring. And yet the dreamer is a creature who is nothing. His voice had turned savage, the force of insult almost enough to make her take a step back. She wanted to retort, lash out at this creature. No bending, and to fight a spirit with hands and feet seemed nothing short of futile, especially here in their world. Vato kept on talking. You caused this chaos that holds Ba Sing Se in its clutches. You fanned the flames of its origins by eliminating the ruler and the web that tied those like her together. Chaos is easy. Order is difficult. And restoring that requires power of your own. You have nothing. You're wrong, Kuvira snapped back. All I need to do is steer those with power and potential in the right direction. Vato laughed, the sound echoing, his laugh washing over her again and again. Very well. I permit you to try. But I am certain we will talk again. That which you humans know as harmonic convergence begins next year. We will meet then, when the cosmic power starts pouring down from the heavens. Just like Korra had been telling her. But unlike the Avatar, Vato was inviting her to participate in the events. Such astonishing power could be yours and yours alone. Try as you will. But should you fail with nothing but your own powers, then seek me in the Si Wang Desert in the next solstice, I will be waiting. The air flickered and Vato was gone. Kuvira whirled around, Wan Shi Tong was gone too. The vast open space of the spirit world had vanished in the same moment. She was standing at the end of an alley, the dead bodies of her victims at her feet. Kuvira blinked awake, for a moment disorientated about time and place. The sensation of herself as a human pincushion returned in moments. The pins did not hurt, but every minor flex of her muscles twitched the needles in her skin and ensured she was aware of their presence. She sighed as she tried to relax. How long had she been asleep? Su stepped into her field of vision. How are you feeling? She asked. As good as can be expected, Kuvira replied. The healer says you are making good progress, Su continued looking away from her. Still can't bend though. Kuvira swallowed as she twitched again and resisted the urge to clench her fists. The sooner I heal the better. I need to help with the kingdom. Somehow and in any way she could. Taking control of an army would be a possibility. Lead them to take back strategic positions. Foolish notion, what army could she lead? She had nothing, no power, no allies, no bending. And in this conflict the sole fact either side concerned themselves with was self-preservation and self-interest. So short-sighted and so selfish. Was she the only one who desired real change? Suicide. Kuvira. I know my decision frustrated you. But I cannot allow the Bafong name to be tarnished. Her voice hitched, Su had still not forgiven her for the meeting in Republic City. I know. And I'm sorry, Kuvira said, forcing as much emotion as she could muster into the words. I understand why you refused, she added. Convenient lies to prevent awkward questions and mask the continued evolution of her plotting. Su was a poor choice of leader for the Earth Kingdom, she could see that now. Why had she been so certain Su was best choice? She was hopeless. There were better choices. And all Kuvira needed her bending back. Maybe not even that, if she could not lead then at least she could begin the process of change elsewhere. If she eliminated the Fire Nation royal family it would bring them down to the same level as the Earth Kingdom. Both starting from scratch, so much fairer that way. A harsh but fair justice for all that they had done. But it would be meaningless if the Fire Nation fell and the Earth Kingdom remained in ruins, never taking advantage of the situation provided. If she had her bending, if she was stronger, could she even lead? Perhaps. But how could she trust Vato? No. She would not turn to him. He could not give her bending back, there must then be some way for her to regain her own power. Needles in her skin. Over and over again, every day the same process and the same lack of appreciable progress. And every day, the needles made her think of Vado. Involuntary, strange, and unavoidable. Somehow the pale man appeared in her mind's eye the moment the needle entered her. The memory of that meeting and that place dominated her thoughts. Try as she might, Kuvira was never able to truly put the spirit out of her mind. In the moments between acupuncture she gathered information, planning, and preparing as best she could for the next step. So much rested on regaining her bending, and yet so far there had been no progress on that front. At least the avatar fared little better. Opal had been writing to her and the avatar had yet to regain even one element. So tiring to continually muster sufficient fake enthusiasm and concern over Opal's letters. The avatar had fallen into depression, and remained lonely and frustrated. She was out of the way for now, there remained the chance she would get in the way of the plan. But she could not simply tell Opal she no longer cared. Losing her as an accomplice would be disastrous at this stage. So was willing to keep Kuvira informed as the skirmishes and battles continued to rage across the country. All her fault, and while she was effectively trapped and helpless, Yun and Kong were tearing the country apart. And caught between them were the true rulers of the kingdom, the people. They fled in panic as the giants thrashed and struggled, scurrying to safety as armies trampled across their lands. In the wake of the behemoths, well-placed but relatively minor families echoed the skirmishes to lay claim to anything the giants did not concern themselves with. Lady Sung currently held the eastern provinces. From what Kuvira could see, she was biding her time until either Yun or Kong emerged victorious over the other. But she was ready and poised to strike, viper quick, at Ba Sing Se as soon as the opportunity arose. Opal burst into one of the acupuncture sessions in a whirl of excitement when she received the news of Korra's healing. She frantically recited the relevant portion of the letter as Kuvira felt her hopes raise, but at the same time she was wary. And as Opal continued to read, it sounded like her excitement was somewhat premature. It was not as if Korra could bend as yet. Repairing the chakra points was a stunning achievement, but that healing could not have granted her the ability to restore bending and not the avatar's own skill with the elements. Opal was eventually chased out, but not until she thrust a second page, notes from Master Katara at Kuvira's doctor. The woman studied the note and agreed to try working in the indicated direction from their next session. Something was different. Too soon to know if it would work, but as the needles pierced her skin, she did not relieve her meeting with Vado. Was this truly progress of a sort, or had she finally gained a greater control of her mental state? More patience, more healing, more relaxation. Her injuries and loss of bending had seen her placed on administrative leave. There was little to do but train her body and meditate. Kuvira spent an increasing amount of time on both. The first day something changed. It was like a switch had snapped closed in her head. Something jolted and she felt fuller than before. Kuvira gasped, reaching out carefully with her mind to check she was feeling correctly and not simply deluding herself. The needles were vivid and clear in her skin. Before she only felt them with movement. Now she could feel them lying still. Either the acupuncturist had made a mistake or she was feeling the individual pins themselves. More. She needed to feel more. The table beneath her was metal, as was the floor as she struggled to her feet as quickly as possible. She could feel metal again. The sense was dulled, vague, so much fainter than memory led her to believe, but unmistakably there. Kuvira ran from the room, ignoring the acupuncturist's cries of protest. Each slap of her bare foot on the metal floor felt better than it had in months. The sensations through her foot were too vague, too confused to make sense of. Metal would take time. For now she needed to touch the base element. She darted past the bewildered Opal at a sprint. The tiny needles continually caught against Kuvira's clothes and her limbs as she moved, but she could not stop, could not care right now. Outside, she dithered for a frantic moment and dove for the nearest patch of soil. She plunged her fingers deep into the moist dirt, feeling it. How had she coped without it, without the earth like this? Kuvira. Opal asked from behind her. Kuvira did not look round and instead gestured at a nearby rock. It took close to all her energy, but at last the rock trembled, rattled, and finally floated smoothly towards Kuvira. She let it hover for a moment and with a swipe, she sent it blasting up and away from the city, vanishing into the brilliant blue of the sky. You're bending. Opal trailed off and Kuvira turned to smile at her. This is amazing, Opal said. Kuvira can bend again. She yelled. Not enough, Kuvira said through gritted teeth as she gestured at the nearest metal bench. Nothing. No, a faint response from the metal. She scrambled forward, groaning in frustration as she pushed and pulled the metal. Exhausting, agonizing, but eventually it shifted under her will. The needles were still catching all over her body, catching everywhere. With a last burst of effort she pushed them out and let them rain down onto the ground all around her. It'll get better. I'm sure of it, Opal said as she crouched beside her. Hopefully this means Korra's bending will be back soon. I can't wait for her to get back on her feet. Hopefully, Kuvira echoed, barely listening to her excitable friend. Do you think we could visit her? Opal asked. Kuvira blinked and looked at her carefully. Why now? We should check if she's alright, Opal said slowly. She replies to my letters, but it's always so short. Hardly 2 sentences some days. She looked at Kuvira expectantly. The Avatar would likely still be bothersome, still bemoaning the loss of her friends. And without her bending, what good was she? Kuvira shook her head. I'm sorry, Opal. I can't go. Not like this, not when I can bend again and she cannot. I can't burden her with that too. Opal nodded reluctantly. Yeah, you're right. We should just give her space for now. I'll keep on writing, and just let me know if you want me to add anything. But when she's all better, let's go visit her. We will, Kuvira said smiling. The metal sheet crumpled awkwardly and the resulting metal mass looked little like the flower she intended it to be. Kuvira let it fall to the floor and flexed the fingers on her bad hand. Patience, practice. She could bend again, that if nothing else was a massive accomplishment for now. Her ability had regrown in leaps and bounds, full recovery could not be more than a few weeks away, a month at the most. In the meantime she would pledge herself to Suh, pretend she was the obedient student everyone assumed. It would not to let anyone know just how fast she was recovering. Her earthbending restored, what now? What next for her plans? She could infiltrate the Fire Nation and execute the royal family. Kuvira smiled at the idea. All she really required was them assembled in one place again, and there would be some event before long. Or perhaps she could simply wait for their next visit to Republic City to attend the next leaders' meeting. But what then? Success with such an assassination would almost inevitably result in death mere moments later. As strong as she would be facing other benders and protectors. No equalists to mask her actions this time, no convenient bombs that only needed to be kept ticking down. Death would not mean the end of her dream, but would prevent her from guiding or directing the outcome. Kuvira flopped onto her sofa and stared at her artifact collection, her gaze drifting from them to her shelves. A wealth of information, gathered at some cost and over years, but as extensive as it represented but a drop in the ocean compared to Wan Shitong's resources. Not that the owl understood the importance of holding so much information or even used it. He was too fixated on acquiring knowledge and the cyclical nature of history. He never used the acres of books in his domain. Wan Shitong. Kuvira stared up at the ceiling. What were the chances of her meeting him like that? Was it truly nothing beyond pure coincidence she and Bolin fell into his library? That the spirit's nature as a gate was happenstance? But even if that were true, for what purpose could it serve? Vato had hinted that Wan Shitong recommended her. But could that be the reason it happened at all? Kuvira sighed. The world of the spirits was not something she wanted to expend a lot of thought on. Leave that to the Avatar. The real world concerned her more. The Queen was dead, but the gambit with Suh had gone nowhere. Nevertheless, it was not over yet. She would not give up until the kingdom was safe. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Bader? She asked as she opened the door. Good day, Kuvira. I was wondering. He hefted a picnic basket. If you might join me for lunch. Glint of hope in his eye. How long since she had last thought about this man with anything like romantic interest? Months and untold miles. Back when she would have followed Suh to whatever end she desired. Before Amon and Vato. Before she destroyed the Queen and her lineage. Simpler times. Sure, she said. Better than racking her brain for ideas, she needed a break. They talked idly as they walked to Kuvira's favorite park. Bader had been paying attention, it seemed. Her sort of boyfriend spread the blanket not far from the gigantic mural of the world and set out the contents of the basket within easy reach. Some more idle small talk followed, discussions of the weather, Kuvira's stated bending progress, the food, until Kuvira. Ah. Whatever this was in aid of, what it really was in aid of, was about to come out. Since ba sing se you've been dash. What? Kuvira replied crisply. Bader looked uneasy at her interruption. I know I can't possibly know or understand what any of it was like. But I want to know if you're okay. I mean, if there's ever anything you want to talk about, I'm here for you. Did he hope she would break down and sob on his shoulder as he said that? Pour out her fears and worries while he remained the strong, supportive companion who would pat her on the back and whisper comfort in her ears? Did Bader hope that he would comfort her until she pressed her lips against his? And things would progress, intensify, and grow ever more intimate? Did he have fantasies where he made her gasp and pant in a passionate embrace during the nighttime hours as they tangled in his sheets together? Foolish fantasy, and not appealing. Too hasty, too fast, more than seemed right somehow. Their relationship had always been somewhat vague, an attempt at the norm rather than what felt right. The Avatar's fault, Kuvira realized. The kiss had never done anything for her, though its effect on Opal was quite something. No, focus. Bader. Was there truly a relationship here at all? Strong enough to hold her true secrets? How would he react to her truths? All of them? No. Play her role still. The Earth Kingdom is in chaos and Zaofu isn't doing as much as I could. If only. She trailed off. Bader blinked, looked like her response had not been all he had hoped for. You and Mother. Did you fight? Not as such, Kuvira admitted, letting the truth color her version of events. I'm just unhappy with her reluctance to take up the role as leader of the kingdom. It's not just me, so many other citizens feel she should do it. Disappointment with Su had uncovered a stray thought previously overlooked. So much easier to rule from the shadows than in the open. If she could have guided Su, no. No use worrying about what might have been. I do, Bader said hurriedly. I mean, I completely agree she should be the one to take control of it all. You do? Kuvira asked, hiding her grin behind a demure smile. Let him believe her naive, let him struggle along to appeal to her with an eye to sleeping with her. Bader nodded. Like you, I can see what is needed, Mother it seems cannot. Another attempt at seduction, or would he truly turn on his mother? Useful either way. I'm glad you can understand me. She smiled and he smiled back immediately. It's not enough though. His smile froze. Still vying for her affection and attention. I need to do something about the situation, but I can't do it alone. The double meaning ought to be irresistible to him. What do you need? Anxious, overeager. Hers. I can help you get or anything, Kuvira. Anything, he stressed. His motivation was her, not the kingdom. Useful, if ultimately disposable, when he could no longer assist. I need to go back to ba sing se. Will you come with me? She asked. Of course, Bader replied, fidgeting and smiling as he did. Bader's picnic did not last long after that, and likely not for the reason he wanted. She needed others, not just Bader. Past discussions lead her to one particular group of peacekeepers, a group she knew full well were less than pleased at Su's refusal to step up. Will you aid General Yoon? One asked her as she told them of their destination. No. I wish to liberate the people, not take power, though it may be necessary for now to prevent the power-hungry from taking it for themselves. Ultimately I want the Earth Kingdom citizens to decide their own leader when they have the opportunity. General Yoon and those like him are little different to the Matu family in the Nanjing province. The start of it all. I am sure you have heard what the Avatar found there and what I assisted her in achieving. The various peacekeepers nodded slowly. No one should be able to stand above and oppress those weaker than themselves. But how? Another metal bender asked. You plan on fighting their army head-on. Staying here feels like a waste, but to take them on seems like suicide. Do not place so much faith in numbers, Kuvira replied coolly. The Avatar, myself and 3 others crippled Amon's plan and disrupted his planned revolution, and the Equalists numbered in the thousands. Those friends were prepared to, and did, die for the cause. As am I. You can either stand with me or stay behind and hope that when the fighting settles you remain on the right side. No one spoke. I understand you have family and friends here. I hold nothing against you if you decide to stay. I offer only opportunity, a chance to take part in history. Are you going to take control yourself? Only if it becomes unavoidable, Kuvira replied. As I said, it might be necessary at first. For the moment, Yoon must bow to Zaofu, and so must take responsibility for his actions in supporting his bid for the kingdom. Another silence. I ask again, who will join me? Every one of the peacekeepers joined Kuvira and Bader that night as they took an airship and set sail for Ba Sing Se. It reminded her oddly of the time she left Zaofa with the Avatar. Then just as now she left a letter to Opal explaining her actions. This time however, she left nothing for Suh. The banner of the Yoon family seemed draped across every towering ruin in Ba Sing Se. It was far worse than when she had left, more buildings and walls shattered and the ground littered with their debris. The streets were still choked with ash and bodies. General Yoon might have successfully conquered the city, but he seemed alarmingly content to simply let it slide into rubble. No rival banners anyone could see, King's army must have fled the city long before they arrived. And here she was with maybe 50 supporters, several from prominent Zaofa families and little else. Good witnesses for these next steps. Hopefully Varric and, as expected, Zuli could make use of the abandoned Equalist technology once they reached it. A useful ally, Varric would be a worrying opponent with his mind and ingenuity. Unidentified airship, please identify yourself and state your reasons for entering Ba Sing Se airspace. Answer, but do not mention me. Please, Kuvira said to Bader. Introduce yourself as our leader. He nodded quickly and picked up the microphone. Bader coughed and clicked down the button. I am Bader Bufong of Zaofu. He looked at her and she smiled back. Bader kept on going. Captain of Tantalus. I request an audience with General Yoon. Captain Bader, please hold while we contact the general. The line clicked off. We wait. Bader asked. Kuvira nodded. We wait, Kuvira confirmed as she strolled to the window. This should not take long. The voice on the radio returned within 30 minutes, Kuvira left acknowledgement and the rest of the call to Bader. Yoon agreed to meet them in public. Perfect. The coordinates listed sent the airship close to the ruined palace at the center of the city. A massive, sprawling complex of tents spread across the uneven ground, electrical wires crossing and crisscrossing the encampment. A man in dress uniform, flanked by 2 armed guards, approached them as the airship set down. General Yoon, Bader said as he stepped from the boarding ramp and snapped a salute. Captain Bader, Yoon replied, saluting back. I understand you wish to discuss something with me. Actually, Bader was just glancing around to her when Kuvira stepped forward. Thank you, no. Kuvira smiled, Yoon unbalanced by her action. This is irregular, miss. Yoon asked. Kuvira, she replied. Ah. One of the Avatar's helpers. Kuvira repressed the wince at his comment. I should be willing to discuss anything you like. If perhaps we might go somewhere private. He asked, glancing around. Not a secure ruler. I would rather everyone heard this. Kuvira said as she raised her voice. I challenge you to a duel. People all around them stopped working, now staring at her. From the corner of her eye she caught the baffled looks on Bader and the other peacekeepers' faces. She smiled. Do not worry, victory will be mine. Kuvira turned back to Yoon. The winner takes control of the other's army and the loser's life is in the hands of the victor. What is this? Yoon growled. Take control of my army? Stop this nonsense, girl. Kuvira grit her teeth as he spoke. Go back to your hometown and I will pretend this never happened. If you press me I will not hesitate to end your life and take the crew of your vessel prisoner. This challenge is made independent of my origin and my crew, it is my personal challenge to you. As such, any harm that comes to them will anger the Bafang family. Do not forget you are dealing with the family heir, Kuvira said quickly. Do not try to dictate terms to me. You have insulted my honor, and if you persist I will have little choice but to respond with force, Yun snarled. Just what I expected from a bully like you, you intend to harm these bystanders who are only here to watch. Are you afraid to fight me, General? Kuvira asked loudly. She raised her voice higher. Is this the man you follow? Someone who would refuse an honorable duel because he looks down on women? General Yun cannot even respect the sacred tradition of an earthbending duel. Yun was seething, his neck taut and his expression grim. Somehow he growled an answer in something approaching a level tone. Very well, madam. We dash. You will address me as the captain of Zaofu, Kuvira snapped, amused to see his anger increase further. Very well, captain. He also spat the word. We will duel as you have requested. The royal arena is still mostly standing. We shall convene this duel at midday. By the time the sun was at its zenith, it seemed the rumor had traversed the entirety of Ba Sing Se, someone in Bader Bafang's entourage, someone calling herself the captain of Zaofu, had challenged General Yun. Kuvira heard the whispers as they made their way towards the arena. By the time they arrived the buzz was loud in the air, and the watched in the arena yelled support and damnation. So many vying for either side to be victorious, but the majority clearly supported Yun. The captain of Zaofu had challenged General Yun to a duel. He had honored the request to demonstrate his power and his right to hold his position. A trap of her making, a rightful king was duty-bound to follow tradition and answer a challenge such as hers fairly. And he would underestimate her, the great and powerful general would have no trouble taking down a mere captain. A captain who no one else knew how far her recovery had come. They would see just how powerful she was at the conclusion of the fight. Yun arrived slightly later than dictated, the crowd filling the arena cheering and booing by turns. Good luck. Bader shouted above the roaring crowd as Kuvira walked out to meet him. She flashed him a smile and strode out to the center to stand beside the general as he held his hands up for quiet. People of Ba Sing Se, my troops, Zaofu witnesses, I ask now for your decision. The captain of Zaofu has challenged me for control of my army. Do I show my opponent mercy or do you wish the duel to continue? The crowd roared for the duel, her own supporters from Zaofu lending their voices to the cry. Yun sighed. The crowd has spoken. We duel. Yun glanced around in shock as Kuvira spoke up. People of the kingdom, she said. Thank you for your faith in me. Before you stand two leaders with differing ideals. One of us will lose today. My opponent, General Yun, stands to honor the traditions of our kingdom. I am here to present the opportunity for a change in our nation. Do you desire the country reunited? Do you wish to end the separation of so many different member states? Do you wish to end the tyranny of one family over another? Those who would sell our land, our resources to our former conquerors. A gratifyingly large section of the crowd boomed no. Then I offer instead an empire where power belongs to those willing to sacrifice themselves for the nation. Control of our land should not be handed down to another based on wealth, privilege, and blood. I promise an end to all of that if you join me in my cause. People were leaning forward as she spoke, the people hungered for what she offered. Your ideals are the dreams of a child, Yun said quietly. I will teach you a lesson. Let us begin, Kuvira replied. They marched to their respective points on the field and waited for the sharp crack of a rock broken by a volunteer from each side. Kuvira did not move immediately, preferring to see how Yun would act first. The general was easy to read from his very first moves. All of his earthbending forms were strictly traditional and exactly as taught. Unchanged for thousands of years, he was no metalbender. Slow but powerful, the earth pillars he hauled up from the ground shielded him from her probing attacks and the smaller rocks she pelted him with. He counterattacked wherever possible, a very defensive fighter. Nothing she could gauge from the ground she had not already concluded, he kept his feet firmly planted. Typical. Is this all you can do? He smirked as he knocked away another projectile. Smug, self-assured. Strong and tall, just like the Queen's palace had been. and that had fallen with the proper force in the right place. Kuvira's metal plates were not useful for head-on attacks. Yoon would have no problem deflecting those as he had her other rocks. Blades had no place in this fight, close-range attacking was simply not an option yet. But metal was harder than rock. His walls could break. She threw plate after plate at his pillars, eventually succeeding in breaking one. Yoon reformed it in moments, but it was more than long enough for Kuvira to advance. He was sweating, the assured expression of before changing to a more focused, concerned look. The crowd roared and championed them both distantly. Another pillar down and now an attack at his feet. He darted out of the way, but only just. Now speed was a factor, age had slowed him in so many ways. A flick of her hand and his footing became unstable. He tottered, veering out of the area she had influenced as he headed for more solid ground. Yoon lashed out with a few more futile attacks and she took the chance to clasp both his ankles with metal plates and drew them both together. Too proud to admit defeat yet, he would need further humiliation. Wild shots of rock from the incapacitated general, metal cables put an end to that and she pulled him to the ground. He looked up at her fiercely as he strained against his bonds and Kuvira drew her sword. You have lost. General. She smiled as she held it close to his throat. He could end right now, all she needed to was lower the sword and thrust the point into his heart. He would be dead in moments. No. Too many of his soldiers would remain loyal to him, she needed him, for now. I offer you 2 chances, Kuvira said in a louder voice as she crouched down beside him, the sword blade still against his neck. You may retain your title as king for as long as it takes you to stop bleeding. Or you may yield and pledge your allegiance to me. You are a worthy and respectful opponent. I hope you can aid me with my desire to reunite the Earth Kingdom. She smiled. Die as a king or live as a servant to the people. Choose. I. Yoon scowled, his arms straining against his bonds again. He struggled for a moment and sighed. I pledge allegiance to you. Louder, Kuvira said softly. Let them all hear you. I pledge allegiance to the captain of Zaofu. Yoon yelled, his face red and fierce. A good proportion of the crowd cheered alongside the contingent from Zaofu who screamed their approval. Others seemed less pleased. Kuvira got to her feet, dragging Yoon up from his kneeling position. Be proud, General. You are a most honorable man. She raised her voice. There is pride in upholding your family name, but there is pride too in serving the people. General Yoon has chosen a most noble path. Join me, as he has, in uniting the kingdom as one. Bader leapt to his feet in the stands. All hail the captain of Zaofu, the great uniter. The crowd chanted in unison, echoing his words. Kuvira smiled, turning slowly to face everyone in the arena. A thrill, something she had sought but been ignorant as to how to obtain it. And she wanted more. More power over others. There was still hope for Suh. That night, after more and more to Yoon's men pledge allegiance to her, she wrote a brief message to Suyin informing her of Yoon's defeat and offering her control of the army she now lead. She let the hawk fly into the night and waited. Suyin did not reply. The mecha tanks stood lifeless, and in most cases surrounded or half buried beneath debris. I cannot believe Yoon did not make use of them, Kuvira said as she regarded the machines. Too complex for an old man. Bader smirked as he pulled open a maintenance hatch in the side of the vehicle. Of a kind, if Sato and Mako did as they claimed, they will not work without repair, Kuvira replied. Should be easy to fix though, Varric said, prizing another access panel out of the machine. He tossed it casually over his shoulder and Zuli rushed to catch it. Gotta hand it to that Sato guy, he knew what he was doing when designing these things. Lot of it's modular. It'll make the upgrades much easier. He glanced behind him. Zuli. Survey the others. This one's got a blown capacitor, see how many others are the same. His assistant nodded and scurried to the nearest mecha tank. She awkwardly prized an identical panel open and peered inside. A brief scribbled note on her clipboard and she moved on to the next. I'm going to need to take one of them apart if you want more, Varric said, his hands on his hips. Of course, Kuvira said smoothly. Zuli. Hurry up with the survey. I need you to dismantle this one. He glared after her. Honestly, I should hire more people, he muttered. Varric, I very much appreciate your support, but I have to ask, why did you decide to ally with me? Kuvira asked. He smirked. I know you'd know the second I told you something that wasn't quite the truth, so I'll be honest. Suyin is the least interesting ruler I have seen in years. Even the Earth Queen was more interesting. For all the fancy technological progression the Bafong's okay, she bans 3/4 of the other ideas I put to her. It's like you said in the arena, why stick with tradition when progress is better? He slapped the side of the mecha tank. Also, I get to be involved from the start and we have Sato's work as a baseline. Unless you turn up some other genius inventor, I guess I can count on my company being your main supplier of equipment. So in the end, I'm in it for the money. Every one of your successes ought to drive my stock higher. And you Bader? Kuvira asked. Since as my companion noted there is little point in attempting subterfuge, I will tell you. I wish to build the new empire for the sake of your hopes and dreams. And the people, of course. She almost smiled at the tiny skip his heart made with his hasty addition. His motives were less than high-minded in truth. But let him think she believed him. They turned at the sound of echoing footsteps hurriedly approaching. General Kuvira. General Yoon crouched down before her. Yoon. If you two would please excuse me. Kuvira asked. Bader and Varric strolled off amongst the ranks of mecha tanks discussing some technical aspect about the machines. You may speak. A number of my lieutenants were displeased with the outcome of our duel. They have begun plotting a coup to overthrow your rule. Kuvira narrowed her eyes and Yoon plowed on hastily in a low voice. Fortunately I became aware of the attempt and halted it before it could begin. He dropped his gaze and did not look up. Commendable actions, General. But I do wonder why you are reporting this and not allying yourself against me. Perhaps loyalty had its uses if he did not even consider betraying her after his defeat. The vast majority of my soldiers are only too happy to adhere to your ideal and I assure you the rebellion will not succeed. I ask only that I deal with the rebellious individuals, they are good men, just misguided. An unexpected fork, complete control was seductive. But turning on those who had only just pledged allegiance to her might hurt her perception, and she still hoped for Suyin to accept her offer. I shall deal with them, General. Tell me their names. In deference to your honesty I hold you responsible for each name you do not tell me and as such are spared any recriminations. But if you fail to tell me a name and an attack is made upon me, their punishment will become yours. I vow they will all kneel to you as I have, General Kuvira. He licked his lips. Or should it be Empress? I grow tired of military titles and I will not take a royal titles do not fit me. She glanced around, thinking. I am abandoning my name, instead I command all to use the name Bader suggested. Call me, the Great Uniter. How long until Sue arrived here? How long until she came to deal with her wayward student and take control of the forces here? Finally, a reply from Zaofu. The first message, when it came, was a disappointment, a brief note to Bader begging him to return home alongside Yoon. Suyin wanted protocol and diplomacy even now. Content to simply discuss matters with the world leaders well away from the heart of the conflict. Kuvira crumpled the paper when Bader showed it to her and stared at Zaofu on the map of the kingdom. Still refusing to leave the comfort and safety of Zaofu. Still refusing to entangle herself in events as they unfolded. No choice, she needed to provoke a confrontation. Once marshaled into companies outside Ba Sing Se the army seemed huge, but it was not enough. The majority of Yoon's army were with her, but a sizable proportion had resisted and defected, slipping into the hidden areas of the city and out into the country beyond by cover of darkness. More soldiers were vital, another public duel should allow her a takeover similar to Yoon or at least demonstrate her capability. This time she would challenge General Kong. The general responded to Kuvira's letter eagerly, no doubt convincing herself that Kuvira's defeat of Yoon was not total, or without his leadership his forces were weak. Kong still wanted to take the city, and with Yoon out of the way she likely expected wresting control to be easy. Kong was far more arrogant than Yoon, strutting, preening and offering Kuvira none of the respect she had painstakingly earned in her victory over Yoon. I am aware of the outcome of your last duel, she said by way of an introduction. No matter what happens, I will refuse to bow down to you. I refuse to submit. Only one of us will walk away from this duel alive. I suggest you back down now, Great Uniter, she said with a sneer and a dismissive look. That is if you wish to preserve your life, she added. Kuvira sighed. Very well. I accept your terms as you have presented them to me. It was hard to hold back the excited impulses this duel presented. A fight to the death, her first. Kong was faster than Yoon. Younger, fitter, more of a fighter than a strategist than Kuvira's previous opponent. Kong was faster even than Suyin. A challenge. Kuvira fought back just as fast, exploiting every opening she could. Risky. Very risky. The fight could not last long, not until one caught the other with a lucky strike. Kong was a more interesting opponent in other ways too, another metal bender to clash with. She responded in kind with blades, a metal staff, and chains. Cables against the chains, soon tangled and abandoned. Frustrating. But at the same time she felt oddly lighter. Better off without the cables it seemed. King's attacks jarred off her metal plates, none hitting her. Odd. The metal Kong was using was much more difficult to influence or control. Had it forged in some custom way for her own personal use? She could not turn it against its wielder, but then likely neither could Kong. Kuvira fell back to earthbending. A pillar at just the right moment and then shifting the ground beneath Kong. She looked surprised for a moment, all she needed. Kuvira sharpened the edge of her metal plate as fine as it would go and swept it towards Kong. Glimpse of her opponent blinking on confusion and shock. Then Kuvira's blade touched her skin. The edge passed through her neck with almost no resistance. Kong fell back, her head tumbling from her body as it collapsed in the dirt. No begging for her life and no concession. The arena was silent as Kuvira stood up straight. Former followers of General Kong. I, the Great Uniter, offer you the chance to help build something new. More than an unified empire of the Earth Kingdom, I offer you the chance to begin a new age. This time all the soldiers pledged allegiance to her. The thrill again, so much power. Power that was solely hers. More. She needed more. Why had she not understood this before? Why had she been so keen to hand this all to Su? After King's death, people were reluctant to duel with her and Kuvira grew frustrated. Kong was the one who insisted on a fight to the death, losing her experience had not been the optimal outcome. The lesser leaders in the kingdom began moving in the aftermath and other commanders, sensing an opportunity, sent their troops against hers. Their leadership was so different, so alien, they hid away in fortresses and distant cities and sent other people to fight and die in their place. How could people stand to follow them so willingly? How were they not seen as fearful and cowardly, staying out of danger and conducting war as if it were a game? Kuvira stood on the front lines and led her troops from the front. Some commanders submitted to her without challenge as their forces clashed. Now 4 provinces, in addition to Basing Se, were under her complete control. A few wealthier families soon pledged allegiance to, likely more of a matter of self-preservation than any kind of belief in what she was trying to do. They at least had their uses in persuading others, presenting a more socially acceptable face of the empire. Let them enjoy what they had, their influence and superficial power would be no more soon enough. Loyalty was easy for her to ascertain, but difficult to muster. Still, there were some within her growing forces whose hearts never wavered, who followed her orders without question or hesitation. Some were particularly imaginatively brutal in those orders too. The idea came as she lined up the ranks of men and could pick out the most faithful from here beats alone. A faction within a faction, the secret power, in case she needed it. She named them the Kenpi Tai. Her secret enforcers. They ranged from brutal grunts, to intelligent manipulators. The latter group were set to work tracing the royal family tree to its most tenuous and outlying branches. And if they found a living heir, another would eliminate them, as quietly as possible. If the tree culled down far enough, the route to the throne would in the end encompass the whole population, difficult to assert domination then. The Courage province was the first to actively rebel and resist her attempts to recruit new followers to the Earth Empire. And in doing it lead to the first war the new nation experienced. The machinations were easy to guess at, Lady Sung's influence was strongly suspected as the primary reason for such tough resistance. War was different. So many people living and dying in response to her orders. And not simply that, so many willing to die for their cause. So many different strategies occurring simultaneously on different fronts and across the battlefield. So different to her imagined wars, real life was starkly vivid. The cries and noise of combat, earth and rock and metal smashing into each other as the armies fought and bent the terrain into weaponry. But through it all, no matter how many died on either side, Kuvira had never felt so alive. Her army was an instrument of her will, practically an extension to herself. Another limb, but one so much more versatile than the others. It gave her reach and might beyond anything she had experienced before. The resurrected mecha tanks rumbled behind her combatants. The mere sight of the machines was enough to terrify her opponents. Or was it her who instilled such fear? Whispers and scared words, who could stand against the great uniter? The Earth Empire claimed victory in the end. Many lives lost on both sides, necessary sacrifices within Kuvira's forces. Those who surrendered had the same choice as the others, pledge allegiance to her and the Empire or face immediate death. So many were willing to die for their fealty, to not even entertain marching under her banner. These were the ones who itched to leave home, to abandon their own country that they might settle in Republic City or the Fire Nation. All of them threats to the unity of the new empire. These traitors encouraged the rule of oppressors and knew nothing of their history. Despite the choice, it was impossible to ignore that simply killing these people would be a waste. Amongst their number was a large contingent of earthbenders. Some looked defiant, others ducked their heads and shivered as they waited for death. Kuvira smiled. I promised you death, but I believe I have found another path for you. You require discipline. You need to know why we have banded together for the good of our whole kingdom. As such you must learn our reasons, so you will know the suffering others experienced as a result of the system you have allowed to perpetuate. Now you will learn what it truly means to serve a nation. Carry the Earth Empire with your labor and you might eventually earn your freedom. Labor meant camps. A useful tool, at first. The nation benefited from the punishment of the disloyal, from the strength of an iron fist. Imperfect still, a revolt in one camp began with a division of Sung's troops. Everyone involved was swiftly executed, no mercy to traitors. Fear was a powerful tool to keep the other former groups in line and under her direct control. There could be no change if she compromised and acquiesced to their selfish needs in any way. Great Uniter. Kuvira looked up from her battle plans one night. The Kenpai standing before her, Akiko, waited for her response. Yes. Kuvira said wearily. No point in checking they were alone, the Kenpais only spoke out in confidence. There is some unease amongst your supporters because of the camps, she replied, her face calm, composed and betraying no emotion. Unease. Kuvira echoed. They feel that the punishment is disproportionately harsh compared to their crimes. They do. Kuvira asked, trying not to give in to her growing anger. Which allies do you refer to? They have strong ties to the Fire Nation, Akiko replied. Of course. I want you to arrest everyone who threatens the unity of the Empire, she told Akiko with quiet fury. Anyone who is disloyal, anyone who spreads lies, these offenses earn the guilty party an automatic imprisonment. She narrowed her eyes. Anyone with Fire Nation heritage or maintains an allegiance to a former state ruler is to be treated the same. We will re-educate these wayward citizens. Akiko nodded. But I do not want their condition for imprisonment known. Disappear these criminals as quietly as you are able. I want our enemies uneasy. Another nod and Akiko was gone. No matter how much ground she took, how many enemies she defeated, it was all too slow. Reuniting the entire kingdom was going to take years and she did not yet even control a full third of the nation. And behind her, no matter how stable the foundations she put in place, was a constant threat of instability. Suyin still resisted her. Her former teacher sent letters to both her and Bader. The text was little different when the two compared them, begging them both to return and give up this attempt. Opal was either ignorant or still considered Kuvira her friend. Her latest note frustrated Kuvira. The Avatar had regained airbending. No. No now. Too much at risk to allow the Avatar to regain her abilities. Kuvira no longer needed her for any of her plans. And it was unlikely she could convince the Avatar in a similar way to before the events of Ba Sing Se. All Kuvira's actions were far too aggressive to simply regard as the right thing to do this time. Neither would the resultant deaths sit well with the Avatar. To say nothing of her nature as an agent of balance, the Avatar would do little but maintain the status quo. Her greatest threat, and if the Avatar recovered fully she could undo everything. She needed something, needed an edge. And there was only one possible way to gain that. Kuvira did not want to surrender control, even temporarily, but there was little choice. She could not waste time. The time of her meeting approached and it was clear she needed to keep it. At least Bader, Varric, and Yoon would pull in different directions rather than working together. Bader would do what he convinced himself she wanted, Yoon would rankle and try to throw off the burden of his pledge, and Varric would do whatever was profitable. He knew full well angering her would be expensive. She refused to show emotion as she personally sailed one of their smaller airships to the Si Wang Desert. No one could know where and why she was leaving. Those sufficiently close to her felt able to ask directly, but they were easy enough to deflect with the cover story of a secret diplomatic mission. This could not become habit. Kuvira hoped the spirit would not keep insisting on such vague promises. She needed time, needed to know if his name would cause consternation, or what slim detail humans might know about the entity. She arrived in the desert on the morning of the start of the summer solstice. Vato had never specified a place or precise time. Location must surely be more important, and in the absence of a definitive location, she navigated to the approximate coordinates of the previous airship crash. The desert glared a brilliant white in the harsh light of day, the air almost still and nothing audible above the faint warping of the airship's engine and hull. Vato, she murmured as she stepped from the airship. The sky instantly dulled and the sand beneath her feet fell away to reveal barren, gray rock. A distant mountain range encircled this plain, wherever it was. All her attention focused on the growth ahead of her, a gigantic, gnarled red tree. It towered high into the sky, bare branches almost clawing at the air. "I am pleased you decided to seek me out," Vato said after a moment. He was sat on one of the tree's exposed roots. "This is the summer solstice," Kuvira said, taking a careful step towards him. "You said harmonic convergence was beginning. I figured the help you needed was due." Vato smiled and gazed into the distance. "The chaos rises and falls in cycle upon the world. I assume this is your doing?" he asked after a pause. "I am not creating chaos," Kuvira said fiercely, her fists clenching tightly. "I am rebuilding the kingdom. Vato, you told me you could give me a power like that of the Avatar." "Yes. And once you have destroyed my foe, you will be free to use it as you wish," Vato said wistfully. "Who is this foe?" Kuvira asked, watching his expression carefully. "A spirit named Rava," Vato replied, his face as blank as always. She could learn nothing from watching him. "I do not know the name," Kuvira said. "Few do. Likely as few a number as those that might know of my identity too." He smiled again. "I will tell you some of the one I must confront. The spirit Rava is no pure spirit. Rather she has merged and fused with a mortal life form. She resides perpetually within the human you know as the Avatar. And it is thanks to a former allegiance between a human and Rava that I became trapped here. To successfully defeat her, I intend to mimic her action," Vato said, looming close beside her. "When the cosmic power peaks at the time of the fourth solstice, if Rava is defeated, then I will regain everything I lost in my years of imprisonment." "You intend to take over my body?" Kuvira asked, frowning. She could not and would not give up herself in that way. But what of the other revelations? Was that truly the mechanical property that ensured the Avatar's rebirth, that the Avatar, despite her human qualities, was in the end part spirit after all? "If I attempted to occupy your form, your physical presence would be destroyed. The action would be absolutely pointless. I have no wish to destroy you, I need a willing host to merge myself." Vato was watching her carefully. So this was the cost of a power greater than that of the Avatars, a similar situation in allowing Vato to fuse with her. No. No, she could not trust the spirit. As much as Vato insisted he could not and would not simply take over her body, the risk remained if she gave him that kind of power over her. Vato's smile flickered for a moment but soon returned. I see that you cannot decide still. Or at least are reluctant to trust me. Shrewd but unnecessary, I have little to gain by tricking you. Nevertheless, I offer you a final opportunity to accept my offer. Meet me here at the time of the next solstice. If you are finally ready, all my power will become yours. Together we shall smash Rava. Kuvira blinked. She was back in the harsh brightness of the desert once more. 6 months. Plenty of time to decide. If the kingdom was united by then, she might not need Vato. Korra would be able to do little if she was successfully entrenched as ruler. Or perhaps, was it possible to neutralize the Avatar? If all she possessed was the ability to bend air, her defeat should be simple to arrange and execute. Even if she regained earthbending, Kuvira could take solace that she had taught the Avatar metal bending, and she had never taught her all of it. Another message from Suyin. Was it even worth reading these? Kuvira almost threw it away unopened, but a sneaking curiosity stayed her hand. Just as well, this letter was the one she had waited for, one requesting an audience with the Great Uniter. Finally, Kuvira charged from her tent to find Zuli transcribing a list of mecha tank parts. Suyin Bafong wishes to make a formal visit. Commence arrangements for her arrival and alert me upon her arrival, Kuvira told Zuli. Varric's assistant merely nodded and hurried away to make the necessary arrangements. Suyin at least did not keep her waiting. By Kuvira's calculations, the airship must have left almost as soon as the return hawk left Zaofu. Their arrival was less than 2 hours after Kuvira finished reading Suyin's acknowledgement. Perhaps hoping to catch her off guard? Impossible. Kuvira had been playing this scenario over and over in her head for months, dreaming, daydreaming and imagining every outcome, everything she or Suyin might say to each other. There could be few surprises now. Suyin, it was safe to say, had not been dwelling on the meeting. She looked both surprised and disheartened as she stepped off the airship and met Kuvira's gaze. The sole change to Sue's expression was a slight tightening of her eyes. Not unexpected. Welcome to the Earth Empire, Kuvira said, her arms folded behind her back. I am impressed with the promptness of your arrival. I came looking for the... Suyin's expression turned distasteful. Great Uniter, she said with some difficulty. The notion that this leader might be you had occurred to me, but... She shook her head. I hoped I was wrong. This complicates matters. You do not like my new title? Kuvira asked blandly. I feel best befits my new goals. Where is my son? Sue asked, pointedly ignoring her comment. Helping my cause. She resisted the urge to grin as Suyin pursed her lips. I can only offer my apologies, but when I informed him you were coming he told me he has no wish to talk to you, Kuvira said, shrugging. Don't lie to me, Sue snapped, her fists clenched at her sides. Lie. Kuvira laughed. Come now, Sue. You taught me how to spot such a subterfuge. I should be an open book to you. So I ask, did I lie when I answered? No, Sue replied bitterly, sagging a little. No, you did not, but I refuse to believe you are not the principal cause for that answer. Was there anything else you wished to discuss? Kuvira asked, ignoring the increasingly angry tone in Suyin's voice. I want you to stop this, Sue said, taking a step forward. Kuvira did not move. Stop, what? Kuvira asked, cocking her head to one side. The Earth Empire, this whole crusade. You are destroying the kingdom from within. This is as bad as the Fire Nation. Kuvira laughed. You came so far to tell me that? As if saying that in person could make a difference. Suyin winced. Perhaps it was naive to think I could reach you. She shook her head. This is still wrong. You have no right to rule over other people like this. No. Kuvira took a step forward and Sue retreated. You're wrong. You hide yourself away in Zaofu and ignore what happens beyond the borders. You refused to see the suffering of those all around you, and when offered the chance to deliver justice to them, you advocated for a man whose sole action was to occupy what was left of Ba Sing Se. You wasted every chance you had. To think I once thought of you as a daughter, Sue muttered, looking away from her. Please. Do not try such manipulative trickery on me, Kuvira sneered as she advanced on her. It's true. Su snapped. I loved you as much as any of my children. All of this, it will be your downfall. The Avatar, Korra, will not tolerate this. Even if you are her friend. Kuvira shrugged. I do what is necessary. The kingdom will be broken down and from the ashes a new empire will rise. No one else would step up and do what is good for the nation, all anyone else concerned themselves with was their own petty goals. Who are you to speak against this? What will you do? Run back to your home and ask others to stop me? Pray the Avatar heals enough to try and murder me. No. Su shifted into a combat stance. I have heard what the Great Uniter does. I thought. No, I hoped you were just following her. The executions, the labor camps. Is that true too? Answer me. I have nothing to say. Let the Empire speak for itself, Kuvira replied coolly. Suyin sighed, tears leaking from her eyes. She wiped away the tears savagely. Then I cannot sit idly by and allow this to continue any longer. I will end this. Suyin, the only way to stop me is to kill me. Are you willing to go so far? Kuvira asked. If that is what it takes to save you. Su sprang forwards, her metal plates freed from her belt and already zipping through the air. Aiming for her wrists and ankles. Easy enough to counter. Kuvira hit back with her own metal plates. No problem for Suyin either. So familiar. So predictable, somehow more so than Yoon had been. There was nothing new in Suyin's bending, it reflected little beyond Kuvira's own fighting style. Correction, it reflected what had been her style. She had learned much more than her teacher. Suyin was not attacking as aggressively as she could, she was pulling her punches. Foolish. Wresting control of Suyin's metal plates was easy, turning them back against their wielder the inevitable outcome. The plates snapped around her limbs with absurd ease, so crashed to the ground, her hands and feet restrained. I thought of you as my mother once too, Kuvira said quietly. But the kingdom, all the people of the Earth Empire, these are above such family ties. You bear responsibility for this outcome, the same as I. Kuvira regarded her for a moment longer. In thanks for everything you have done for me, I will spare your life. I believe you can be reformed. When your heart is ready, you are welcome to join my cause. I do this for everyone. You were content with your capsule world back in Zaofu. You loved showing off your achievements to feed your ego. Kuvira narrowed her eyes. But you never understood me. I am not some perfect and obedient protoge you can show off or parade around like jewelry. Unlike you, I am prepared to make sacrifices as necessary. She gestured to the nearby Kenpi. Imprison her away from the others, a special facility as befits her past good deeds. Kuvira stalked away and paused a few steps later. Oh. A new decree comes into operation as of now. The events that transpired today are to be known only to members of your squad and myself. Fetch Bader and capture the crew who accompanied her. Inevitable, unwanted but unavoidable, Opal's arrival. A note sent to Zaofu after Suyin's capture asked after the Bafong matriarch and claimed she had not arrived. This one was again addressed to Opal. It would not do to make Zaofu suspicious just yet, and given the tone of Opal's other communications it seemed likely Suyin was not sharing her suspicions with her family. It was oddly difficult to just go through the expected motions to hug Opal back when she arrived and to continue the pretense of not knowing where Suyin was. I missed you, Opal murmured, her grip tightening ever so slightly and greeted Bader over Kuvira's shoulder. I missed you too, Kuvira said, resting her hands lightly against her friend's back. Any news on Mom? I mean after the crash. Opal sniffed and her whole body trembled. We're doing everything we can to find her, Bader said reassuringly, the lies coming easily to him with increasing ease. She said she was only supposed to be looking into a few skirmishes, Opal said as she finally stepped back and wiped her eyes. And Teben and Tsukimi were with her. And, how could they just disappear? Dad hasn't slept properly in days. Wing and Wei tried searching the Nanjing province and Opal trailed off. Dad's worried about you too, she said to Bader. Me? I'm fine, Bader blinked. I'm here with Kuvira. It's safest near her. Thank you for the compliment, Kuvira said, smiling as gently as she could. When you return, I would like you to assure Mr. Bufong that I intend to take good care of his son. He has my word. Opal smiled weakly. He'll like that at least. She opened and closed her mouth a few times. But I don't know if I should tell him. He doesn't know I am here. I couldn't just sit around, so I sneaked out. Kuvira frowned. I would be surprised if he didn't know. You might be in trouble. Opal waved the concern away. Zaofa's kinda of overworked and short on people, border defense and looking for Su. Kuvira nodded. And there's some stories in Zaofa about an Earth Empire. Kuvira's blood ran cold and she forced her expression to remain neutral. And someone they call the Great Uniter. I have heard of the rumors, Kuvira said vaguely. I can't figure them out, Opal said. Some of the stories are good and some are bad. She stared her straight in the eye. Some say it's you and you're evil. Me. Kuvira said, forcing a surprised laugh from her lips. Yeah. Though I can't believe they would say that after all you've done for the kingdom. Opal's heartbeat was erratic but measured. Wanting to believe in her, desperate to believe. Bader's by contrast was faster, concerned. She would need to keep an eye on him. People are always afraid of violent change. This is war, sadly, Kuvira said. But people seem to overlook how much work we are doing to rebuild the nation, but without anything like the monarchy at the top. It does sound wonderful, Opal said. Really, I remember those horrible stories about the Queen. She sighed. I would help, you know I would. But, I have to find Mom first. Perfectly understandable, Kuvira replied. There are many Zaofa citizens here similarly concerned by her unexplained absence. Many are leading their own searches, and know the terrain far better than you. Please put your trust and faith in them. You can stay here, if you would like. You will be the first to know if we find or learn anything. Thank you, Opal said. You know. This isn't so different to Zaofa here. I was worried at first, but now I'm here, I actually feel safe. I'm glad you came to see yourself. Here, let me give you the tour. Kuvira carefully guided Opal around the camp, directing her to visit the children left orphaned by the fighting as quickly as possible. At Kuvira's suggestion, she eagerly took to a storytelling role and the children listened to her in awe as she regaled them with tales of her grandmother. Kuvira excused herself halfway through. A nod to Bader was all it took. He would ensure she did not find out more than she needed to. A quick murmur to a few Kenpais would see the Bufong twins watched for. The plan was still taking too long. Reports and maps and all of it essentially indicated the same disheartening truth. The cost of the plan was too great and the time it would take to complete was massively longer than was acceptable. The Great Uniter's name was not spreading as fast or taking root as easily as it should have been. In the outlying regions, she and her forces were little more than a rumor, easily dismissed and ignored. News seemed to still spread so slowly despite technological advances. How long had these people known of the loss of the Queen? Would they ever learn of how she defeated the greatest living earthbenders? Or taking Ba Sing Se? Or the 5 states that fell to her in quick succession? Too little of the kingdom, none of the other tribes had yet to acknowledge the Great Uniter. Harmonic convergence was too close, sufficient time if there were no delays or problems, but the slightest delay made Vato's offer sound increasingly tempting. Her victory was far from certain, and there might not be enough time to take everything back, especially when that included Republic City. Varric, she said in frustration. The inventor was doodling something on a sketchpad, his feet up on the table. I want you to speed up the railway project and get more mecha tanks into production. Immediately. What's the rush? Varric yawned. Zuli taking his pad as he tossed it over his shoulder. Kuvira resisted getting annoyed at him and snapping. The Avatar. Every moment we delay, every obstacle that slows us, she gains power. If I cannot be proclaimed the rightful ruler of the kingdom by the time she is at full strength, then we stand to lose everything. Not even the Avatar is supposed to interfere with stable kingdoms. She paused. Unless that stable nation has aspirations of obliterating the world. I take it we're not of the start from scratch mindset. Varric said idly, picking at his ear. Compare me to Oze one more time, Varric, and I will challenge you to a duel, Kuvira said, stalking towards him. In fact, forget that, do that again and I will find a new inventor. I'm sure Miss Sato could be brought on side if we find her. And you, Varric, I think you would make a good assistant. Or maybe we'll move straight to execution. Varric gulped awkwardly. Now, tell me, greatest mind of his generation, how can I spready my name? I. Varric gulped. A mover. A mover. Kuvira echoed. Varric nodded weakly. Go on. A grand drama depicting your achievements. You'll be a legend right out of the history books, he blurted, some of his confidence returning. I have no wish to be a stereotypical hero, she replied dismissively. Well, it's up to you, but it's easier. Varric cocked his head. It'll be an epic. Hero shots of you liberating cities, crushing the cruel despots beneath your heel. He gestured vaguely. Stuff like that. Zuli, explain the thing. Zuli cleared her throat. The masses are typically thought of as simple-minded and unlikely to be receptive to the idea of a dictator as a positive force, she said in a quiet voice. So they would not appreciate the necessity of the Iron First. Kuvira asked and Zuli nodded in response. I still do not like it. We can be honest, but I don't think it would go down too well, Varric said carefully. Larger than life and a certain kind of funny works best. Course we can do the other kind of funny for your opponents. Quiet, Kuvira said. Think. She needed support from the masses, not the world leaders. The masses concerned themselves with survival, family, and shallow, short-sighted dreams. But steered in the right direction and they would make a tremendous and difficult to remove defense against the Avatar. She would not be able to go against the will of the people, at least not easily or without controversy. How typical was Bolin. How many wanted to believe in stories and fantasy? To work for a cause? How many Fire Nation nationals did we capture from Amamizuken? She asked. 526, Zuli replied automatically. We cannot be completely certain which ones are truly citizens. Many of the firebenders dash. Enough, Kuvira said with a sigh as she held up her hand. Far more use for them than as simple laborers. Prepare a letter for Prince Iroh. Zuli flipped over the sketchbook and flicked a pen from her sleeve. Invite him to visit us to negotiate the release of his citizens. Kuvira stared at the map for a moment. Tell him we have 300. 300. Zuli echoed. But dash. Yes, Kuvira said wearily. It does not need to be accurate. It is bait. What's all this? Messing with the Fire Nation is not going to end well, Varric said frowning. You know the Avatar is going to be upset. She is not an issue yet and the benefit of provoking the prince outweighs the risks, Kuvira said. But the Avatar was a risk. Opal had not mentioned any progression since she regained airbending. This was her chance. Attacking the Fire Nation royalty would become exceptionally harder if the Avatar recovered fully. You want war? Varric asked, frowning. Zuli stopped writing, staring down at the book as she listened, her heart fluttering with worry. Interesting. The Avatar won't let him declare war, Kuvira replied, ignoring the assistant for now. And I do not do this lightly. You already told me I have to be a legend. She plucked a lump of metal from the table and bent it into a short blade, the edge narrowing to razor sharpness. How better to become legendary than by slaying the dragon? Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 5, Never Give Up Without a Fight. How was Ember Island? Izumi asked as Iroh sat opposite her at the pie show table. The game had been going on for some months, the two of them continuing it on the odd occasion they were in the same room like this. His mother had already made her move and was sipping at her tea as he studied the board. Better before the note, Iroh sighed, drumming his fingers on the tabletop. Is there any clarification? Any way of being certain the number is correct? Have they truly arrested more than 500 firebenders arrested in Amamizuken? Not firebenders, Izumi corrected. Fire Nation citizens. Our wondrous great uniter. From the reports I've seen, she's been arresting all those foreign to the area or anyone with foreign blood. Iroh scowled. A threat to national identity and unity reportedly, Izumi replied in a quiet voice. And suspected to be involved with the disappearance of Suyin Bafong. Loved and feared, some states just roll over without a fight and others flee before her. 4 city-states in the last few months. Not bad going. Not a risk at present, but it may just be a beginning, Izumi continued as she nodded. This isn't the first attempt at this kind of behavior, I think it doomed to failure like so many previous efforts. This one might incur a higher cost however. I know, Iroh sighed. Just like when Fire Lord Kurenashuk united the Fire Nation and 1 million died. He shook his head. No. It'll be worse. Far more people in the Earth Kingdom now. If the Avatar doesn't recover soon this is only going to get worse. His fist clenched on the table. I would like to settle this peacefully, and now if possible. All very noble, but please use your head Iroh, Izumi said with a trace of exasperation. She asked for you by name, the Great Uniter clearly has an agenda. At best we might hope she is looking for a stamp of approval, if we recognize her empire, the other tribes will quickly follow our example. Iroh nodded. That would be my conclusion too. Though I would be reluctant to indulge her like that. Our constitution is clear, we require a plebiscite. If the populace accepts the Earth Empire, so must the Fire Lord, Izumi said. It is not up to either of us. Does it matter? Unchecked this empire will expand regardless of our acceptance, assuming the leader is competent. Past injustices will fuel it for long enough. He glanced out the window as he snapped down his tile and forced himself to take a long, slow breath. Relax. He had to relax. My father and grandfather cast long shadows. Izumi observed. Iroh looked back from the falling sakura blossoms to the pie show table at the click of the tile being set down. Izumi studied the board for another moment before leaning back and meeting his eyes as she took another sip of her tea. Iroh studied the board. Interesting move. I wish I was able to fix this sooner, Izumi said as he contemplated his move. I never intended the responsibility to fall onto you. No, not just you, your generation. Iroh sighed. Our generation, mother. Neither of us were born during the war. Iroh plucked up a tile of his own and swiftly clicked it down onto the board. Not a great tactic, his mind was elsewhere. But this was inevitable. He looked at her significantly. If we don't solve this now, well. You know who will inherit it. Izumi nodded, her expression falling. I do not intend to stop you going. She glanced down. But I cannot help but fear for your life, she murmured, looking uneasy. Why? Iroh blinked. I'm a soldier, mother. Well, not so much now, but when I first signed up, I was in danger all the time. Were you this worried then? Sure, I have my office and my apartment now, but I don't think I'm entirely safe in either. So, why should the Earth Kingdom and this Great Uniter be any different? I know, Izumi said a touch forcibly. I know. She smiled for a moment, her expression rapidly turning stern. But the assassins. Why they target you is obvious enough. The pirates hate you for very good reasons. She took a deep breath. But this, leader or whatever she is, we know so little. She hates us. Us, our citizens, our entire country. We know only that of why. And we do not know her ultimate goal. What is there after unification of the Earth tribe? Iroh smiled. And that is what I'm going there to find out. Iroh, I ask you this as your mother, not as the Fire Lord. Promise me you will come back, Izumi said sharply. He held her gaze for a longer moment before nodding. I promise I will come back. He glanced at the clock. A little while before he needed to get going still. Have you seen Auntie today? Yes, she is around. And probably avoiding you for the most part. Iroh frowned at him. And don't let her catch you calling her Auntie. I thought she used to like. Iroh said and smiled at his mother's exasperation. So she's avoiding me again? Iroh asked, wincing at the though. It is her way, Izumi said. She's still better informed than many like to think, and she knows you won't be here long. nor what might be ahead of you. Izumi put her tea down and leaned forward. Iroh, goodbyes remain the hardest thing in this world for her. I would still like to see her. Before I go, Iroh said. Even with your promise? Izumi asked. Even then. The gray-haired woman crouched beside the pond, and tore a slice bread into tiny pieces. She scattered the crumbs across the cluster of turtle ducks who happily snapped it up. Iroh had long ago heard that many considered such a scene impossible or at the very least improbable. A strange fiction designed to dampen the threat she still held, age had done little to diminish her abilities and temper. And yet here she was, the former, if only briefly, Fire Lord Azula smiling with clear enjoyment as a gaggle of turtle ducks quacked and looked to her for more food. She stiffened abruptly and glanced towards him. His vantage point was not as good as he thought. She said nothing and did not flee, instead she just turned her attention back to the animals as she tore up another slice of bread. Aunt Azula. He called over the contented turtle ducks as he walked over to her. Junior, she said not looking up. Those were very young turtle ducks, practically hatchlings. Had it really been that long since his last visit? Have you had breakfast? He asked. I have, she said carefully. You surely do not forget I prefer to eat alone. Iroh remained silent. Do you not have an airship to catch? She asked finally looking at him, gaze penetrating and missing nothing. Near impossible to lie to her. Not yet. I have a few moments. I would like to take a walk, if you will join me. To the sakura trees. He reached for her arm and tried to tug her to her feet. I expect they'll be much the same as last year, Azula said remaining crouched. Pink and scattering blossoms. Honestly, why do people obsess over them and watch them like that? We don't know they'll be the same. And we didn't see them last year. Azula sighed and as he tugged her arm, this time she let him pull her up. Iroh slipped his arm through hers and together they walked away from the pond. Have you been keeping up with the news? I only ever see the version Republic City puts out. But elsewhere. It's always a little different depending on which tribe is doing the writing. I haven't seen ours for a while. I kind of miss our slant. Boring and samey, Azula replied with a scowl. Economy, crime, weather, celebrities. Immigration protests. Anger at the illegals. Every day. If the date did not change, I suspect I could read the same paper for every day of the week and miss nothing. Damned illegals, she muttered. They don't have a lot of choice dash. They can claim to be refugees all they like, maybe some are. Most are peasants hoping to gain riches by being here. In any case they should not become our problem, Azula snapped. That the conversation happens at all is unacceptable. The tabloids were more interesting last time I was back, Iroh said, hastily changing the subject. Commoner nonsense, Azula waved a hand dismissively. I do not indulge with those who claim journalistic intention and yet use it to butch our language and fixate on people whose only claim to fame is their beauty. While they may be a pain to read, they have a certain charm. I quite enjoyed being implicated with that lead actress in that play Heaven in the East, especially when I was in a 2-week war with those pirates at the time. Royalty is not to be trifled with, Azula scowled. Those writers would have been executed 70 years ago. Times change, Iroh said blandly. For the better I think. At least for the most part. It's good that people can express their views openly, and without threat of execution. It would just be nice to have more opinions on relevant matters and less on my alleged romantic entanglements. Azula looked at him thoughtfully for a second. Ah. She chuckled. Yes. Nothing, she grinned. Alleged is it? I wonder. Too shrewd to let the papers get hold of that one. If you could even say. Iroh felt his stomach lurch and decided to play ignorant. I'm not sure I know what you're getting at. Oh, I am sure you don't, she grinned. Azula always seemed a little younger when she smiled, newly energized, and seemingly capable of anything. She shook her head and the moment faded. Besides you're wrong, people were a little different when I was half your age. Especially with Zuzu. Nothing changes that much. To say nothing of that time there were those rumors about myself and Ty Lee. Really? Iroh asked. I never heard about those. He added with a frown. Tylee? Angela nodded slowly, a slow smile appearing on her face. Iroh looked at her curiously for a moment, but Angela did not turn to meet his gaze and just stared ahead of them. Her expression faltered. Iroh strained his own hearing. In the distance, beneath the birdsong, was the unmistakable sound of an airship's engines. Not much time left now. You're walking into a trap. That is, one possibility, Iroh admitted as he smiled. But I still have to go. Angela nodded. I suspected nothing could stop you. Not now. But I have no desire to hear you complain later. I warned you. And it's still a trap. You said the same thing when I joined the United Forces, Iroh observed. Angela opened her mouth to reply but snapped it shut as a soldier jogged up to them. I'm sorry for the interruption, sir, ma'am. The soldier's eyes widened very slightly as she stared at Angela. Her next words came in a rush. We must depart now or risk delays, she said nervously. Thank you. I will be there momentarily, Iroh said. The soldier snapped a salute and darted away as fast as she could. Iroh turned to Angela. Is there any chance you can meet me at the dock? I just need to get some things from my chambers, he asked. Angela looked at him critically for a moment and sighed. As you wish, she replied. As if you need a reminder of what kind of situation you are determined to walk into. Thanks, Iroh said as he turned and dashed back across the palace grounds. So long since he had last been in his old chambers like this. He should visit more often. There were a lot of memories here, old class photos hung on the walls. Hanamori and Shu were right now somewhere in the Earth Kingdom. Hopefully still in one piece and not captured by the Great Uniter. How long since he last slept here? No one had disturbed it, or at least not in the way indicating a search for something, but it was clearly cleaned on a regular basis. Someone was dusting it for him. He pulled open the cabinet with all his keepsakes in and opened the small box at eye level. The pearl dagger lying inside had an inscription carved into the blade, never give up without a fight. A gift from his grandfather when he turned 10, it was in turn an inherited gift once bestowed on Zuko by Iroh's namesake. The man who tried and ultimately failed to take Ba Sing Se. The dagger was war loot, he would return it in a heartbeat if he had even the first idea of who the owner might have been. Far too high-minded thoughts at this point, he needed to focus on the present. To his amazement, Angela was actually waiting alongside Izumi on the dock. Iroh could not help but grin as he approached the pair. You came, he said, reaching out to hug her. She was utterly stiff at first, but then abruptly relaxed and hugged him with a bone-crushing embrace a moment later. Foolish child, she muttered as she stepped back. This might be the last time I see you. And yet you decide to blindly walk into this trap, Angela said dismissively. I'll be back. You'll see, Iroh said. Angela just hummed vaguely in response. I promise. That got a raised eyebrow from her and a murmur of worry from his mother. I'll be back soon, mother. Please make sure you do, Izumi said as she hugged him. Iroh stood on the deck of the ship and waved as it pulled away from the dock. Izumi waved back, Angela stiff and motionless beside her and just watching him. Better not die, he murmured to himself. She'd never forgive me. But it always a risk, this mission was nothing new, nothing more dangerous than any other mission. Yet Angela had never come to visit him before he set off like this either. No matter. Iroh went below decks to his office, the first hour occupied with writing a mass of letters that left his hand cramped by the end. He scrunched them all into a singular messenger tube and carried the hawk off above decks. While the messages would be with you within a day or two, he took the time to talk to her moments later after commandering the radio room. Iroh. You asked as she finally replied. Yeah, it's me. I've sent you some letters, if anything happens to me please see to it that they wind up with the right people, he said fiddling with the microphone cable. Okay, this is new. You never prepared like this before. Why are you doing this, Iroh? If you're doing this just to die it's really not worth it, you said. I don't intend to die. And if I had the choice I would not be going. But when there are Fire Nation prisoners involved I am really not left with a choice. I'm going there, formally mind you, as head of the state. Not for my United Forces rank. The Empire's the closest thing the kingdom has to a government right now, and chances are they'll keep hold of what they have and continue to grow. I need to show we're sincere in our offers of assistance with rebuilding. He sighed. Yes, there's a risk in going, but I can't let that botch the negotiation. Yeah, but dash. And we've talked about this. You know I'm leaving everything to you if the worst happens. Iroh smiled, imagining Yu's expression. Yu was silent for a long moment. You can count on me, you know that. But all the same, come back alive if you possibly can. Okay. I promise I'll try. Thanks, Yu. He was now prepared for anything and everything. And hopefully none of those backup plans would activate or be necessary. Unidentified aircraft, we have you in visual range, please identify yourselves. The radio crackled with a curiously familiar voice. You have entered Earth Empire airspace. Please identify yourselves. Failure to respond will be interpreted as an aggressive act and dash. Earth Empire, this is Prince Iroh of the Fire Nation. Iroh said, cutting the voice off. I am responding to the... He grimaced. Great Uniter's request for negotiation. Understood. You have been given leave to land at the following coordinates. The voice rattled off a set of numbers. Iroh nodded to the pilot, who noted them down and turned the airship to head for them. We are heading for your designated landing zone. Thank you. Iroh clicked the microphone on again. You sound familiar. Have we met? There was a long pause from the radio. Briefly. My name is Zuli Moon. I am surprised you remember me. Ah, Varric's assistant, Iroh said, recalling the forever harried-looking girl. Yes. She replied. Please proceed to the coordinates. An envoy will come to collect you. She did not sound entirely happy. Iroh stared out the window as the airship descended. The army is not as large as I was expecting, he commented to the pilot. She might be bluffing. And yet every person he could see was intently watching the airship's descent with great interest. How many people here knew he was coming? This felt more and more like a trap by the second. Iroh shook his head. Where next for the army? The surrounding land offered few choices for their next destinations. Their next steps were easy to extrapolate, at least barring a larger than expected contingent of earthbenders to just flatten the mountains. The army's arrangement was odd though, almost like it was for show. Amateurish work by their leader, or was there in fact a deeper intent here? Was all this theater to push an opponent into underestimating the Great Uniter? The airship was almost to ground level when he spotted her, a lone figure in a cleared area in the center of the camp. The Great Uniter, presumably. Zuli was waiting in front of the boarding ramp, her hands clasped together. She bowed to him as he stepped onto the ground. Welcome to the Earth Empire, Prince Iroh. He bowed back and watched her face as he straightened up. Both her expression were carefully neutral. How much was she hiding beneath that quiet, patient exterior? Please, this way, she said, gesturing to a waiting car. My companions? Iroh asked, gesturing to the contingent of United Forces staffers who had followed him out of the ship. Are they free to accompany us? Of course, Zuli replied in a clipped tone. Not enough room for all of them, but their presence was comforting enough. Something about this camp felt wrong somehow, even though at the same time it was about what he expected. Odd details though, everyone stopped whatever they had been doing and stared at him as their care passed. Not Zuli, not the Kyoshi warriors, just him. Unsettling. Yoko grabbed his arm and bent her head close to him. My prince, please, let me go with you, she murmured. Iroh smiled. Thanks, but there's no need. I must honor the terms of the negotiation. Be that as it may, I do not trust this Great Uniter, she replied. Neither do I, Iroh said in a softer voice. But if I don't play along, more people than just me will be in danger. So, please wait here. Yoko stared at him sternly for a moment and with a quick nod sat back. They arrived at the open space Iroh had spotted from the air, no lone figure right now. I take it the Great Uniter is inside. As you surmise, Prince Iroh, Zuli replied. Please, she gestured as she walked to the tent flaps. Iroh shot Yoko a smile and passed by Zuli to push his way between the tent flaps. And stopped. The tent was empty save for one person sat at a desk, the person he had anticipated since the start and yet still disturbing to find at the center of this mess. Kuvira climbed to her feet, her expression neutral, her movements slightly stiff. "Prince Iroh," she said by way of greeting. Iroh was being nothing but respectful. Respectful with an edge of contempt. Near impossible to pick up for those without familiarity with diplomacy, but obvious enough. He was a little too stiff, a little too wary, he had correctly identified her as an enemy. No matter. The prince bowed, Paisho face in place. "Greetings, great uniter," he said. She would not hide her feelings any longer. Kuvira remaining straight-backed. Impossible for Iroh to miss her refusal to bow, but still he made no comment on her rudeness. "Please dispense with titles," she said wearily. "And have a seat." She gestured at the chair opposite hers. "Very well. Kuvira," he said as he took his seat. "Please call me Iroh. I am pleased we have an opportunity to talk." "Talk?" She raised an eyebrow. "Does talking normally necessitate a full complement of Kyoshi warriors accompanying you?" She smiled as his eyes widened almost imperceptibly. "Your response to my original message indicated no bodyguard would be present. And yet the women who left disembarked that airship alongside you, and the one just outside this tent, I know full well who they are. Already the Fire Nation resorts to deception. While it is true Yoko is a Kyoshi warrior, she is no longer my bodyguard. I employ her as my secretary, nothing more," Iroh retorted hastily, looking rattled but compensating fast. "Gone are the days when the Kyoshi were the pride of the Earth Kingdom," Kuvira lamented. "Now they are your lapdogs." She shook her head. "Never mind. We are hardly here to discuss them." "Indeed," Iroh replied. "I apologize if I sound hasty, Kuvira, but I am very eager to commence negotiations." He licked his lips. "Why have you detained Fire Nation citizens? I understand unification is important for stability in the kingdom, now more than ever, and the presence of Fire Nation nationals within the populace do not help with that objective. But arresting them seems a step too far. I propose repatriating these people, or else offering them refugee status in Republic City." Smart, placating, fully aware of just what to say. "I hear you are an historical scholar?" Kuvira asked, flatly ignoring his offer. "Amongst many other interests, that is correct," Iroh said with slight frown. "We are similar in that regard. So, tell me, how are you with Paisho?" Kuvira asked. "I have played it in the past. I thought." "Humor me," Kuvira said, cutting him off as she lifted a board from beside her onto the table. "I wish to talk about history a while." The board was quickly set and Kuvira made the first move. "And about your namesake, General Iroh, the brother of Fire Lord Oze. He once laid siege to Ba Sing Se, did he not?" "You are correct," Iroh replied, frowning. "That became the turning point in his life. Are you aware of the death toll resulting from that siege?" Kuvira asked, snapping a tile down on the board with a loud click and ignoring his unasked for comment. "I am well aware of the results of my great-uncle's actions." Iroh clicked his own tile down in response. "Ah, but I suspect you only know the Fire Nation's figures. The true number is almost double the one I see most often." "And yet," she said, her next tile somehow louder. "He redeemed himself by dash," Kuvira chuckled. "Liberating Ba Sing Se from his own country. And because of that he was granted permission to live, work and retire in the city." Her hand dropped to her belt, fingers sliding across the dagger hilt. Should he truly have been forgiven his crimes? Iroh carefully placed his own tile before replying. "I would say that depends on the laws of the Earth Kingdom at the time, and the judgment of the current ruling party. From my vantage point in history I am in no position to pass judgment for either action." "Well said," Kuvira said, placing her tile on the board with a quieter motion. "But say someone marched into the Fire Nation and laid siege to Caldera City. Say that siege resulted in the deaths of thousands of citizens. Would a redemption be possible?" "As per current Fire Nation law, no," Iroh replied quietly, making a counter move. Kuvira smiled. So your grandfather also got away with his crimes when he should have been punished severely? He was a willing participant in the eventual occupation of Ba Singh Se. Once his sister did what your namesake never managed. Iroh opened his mouth to reply and Kuvira snapped out a reply before he could protest. Never mind. While I recognize the betrayal and usurping of his father yielded favorable results, the fact remains that both your grandfather and Avatar Aang stole land from the Earth Kingdom. Republic City remains little more than a colony of the Fire Nation, no matter how so many wish to dress it up as something else. Your citizens thrive there and the Earth Kingdom inhabitants remain disadvantaged. And it is impossible to ignore the United Forces base of operations is located there too. That would be the organization you lead, would it not? It would, Iroh admitted. Kuvira smiled briefly and set her tile down. It's quite unfortunate my family's actions have such terrible consequences. All my privileges are rooted in past injustices. However, he slid his tile onto the board quietly. I insist that Republic City is no Fire Nation colony. They are an autonomous city-state and I must adhere to the decisions and commands of the City Council. To that end, if you wish to help the people living in Republic City, I think a representative of the Earth Empire should have a seat on the council. If one is nominated, then I will vow to ensure their safety. What madness was this? A seat on the council in that city? Republic City was the Earth Kingdom's city, eventually it would become the Empire's city. Not one of those so-called representatives deserved their seat on their so-called council. He was trying to offer her the illusion of control but keeping it for himself and his mother. Is this your own belief? Or are you parroting what your mother tells you to? That seemed to rattle him a little. My words are my own. I am a citizen of Republic Citizen, an ordinary citizen when I am there. Interesting. But that is not the capacity I am in today. Would you go against your family for the sake of justice? She asked. I am not sure I understand. Your grandfather spared Azula from a lifetime in prison. She was allowed to retain her title. Fire Lord Azula, former Fire Lord Azula deserved neither, the noose was all that should have awaited her after everything she did. To allow her to live in comfort into her old age is an appalling insult to the survivors of the war. His heartbeat changed ever so slightly. A nerve. Azula was a weak point? Interesting, and yet his expression did not change. History has been unfair to Azula, Iroh said after a pause. She was a young girl, condemned to live the rest of her life kept away from the world for everyone's safety. And yet, a grown man who committed the same crimes was beloved by so many. Your namesake, Kuvira noted. I grow tired of history. Can we please focus on terms and not my family's affairs? No, she said, her fists curling beneath the table. Kuvira For too long your family and the Fire Nation as a whole have evaded justice thanks to their privilege. I am not willing to release any of the nationals until they serve their sentences in full as per the Earth Empire's laws. Yet you invited me here and I suspect most were not guilty until you made it so, Iroh replied. Many Earth Kingdom citizens were and are just as innocent. It does not spare them from their oppression. Freedom of the nationals comes at a price. A duel. This is absurd, Iroh said. Win and you can take them away. Lose and they will work off their crimes for as long as it takes, Kuvira said eagerly. This is not a negotiation. I refuse to be a part of this, name your terms and we will conduct this diplomatically. My dear Iroh, Kuvira smiled. What makes you think you have a choice? She clicked down her winning tile and sat back, surveying the board. Then there never was to be a negotiation, Iroh shook his head. You wish to murder me in public, is that it? Murder. Kuvira blinked even as the thought of him finally laying dead gave her a wonderful thrill. I apologize Iroh, but whatever do you mean? Why else bring me out here? I am well aware of your passions regarding your homeland. I know how much you hate the Fire Nation, you hide it well, but you can barely stand to hear me or my mother speak. You hold us eternally accountable for the actions of our predecessors. He sighed. Ever since the first mentions of the Great Uniter, somehow I knew it had to be you. And yet you came here, Kuvira said sitting forward. Why would you do that? I have to save my people. And I expected better from a new leader. I thought you could be reasoned with, a friend of Korra and a student of Suyin Bufang. He shook his head. I expected so much more. But, he sighed. I propose a new deal, my people in exchange for myself. Tempting. Such a high-value hostage. But no duel, no demonstration of ability and power. No glory. He was not lying, he earnestly offered himself up as an exchange. Still, unacceptable. Such an inflated ego, she sneered. To consider you, an ordinary citizen of Republic City, could be worth so many lives? Your presumption is appalling. I reject your offer. I underestimated you then. Freedom was never a possibility, was it? Iroh asked. Oh, no. I remain true to my word. But there is only one way to do that, she replied. Duel. Kuvira nodded. It's strange. I know you are almost certainly reading my heartbeat. And yet I don't need the same to see just how insincere you are. There's something else going on here. He reached out with another tile. Wait, the game was over. Impossible. Just what did he think he was doing? Another delightful reveal, he could not stand to lose. The tile clicked down. Kuvira resisted the urge to gape. It had surely been impossible only moments before, and yet Iroh had made his move despite her certain victory. He had won. I have to ask, the Queen, Bolin. How much of those events was true? No fooling him, however much she duped everyone else. What would be the point? She replied after a pause. You wouldn't believe me no matter what I had to say. The soldiers formed a wide ring around the two of them, the less than subtle former Kyoshi warriors clustered close to Iroh opposite her. They looked anxious, seemingly resisting the urge to just drop into the combat stances that must surely be second nature to them. Oddly, Iroh still did not look or all that worried even now, and from neither was his heartbeat as fast as she would expect. No matter, time to begin. You will all now witness this duel between myself and Prince Iroh of the Fire Nation, Kuvira shouted to the crowd. Her supporters cheered all around her. The Fire Nation continues to control us through the United Forces, an organization under the control of this man, Prince Iroh. She pointed at Iroh. He has challenged the Earth Empire and now it is time to demonstrate our power. The crowd roared its approval again. We fight for the freedom of Fire Nation citizens found living within the Earth Kingdom. If Prince Iroh wins, they will go free. I accept the terms, Iroh said loudly, his gaze fixed on hers. Unexpected. To actually fight had been the least expected outcome. Kuvira anticipated his objection in an attempt to reason his way out of the fight. He bowed to her stiffly, and this time she bowed back. Public appearance was vital to this. Another cheer, the thrill of another moment like this in the public spotlight. She smiled as she shifted into her first stance, Iroh barely moving opposite her. I do not have all day, General, Kuvira said as she moved nimbly on her feet. She needed to be ready for anything. Iroh simply watched her and made no move to attack. Impatience rushed through her and with a scowl she struck forward. Billowing flames erupted out of thin air and rapidly surrounded Iroh. Every one of her offensive strikes vanished into his cloud of flames, but nothing seemed to have touched the man inside the barrier. Kuvira backed off a little. Too canny for her liking, Iroh was making a statement. Earthbending was infamous as the most defensive type of bending, even the most famous and aggressive earthbenders from recorded history were still triumphed for protecting others with their powers. And yet here was Iroh somehow using fire to resist her attacks. He made no move to kill her, he was making it clear she was the aggressor and his sole action was defense. Narrative issues, the Fire Nation should always be the aggressor. New tactic. A rock aimed close to his head and a succession of earth pillars blasting up from the ground close to him. Just enough to draw his attention away so she could slide the earth out from under his feet. It worked, Iroh fell back. And stopped, he never hit the ground. A blast of flame from his hand was enough to get him upright again. Kuvira swept the ground again, the same trick did not even come close to working twice. As soon as his footing shifted, Iroh floated up on a pillar of flame, rendering the attack useless. Kuvira clenched her teeth, she needed to be more aggressive then, her metal sheets narrowed to deadly sharpness. She shot towards him easily, the fire doing nothing to counter them and he no earthbender to fear turning them against her. Alas, Iroh simply weaved out of their way without visible effort or strain. Kuvira blinked, something shiny flew towards her. She dodged, catching a glimpse of the projectile. She was a fool, he had caught her blades and sent them back against her. He smirked at how close one came to her face. Pure earth then, more offensive attacks, Iroh still not having any trouble coping. The heat of his flames vaporized her rocks before they came close to striking him. Just how powerful was he? She had not yet swayed him or even thrown him off balance for the whole duration of the fight. He remained strong, silent, and calm. Just like an earthbender and the very antithesis of fire. And still he was maddeningly calm. Was he mocking her with this display? She drew closer to him now, the baying crowd still shouting her name in support. "Attack them you!" she growled. "I came to free my people, not fight pointlessly," Iroh said, hardly breathing hard. "Stop this." She grinned and spoke in a lower tone, hopefully no one else would hear her. "You wish to save your precious Fire Nation citizenry that badly? I hate to tell you this but you can't free them. I already executed half." The lie rattled him, just as intended. Now he was ready to fight her, his eyes widened, and his lips curled into a scowl. "Want the remainder? Win this duel. The next batch will be dead by sunset." His movements became a blur. Iroh was fast, powerful and smart. Kuvira's confidence evaporated. What was this? Nothing was working. The man did not seem to have weaknesses, either mental or physical. Iroh was attacking with everything he had, he really was trying to kill her now. No attempts to draw out or enjoy the duel. No, he was trying to end it as soon as he could. She almost caught his shoulder with her sword but he soon spun out of range and flicked a succession of fire daggers at her. One caught her shoulder, fortunate, he had aimed it at her throat. The tide changed. The dragon was more powerful than expected. No excitement now, he could easily kill her the second she made a mistake. Not tiring either. Iroh flicked her attacks away like they were nothing. Something about him reminded her of Mako, a better-than-average firebender, desperate to beat her and yet still clearly holding something back. Yet the monster before her was so much worse, to consider the notion that he too was holding himself back, that this was not his full strength was horrifying. She threw herself backwards to avoid a fire blast and looked up to see the terrifying crackle of lightning around him. The man crouching in the center of the charged air stared at her with cold, blue eyes. Burns covered her fingers and hands, every movement becoming increasingly awkward and painful. She could not lose, not now. Not to him of all people. Iroh tensed and in the moment his fingers sparked. Kuvira hauled up rock to shield herself from the blast. It exploded around her, the baying of the crowd silencing momentarily. "I tried to do this peacefully," Iroh said breathing hard as the dust began settling. "I never wanted to fight. You refused to negotiate and so you have brought all this down upon yourself." She had to win. To do so she had to use her newest technique, the one she intended to use against the Avatar if it came to it. Now it would put an end to Iroh as well. It galled her that she was resorting to this, a frustrating proof that she underestimated him and underscoring just how desperate she was to win. No choice however. Iroh's next lightning blast obliterated her rock shield, the force of the explosion blasting her backwards in a shower of earth and rock. She let it, distance was vital for this. The greater the distance the less deadly the lightning and of course he knew that as well as she, he was rapidly trying to close the distance. His arms shifted, the first crackle of lightning already building. Now. Kuvira pushed herself to her feet. "What's happening out there?" Opal asked as the distant roar of the crowd surged again. The kids had lost interest in her stories and were trying to peer around the guard through the tent flaps. "Tournament between the officers," Lieutenant Chico said looking a little uncomfortable. "Sounds pretty intense," Opal replied. "You look like you want to go watch." "I'm meant to stay here but," Chico said, glancing towards the noise. "Go ahead," Opal said. "I'll be fine with the kids." "Won't we guys?" Opal asked. The kids mumbled agreement, still far more interested in the outside. "Thanks. I won't be long," Chico said as she darted out of the tent. Okay, now where were we? Opal said, trying vainly to rally the children. Not even grandmother could equal the vague excitement of the tournament. Someone burst into the tent. Chico back so soon? No, unexpectedly Zuli stumbled inside and glanced back out of the tent in a panic. Opal, she wheezed as she hurried over to her, her normally composed expression lost beneath panic. I'm sorry, but I can't trust anyone else here. She glanced improbably at the children. What's wrong? Opal asked, the worry on Zuli's face enough to evaporate comments about how this was the most they had ever talked. And now she thought about it, this had to be the first time she had ever seen the girl without Varric. I need to get a message to Zuko or Airmaster Tenzin or Fire Lord Izumi or just someone with authority. Before Kuvira kills Prince Iroh, Zuli hissed. Kuvira's trying to kill Iroh? Opal asked, wanting to laugh despite the crassness of the joke. What are you talking about? She's not like that. Zuli's expression did not change. She wants to kill him to make a point. Can't you hear them fighting? Chico said it was the officers. Opal trailed off. I can't believe she'd do this. Opal pushed past Zuli, the other girl grabbing at her arm as she passed. Don't go. Zuli said, trying to pull her back. You won't be safe here if you see what she's doing. Opal glanced at her. Zuli looked desperate. She at least gave the impression she believed what she was saying. No. Impossible. Her friend would not do something like that. Fight, yes. Kill? No. I've known Kuvira almost all my life. I can't believe she would do a thing like that. Opal wrenched her arm from the other girl's grip, and before she could say anything else, she ran towards the baying crowd. The crowd was huge, the fight in the center completely hidden from view. Opal pushed forward, people jostling and slamming against her as she worked her way further into the scrum of bodies. Distant showers of dust and glimpses of flames gave her a sinking feeling. Fire! Opal forced her way to the front of the crowd just as Kuvira staggered backwards, her arms and hands burnt, her clothes damaged and coated in mud. Her hair had come undone and bounced awkwardly as she moved. Iroh was breathing hard, his expression stern as he glared at her. What was this? Kuvira, she still had a dancer's grace even injured like this. She was almost skating across the earth, every movement graceful and fluid. Iroh dodged the metal plates she threw and answered each of her attacks with fire. So much fire. The first crack of lightning made her jump, the noise of the crowd abating as Kuvira looked increasingly uncertain of herself. The second powerful spark seemed to shake the ground and her legs threatened to give out. She yelled out in the lull that followed the thunderous noise as the lightning split the air, but her voice was already lost amongst the cheers. How could they keep cheering her on? If even one spark hit Kuvira, she would be dead before she hit the ground. Did that strike hit? No. Opal breathed in relief. Kuvira was still upright, Iroh ready to strike again and advancing when Kuvira did something. Opal blinked, trying to make sense of cause and effect as Iroh's face contorted with pain and he staggered awkwardly. What had just happened? Kuvira had span on her heel twice in quick succession, her arms moving like no earthbending Opal had ever seen before. At the end of the second turn, just as she faced Iroh again, Kuvira extended one hand towards him and swept the length of her arm with her other hand. Something flashed on the tips of her fingers. Somehow she had hurt him. Not enough to stop him, Iroh stumbled a few more steps and pulled himself into a fire-bending stance. What had happened? Something fast, beyond fast. Beyond anything Kuvira was capable of. Iroh glared at his opponent and bent a new wave of fire and flicked it at her. Kuvira repeated her curious spin and hand movements again, somehow there was no sign of dizziness in her movements. Iroh gritted his teeth and clutched awkwardly at his shoulder. He was moving slower now, blood staining his side and his shoulder. He stopped counter-attacking and his whole stance changed. Iroh threw a blast of lightning at Kuvira, but it missed by a wide margin. When she first saw him, Opal wondered if he looked like Oze had in the past, a force of destruction and death. Now he was just a bleeding man trying desperately to continue. What had happened? Not blades, They had missed and there was no telltale glint or even a hint of protruding metal through his clothes. How had Kuvira stopped him? Kuvira smiled and walked towards him. Sharpened metal plates whirled through the air at her gesture. No lightning from Iroh now, not much movement either. All he could muster in response was weak bursts of flames. But somehow Kuvira could still not land a hit on the prince, though the margin was slim. The bleeding was taking its toll on Iroh, his movements awkward now. Inevitably one of the plates finally caught him. Iroh's arm bent, his face contorting with further pain, and he let out an agonized grunt as his arm bent further. The sound of breaking bone seemed to echo despite the frenzied cheering of Kuvira's supporters. Opal's stomach heaved as Iroh dropped to the ground, his right arm hanging limply at his side. The Fire Nation prince panted hard, his clothes soaked with sweat and blood. Kuvira turned to address the crowd, her voice a little breathless. Let everyone bear witness moment. Once the Fire Nation oppressed our people and challenged all of us. They beat us and continued to beat us for over a century. Now we are stronger than them. They can be beaten, and if we unite we can be more powerful than they could ever hope to be. Kuvira looked on smiling as the crowd grew wilder. Was that Bader behind her? Opal stared at her brother in shock as he shouted and cheered with the others. As they all called for Iroh's death. How could it have come to this? This was all so wrong. They were Topha's grandchildren. Iroh was Zuko's grandson. They were family. How could Bader have turned on him like this? Why was Kuvira doing this? Was it truly her? Opal shivered. She had to do something. She had to stop this. It was over. Iroh crumpled on the ground, spent. His heartbeat was weak, almost undetectable amongst the noise of the crowd. And yet he was still moving, awkwardly fishing in his pocket for a watch. He flicked it open and squinted at the clock face. Could he not see it was sunset? That it was over? She stalked closer to him, still wary, still watching for a surprise attack even now. Any last words? Iroh raised his head, one eye swollen shut, defiant to the last. You will regret this, great uniter. You have won this fight, but this war is not something you can hope to ever truly win. The Avatar, no Korra, will defeat you. All these people who champion your cause, you are leading them to their deaths. Not her. She flicked her hand, her metal sheets melding together to form into a solid blade, the edge sharpening to a razor's thickness. His heart raced at the sight and sound. He was afraid to die. Of course he was, his noble blood made him no more prepared for his end than anyone else. He managed to disappoint her, he looked away. Kuvira expected him to keep staring at her even as he died. Weak. A shame, less of a good show of force, but his death would be symbolic enough. Iroh kept his gaze fixed on his watch. A rush of fire consumed the device. Strange, the watch melted and she caught a glimpse of something burning. Paper? A glimpse of the edge of something blackening and curling in the fire. It crumbled to ash before she could see anything further. An unnecessary delay, enough stalling. A stab to the heart would be enough. Winning was her goal, but he did not need to die. Not if his spirit could be publicly crushed. You can still live, Prince Iroh. Beg for your life and renounce your allegiance to the Fire Lord. Pledge your life to me and I will consider letting you live on. As my prisoner. Iroh's shoulders were shaking. Sobbing? No, this was laughter. He was laughing at her. The dagger was over his heart before she could blink, his movements shockingly fast despite his injuries. He must not kill himself, victory must be hers. She hurried forward and Iroh looked up staring right into her eyes. Long live Fire Lord Izumi. He snarled through bloody lips and the dagger moved. Stop. A voice shrieked, Iroh glancing to its source a second before her. The voice was familiar. Too familiar. Opal. No. No, no, no. Please stop, Opal begged as she stumbled into the ring and placed herself between the combatants. Kuvira, please don't kill him. This was not a moment for her eyes, Kuvira had hoped to avoid anything like this moment. If only Opal had not seen this, then she might commit treason so readily. You are in the way, Opal, she said quietly. Step aside. Now. No. Opal glared, taking a step back at her, shaking hands, clenching to fists as her sides. You won, he can't fight anymore. Everyone can see you won. You're not a killer, so you need to stop. Naive. Opal, so high-minded and so misguided. The Fire Nation royal family line had to end, and killing him would almost certainly solve that issue. Without him, his mother was the last heir and future offspring easily dealt with. She would put an end to a 1,000-year dynasty with her own hand. This is nothing personal, she said to Opal. This is an old conflict between our nations. I am aware of your family's personal connection to this man, but the people call out for justice. You must not interfere. No more treason, not from Opal, not from anyone. Treason was punishable by death. But to kill Opal? It would not be easy, or rather she did not want to perform such an act. The girl shivered in front of her, her heart beat erratic and fearful. But perhaps it would be necessary. Opal shook her head. Justice? This isn't justice. It's wrong and it's senseless. I won't ever forgive you if he dies. Opal Deshkavira scowled as the barely disguised Kyoshi warriors forced their way to Iroh and tore the knife torn from his grip. She had delayed too long. Opal seemed to sag with relief as the group crowded around him. She took a trembling step away from Kavira. Grandmother Toph and Fire Lord Zuko fought to end the war. They wanted peace between our nations, and they managed it. What you're doing here, this whole fight, that's the last thing they would have wanted. It is not what the Bafongs or Zaofa stand for. Opal glared at her. It would be easiest to kill her now, prevent any further obstacles from her. No. That would not help the campaign in the slightest. The Bafongs' popularity was too big, so many inspired and championing the family. Opal's death would likely remove more of her support than she could afford. And if Opal left the camp now, there was no doubt she would inform the Avatar of all of this. Near all the Zaofa citizens would side with Opal over Kavira. Earth Empire or Fire Nation. Time to choose. Iroh had to die. The dynasty must end. She took a step forward. The adrenaline had ebbed away and now her body ached. The Kyoshi warriors clustered closer around Iroh, already dropping into combat stances. It would be close to impossible to win at this point. She needed rest. And to destroy the Kyoshi? That would provoke Suki, another of that frustrating, close-knit family from decades ago. The Bafong family's power over Zaofa was quickly becoming a liability. They might not agree with Suyin's reluctance to become queen, but there were few among her forces who did not at least respect her. The hatred towards the Fire Nation was not as much of a unifying force as she anticipated. Citizens of the Earth Empire. Kavira yelled. Opal Bafong begs for mercy and pardon. How do you answer? One last hope, have the people side with her. Bader shouted for death, a good percentage of others joining him. But it was far from the majority. Hate and bloodlust were now placated, many agreeing with Opal, the fight was over. The nearest Kyoshi warrior spoke up. Does the Earth Empire have no honor? You could condemn an innocent man for the sins of his ancestors. She glared at Kavira. Some of her supporters still shouted for death, but not enough and far short of all of them. Her decision in this moment would split her supporters regardless of the outcome. We have learned many things today, Kavira shouted to the crowd. The future is bright with the passion of the next generation. Opal Bafong has upheld her beliefs of what she considers good for the Empire. Her words sounded so weak, so grasping, so opportunistic. She should have sent Opal away when she arrived, not tried to show her the Empire's peaceful side. So much in ruins thanks to her risk. The people see the wisdom of her beliefs. We will uphold mercy. Let this duel become an important chapter in our new history. On this day the Fire Nation lost and the people called for different justice, though the cessation of the Fire Nation's power over us. We are better, wiser and more civilized than they will ever be. Prince Iroh. Remember, your life was spared this day because of the mercy of a girl from the Earth Empire. For all your pride and reverence to your ancestors, you are nothing. Go home with defeat, be a symbol of your nation's shame. There were cheers at her words, but still too quiet beneath angry shouting. Too much confusion of the fight's climax, the meaning mudded and lost. The Kyoshi ushered Iroh away and began shoving their way through the crowd. Kuvira scowled at a group of Earth Empire soldiers who pushed ahead of the Kyoshi and demanded the crowd to stay back. Such loyalty to the Fire Nation even now. Disgusting. If she was lucky, Iroh's wounds would be fatal. There was some satisfaction even if he lived. He was in a bad shape after the fight. She waved away the medics who tried to examine her arms as Bader grabbed Opal's arm and dragged her away from the departing Kyoshi warriors. She needed to wait. Appearing invincible in public was vital. For a moment she considered summoning one of the Kenpai and ordering the group to bring down the airship, but relented. There was no honor that way, and her success today had not been without unforeseen cost. Bader shoved Opal through the tent flaps at speed. "Are you out of your mind?" he snapped as she snatched her arm away from his fist and rubbed fiercely at the spot he grabbed her. Outside the tent the camp sounded like it was still in turmoil, conflicting shouts and motion all around them. "You committed treason. What's wrong with you?" She was going to kill him. "What do you and Kuvira hope to achieve like this?" Opal asked hotly, glaring at her brother. Bader sighed and pushed his glasses up his nose. His voice was unnaturally calm when he eventually replied. There was nothing personal in Kuvira's attack. Iroh is merely a symbol representing the reach and power of the Fire Nation across the world. She stopped listening soon after. Horrible familiar words soon emanated from him. The beliefs of the Great Uniter as reported in rumor and hasty whispers back in Zaofu. Nationalistic tendencies, very different from anything she found on campus or back in Zaofu. Bader let them tumble from his mouth in a slightly frenzied rush. Who was this man in front of her? Not the gentle brother she thought she once knew. Bader broke off as she spoke over him. Mother is missing and you're content with letting Kuvira try and kill someone? I hate to think how she'll take this when she finds out. Bader broke off as Kuvira flung back the tent flaps and stormed inside. The bright light from outside obscured any hint of her face as Opal squinted at her. Kuvira stumbled a moment later, bandages and bruises covered her arms and she dragged her leg as she limped. Kuvira? Bader asked in horror. Are you okay? Leave us, she said, not looking away from Opal. She can be persuaded. Kuvira's tone turned harsher. Leave us. Now. Bader stiffened and hastily backed out of the tent. Kuvira? Opal asked gingerly, trying not to back away from the injured figure in front of her. You betrayed me, Kuvira said simply and stepped forward. Opal could see her expressionless face now. Betray, no. Opal said. She swallowed hastily. Think of grandmother. I'm just not prepared to let an innocent man die in front of me. Neither can I let my best friend, no, my sister, murder someone. Tears welled up in her eyes and soon spilled down her cheeks. Kuvira did nothing and said nothing. Her least bandaged arm gestured and something tightened around Opal's throat. She clung to the obstruction. A metal plate was now fastened tight around her neck and rapidly getting tighter. Her fingers dug desperately at it, but Opal's nails could do nothing to the metal. She stumbled but remained upright, held aloft by her neck. Foolish, little girl, Kuvira said without a trace of emotion in her voice. Sister. You humiliate me in front of my army and now you have the nerve to consider us sisters. Kuvira shook her head. You have brought dishonor to the Earth Empire and sided with their enemy. Opal desperately tried to breathe, her head pounding as she tried to gasp at the air. She could not take much more of this. As if in response, Kuvira loosened the collar around her neck. Kuvira, Opal coughed, wheezing painfully. The penalty for treason is death, but in deference to our shared past, I will commute your sentence, Kuvira said as she pulled Opal to her feet, her fingers digging into the bruise Bader left. Opal stumbled and desperately tried to stay on her feet as Kuvira dragged her from the tent. They stopped abruptly nearby. You. Kuvira snapped, gesturing at a passing soldier. Is this the one? Opal blinked, still fighting for breath and peering through watery eyes. Kuvira was pointing at a familiar-looking guard. The woman paled and trembled before the Great Uniter. Is this the one I asked to keep an eye on you? It wasn't her fault, Opal said desperately. Incompetent, Kuvira snapped. Akiko, she growled. Another soldier ran up to her and saluted. Take this useless grunt for discipline. You are to lash her until she has learned her lesson, Kuvira said, smiling horribly. Opal tried to protest but could only cough as soldiers dragged the guard away. Opal Bafong, if Lieutenant Chico dies as a result of her punishment, her blood will be on your hands. Kuvira whirled around. Zuli, she called loudly. Zuli scurried over, her gaze kept low. Detain this prisoner, I have not yet decided what lessons she will learn. Opal's breath caught in her throat as Zuli stared at Kuvira for a moment too long and at last nodded. The metal plate fell away from her neck as Zuli bound her hands in front of her. Opal's neck throbbed but at least she could more or less breathe now, even though each breath ached. Zuli tugged her forward, and Opal was near powerless to not follow her. A soldier rushed past them both and Zuli paused, glancing behind them with barely disguised interest. Great Uniter, the newcomer said in a panicked voice. The Han province camp has been destroyed, she said, her expression fearful. Destroyed? Kuvira snarled. Zuli looked forward hurriedly and tugged Opal forward. No. She had to resist. Opal planted her feet, leaning back as Zuli tried to pull her forward. What happened? A revolt amongst the prisoners, some are claiming one of the prisoners was a undetected lava bender, the woman replied, her voice quavering. Lava bending, Kuvira chuckled darkly. Lava bending is far too close to fire bending. Henceforth it is forbidden for use by any citizen of the Earth Empire, she said in a harsh tone. Those who do will be considered enemies of Empire and Fire Nation sympathizers. Zuli. The woman beside Opal stiffened at her voice. Yes, Great Uniter. She said, her voice oddly calm as she looked around. See to it that everyone knows of this new rule. I doubt there are any more with the skill, but... She smiled her terrible smile once more. Anyone found possessing the skill is to be executed. Immediately. Very well. Kuvira. Opal asked in a weak voice. Where is my mother? She glanced around, Kuvira did not seem to hear her and stalked away. Kuvira. She yelled out. Zuli tugged her forward and the reality of the situation became clear. The Great Uniter really did have labor camps, and it seemed likely she would experience one firsthand. Opal trembled as Zuli looked pointedly away from her and pulled her towards her fate. Waking up was always disorientating these days. It had been Asami's choice to move out to the apartment while Iroh was gone, but even then there was still always the moment of surprise as she found herself not on an airship, not in the shared apartment, not in the Fire Lord's vacation home, but here in her new but sparsely furnished apartment. Most of her things were still in boxes, and the place had not yet begun to feel anything like a home. It had to be though, she had to not want to reclaim everything she had back in Republic City. This was her home now, she needed to treat it as such. Asami frowned, it was still very early. What had woken her? A noise, presumably the same one responsible for waking her came again, there was a hawk at the window. Too long since Iroh confronted the Great Uniter and too long since she had heard anything about him. Not having a radio meant she was typically a few hours behind everyone else regarding current events, but even trying to listen to an overheard device in the town was more than she could bear. And yet she wanted to know what was happening, she was not alone in quiet desperation for any news at all. From the sounds of the last anyone knew for sure he could only have been in a bad way when he fled the Earth Empire. There had been no mutterings or discussion of anything further about the prince ever since. Asami slid the window open. The hawk screamed at her in the dull light of the early morning, a heavy message tube tied to its leg. She extracted it with care and in the time she finished rummaging in the kitchen for something to give the hawk, the creature had vanished off into the sky. The tube was oddly ornate now she had a chance to look it over, there was a wax seal over the opening. It looked a lot like Iroh's seal too. It did not take much effort to break the wax and open, inside was a long list of what looked like shares. Future Industries shares, all neatly transcribed with numbers and dates. A handful all things considered, but irrespective, if she had those it would make the company more hers than it had been in a long time. A start, at least if she had the certificates in her hands. Asami's heart raced. Why did he send me a list of shares? She murmured to herself. There was another page curled around the first, a short note scribbled in Iroha's hand. Asami. I have known you less time than I would like, and our circumstances were never the best. Nevertheless, I must thank you for all our times together and everything we shared because of that. The list included with this note is of shares I have purchased over the last few months in an attempt to prevent full control of future industries falling into Tarlok's hands. I regret that as of the time I wrote this, the stock cannot be given to you, or rather if it was there is little you could do with it. For the time being the stock is held by my financial advisor you with instructions to safeguard it and return it to you at a time of your choosing. I am not much of a romantic man, I have had my youthful dalliances, but never have I met someone like you, Asami Sato. I cherished our every moment together, and should matters resolve favorably I will see you again at some point in the next life. For now, goodbye and good luck. Iroh. Her legs almost gave out and she stumbled into the closest wall. Not possible. Not him. Not now. He could not be dead. She let the papers and the tube fall to the floor with a clatter. Asami rushed to pull on some clothes. No way was he dead and not a peep anywhere. But she needed to check. Zuko had to know more, not just as his relative but as someone so involved in politics. Within minutes she was racing across Ember Island to Zuko's holiday home. Asami's heart sank further, the lights were on. There could be few reasons to be up this early. No. She had to be hopeful. Would they welcome her help now in this moment if the worst was true? She tapped gingerly on the door, not sure if it would be better to just turn around now and give the family space and privacy. Too late now, someone was opening the door. The last person Asami expected to see, Fire Lord Izumi, looked significantly less than heartbroken. Miss Sato, she said smiling and shifted the bundle of peonies she was holding. The Fire Lord bowed to her and Asami awkwardly bowed back. I do not believe we have had a chance to meet before today. I had been meaning to talk to you soon. She smiled. I admit I did not expect you to come visiting so soon, so perhaps we can resolve that now. Her smile faded. But it seems something is troubling you. Are you okay? Is Iroh okay? She blurted. I mean, it's been days since I heard anything and... Oh, you found out. Izumi sighed. Honestly. Quite why he wanted to keep it from you I don't know. Far too much pride. Why can't a pretty girl see him in a hospital bed? Hospital? Asami asked carefully. He's definitely not dead. Dead? No, Izumi said confused. Oh. Oh, he wouldn't he? She wilted slightly. Typical. Thinks he's oh so clever with setting up these in the event of my death things. Then something like this. He's fine, Miss Sato. He's in the hospital, here. We were going to go see him later on if you want to come. You go ahead, Izumi told Asami as she cradled the vase of peonies. I'll wait for Zuko. She stared at the attending nurse and gestured at Asami. You are to treat her as you would me, understand? Yes, ma'am, the nurse said bowing. Good. I will see you both shortly, Izumi said, smiling to Asami. The nurse led Asami into a very private part of the hospital, well away from the public ward, into a room with a few Fire Nation guards on the door. The nurse waited by the guards as she opened the door and waved Asami inside, leaving her to meet Prince Iroh on her own all over again. Iroh looked at her lazily and waved weakly. Hey. Hey, Asami said, nodding in reply, unable to stop the smile curling her lips. He looked terrible, covered in bandages, and four in one arm, generally bedraggled and struggling trying to write a letter with his left hand. But he was at least alive. Asami crossed to the window and put the peonies in the sunlight. From your mother, she said by way of explanation. So you two met. They look very nice, Iroh replied. Are you okay? He looked at her curiously. I'm fine. I should really be asking you the same, Asami said. I'm good. He winced. Not in danger anymore, but I need a lot of recovery. He looked faintly embarrassed. I hope you didn't get the news I died. I did actually, Asami said, keeping her tone light. Oh. Iroh glanced away. She smiled at his embarrassment. It was a flattering note, I must thank you for the compliments. And for buying the shares in my company. Didn't expect that either, Asami said. Asami, I dash. You don't have to explain right now, she said, cutting him off. I am curious, but that letter looks more important to you right now. Need a hand with that? I want to practice. He stared at the letter, deliberately not meeting her gaze. It's for Korra. Asami's heart leapt and she was suddenly very conscious of herself. Can I ask why now? She needs to know about the Great Uniter. No, she needs to know what Kuvira did to me. He looked up. Yes, the same one who helped you in Ba Sing Se. But the Great Uniter. She trailed off, unable to shake her memories of the increasingly terrifying reports coming out of the Earth Kingdom. Yes, Iroh nodded. Reality really had caught up now. What did she do to you? Asami asked, her voice coming close to breaking. Here, Iroh said. He scooped up a small wooden bowl from the beside table. Something rattled and clinked inside, metal spheres. What are these? Asami asked as she took the bowl. Something the healers dug out of me, in my arm and in my side. I think Kuvira put them there. Asami frowned at him. I know, but I can't come up with anything else. I think it's like what she does with her metal plates but faster. I didn't even see them coming. Healers reckon there were 6 in total, one went right through me though. Iroh sighed. Korra needs to fight her and she needs to be ready for this. Asami tried to reply but was unable to even choke out a vague response. Could Korra bend yet? Would metal bending save her from those spheres? The knock on the door was a relief, no answer needed, but Iroh's new visitors made her feel a little worse just by entering. Izumi, Mai, Zuko, and Yuzo crowded into the room. Daddy! His daughter shouted and hugged him awkwardly. I'm going to take care of you now. Asami shivered, too familiar, too similar. Too much like her father. She excused herself awkwardly and darted from the room. The footsteps were close to silent, but he was well used to hearing such stealth. The tiniest hint of clothing swishing through the air, the almost inaudible touch of a padded foot on the wooden floor. He shifted his head a little and smiled. Aunt Angela, he said out loud. Too late, Junior, she said, looming over the foot of his bed. If I were an assassin you would already be dead. I concede. Though I think even the clumsiest villain in the world could eliminate me right now, Iroh said. Your security is pathetic, Angela replied with a sneer. You came all the way here just to check up on me? Iroh asked, switching topics. Angela glanced around the room, her eyes narrowed before replying. Only because you didn't lose. She stared right at him. I hear a Bafong saved your life. The youngest too if the court gossip is to be believed. Of all the people. And I cannot be anything but grateful. She saved Kuvira's life too. He sighed as Angela raised an eyebrow. She didn't have much choice, not given the kind of person Opal is. She thought I was about to take my own life. Fool tactic, what were you thinking? Angela snapped. That I could lure her close enough to end the Great Uniter, Iroh replied, his hand fumbling to clutch the dagger beneath the sheets. If she hadn't interfered. Well, you might not have had to make the trip, Auntie. Angela scowled at him. And things would be simpler. He flicked the knife out to his side, Angela did not blink. The blade thumped into a tree outside, a falling leaf pinned against the trunk. Not perfect, but it would have been enough against Kuvira. A fine sight before the army overwhelmed him. And you would be dead. I doubt her followers would take kindly to your actions, Angela sniffed. And had you missed? I would have burned myself, Iroh nodded. But it might still have been beneficial. Perhaps his actions might have slowed the Empire even if he did not outright disrupt it. But I survived. At the cost of the Bafong. Actually no. It was momentarily gratifying to see surprise cross Angela's face. Yoko infiltrated the camp, without orders might I add. Opal Bafong is no longer there. Then this Kuvira has simply executed her, Angela looked confused. The simpler explanations tend to be likely. I know that. But I also know that Kuvira has been tearing the place apart trying to find her. She got out somehow, Iroh replied. Be wary, this Kuvira is deceptive. This might be a smoke screen, Azula said, her hands clutching the end of his bed. Optimism, that was the key difference between them. He had to hope for the best. And he needed his arm to heal. To attack Kuvira he needed to be fast. He needed to bend lightning. The motion was awkward, difficult, and he failed. Lightning bending with only one arm? She asked. Yeah, Iroh said, wincing with the effort. The skill is rare enough as it is, to try something like that. Azula shook her head. I know. Impossible, right? This was not his fight. The Great Uniter was beyond his abilities. Only the Avatar might be able to confront and defeat her, but not without all her bending restored and without more abilities. I need to get better. Izumi is not going to let you face her again. Neither am I, Azula said. I'm not going to fight her. I lost once, and even if I'm well, I doubt she would give me an opening like that again. He took a deep breath. It never seemed wise to discuss the Avatar around his aunt, but it was long past the time to worry about that. Korra is going to be the one to fight her next time. And to do that, she needs to bend lightning. Book 3 Lightning. Chapter 6, Bolin Alone. Bolin paused, his hand buried deep in the soft earth, and strained his hearing. Water. Or at least an unmistakable faint trickling close by. Or he was really starting to lose it. No. Must not think like that. It had to be water. Finally. He pushed forward, scrabbling through the earth. If managed to reach it, he should be able to follow it out. His hand broke through into open air. He was already moving to claw with his other hand. Nothing to grab onto or hold him back as he tumbled straight out of his tunnel and into the darkened water. Should have been more cautious, think things through more thoroughly. Too late now. More darkness, but instead of the comforting warmth of the ground, he was freezing cold as he tumbled along the underground river. Had he escaped burial only to face drowning? A slight improvement, but not that much better. His lungs burned as he flailed in the water and his chest felt close to bursting. No. He had to get out. Bolin clawed at the water and thrashing his legs trying to find air. His side felt numb in the cool, a relief for now. There was something solid above him, rock not metal. Bolin nearly gasped in relief as he clung to it, the water threatening to rip him free from his handhold every moment. Just dig a little more, then he could breathe. Was there likely to be air under the ground? Hard to think. He needed to be fast and he needed to dig. How much air in his lungs? No matter, he could not afford the concern right now. The rock was tough and he beat against it, beat through it with blunt, graceless movements. Needed to breathe. Not yet. Soon. Had to be soon. His hand pushed into a void and the surprise was enough to make him gasp. There. The air was ice cold as it flooded his lung and he almost choked on his first breath. He wheezed and took another frantic breath as he almost slipped back down his tunnel. Whether he was out or not, he could finally breathe again. But he could not rest yet. He had to get clear. Outside seemed brighter than he could stand as he widened his hole. He agonizingly drew himself up, the dark all around him confusing. Another glance up, the moon. His clothes were sodden and covered with blood and mud. It dried on his skin, irritating him, but it was hard to care as his arms gave out and he slumped onto the ground, breathing hard. More sensations coming back, the strange silence of the city around him. The air stank of ash and spoiled meat. He forced his eyes open. The moon was a brilliant white high above him, the surrounding constellations startlingly vivid in the cloudless sky. Still no sounds. Was his hearing gone? No, he could hear his harried breathing echoing off the stone he lay on. Cold, but so tired. How long had he been digging? Bolin blinked in the harsh sunlight. How long? The sky was blue and the scent on the air had grown less pleasant. He looked blearily around the area. He was flat on his back in a street somewhere in the city. Some of the nearby buildings were missing large sections of walls and most of the roof. He struggled up into a sitting position and shivered as he looked lower. There were other people here. And no one else was moving. Bolin stared at the people lying nearby for a long interval. Not one of their chests moved. No one stirred in the bright sunlight, no one was breathing. He had slept among a mass of dead bodies. His back felt like lead, and his arms seemed made of stone. Bolin raised his head, it felt light. Too light. So difficult to keep his eyes open in the brilliant sunshine. Let's go. Don't like it here. Bolin blinked. His voice? Was he talking to himself? That had not sounded like him, so dry, so airy, and soft. Sound advice though, but go where? To Korra. He had to find her. Find Asami. Hope one or both of them had dealt with Kuvira. If not, he would have try and help her, warn her. Bolin shivered, he did not want to see Kuvira ever again. Maybe he should not go to the meet-up point. But, Grandma was there. He could not risk his family suffering at Kuvira's hands. And Korra should be there. She was in the west. Which way was west? Opposite of the rising sun. Easy. Bolin pushed himself to his feet, his back braced against the wall. With a trembling painful step, Bolin stumbled west. The light was hurting his eyes. Where was he? Oh, the streets. He had walked as far as he could in the day, but had stopped at some point as night fell. Must have been when his wounds started to hurt too much to cope with and his feet really started aching. He only intended to shut his eyes for a few moments, but he had somehow lost hours. Time to get moving again. The wrench almost made him pass out and he clenched his teeth at the agony and slumped back against the wall. A little more rest first. Rest and then he could keep on going. He had to find Korra and Asami. They might need him. What if Kuvira had already gotten to them? He strained but the pulse of pain stopped him. Bolin screwed his eyes tight shut as the ache throbbed in his side. The chirp drew him around. How long had he been out this time? Bolin blinked. A fire ferret perched on his chest looking at him curiously. Rare to see in the Earth Kingdom. No, this was not just a fire ferret. Pabu. Bolin croaked the creature's name and his friend chirped excitedly. He tried to embrace his pet but the fire ferret leapt from his chest despite his protests. At least I got to see you. Hang on, buddy. I'm coming. Bolin slurred. He tried to shift himself upright again, but his wound blazed with pain once again and he fell back. Bolin stirred. Was that footsteps? Friend or enemy? He had to hide, but moving seemed impossible. Should be indoors. Or getting out of here, a male voice was saying. Don't you want to know what Pabia wants? Another female voice asked. Not that badly. Honestly, we should be convincing Bolin. The first voice yelled. Footsteps thundered closer, fingers pressed against his neck. The speaker was holding their breath. He's alive. The voice said, painfully loudly. He doesn't look good, the second voice added, her tone worried. Bolin, can you hear me? The first voice asked. Yeah, can hear you, Bolin replied, his tongue thick and unresponsive. You owe Pabu something really good, the second voice said. He lead us right to you. Yeah. Bolin breathed. Something good. He forced his eyes open a little, the glare preventing him from seeing much of the two figures crouched beside him. Let's get him moving. Wasn't there a car 2 streets over? The first voice asked. I'll get it, you stay with him, the second voice said. Bolin, stay with me, the first voice said with a frantic tone as the footsteps vanished away and Bolin's head felt heavy. Okay. He said vaguely. Very hard to keep his eyes open. Pabu lay curled on his chest again. Too comfortable here. Something was shaking him, but it was distant, so distant. Hands under his shoulders, a wrenching pain in his side, were they trying to pull him in too? Pain ran like electricity through his whole body, the shrieking wail that burst from his lips hurt his throat. More pain followed the first, voices on the edge of hearing trying to say something but he could hear nothing over the pain. He was resting on a surface again, his side blazing with agony. Time blurred. The light was dimmer when he blinked his eyes open again. The two voices were speaking nearby, the ground trembling beneath him and a dull roar emanating from below. He seems really shaken, the first voice said. I hope he can tell us something about Kuvira, the second asked. Or where Mako is. Like he could tell you anything in his state. He's lost a lot of blood and I think he's got a fever. That wound in his side looks like it's infected, the first replied. We've got disinfectants and bandages back home at least. A pause. Poor Bolin, the second continued. He was so full of life before. To see him like this. The first voice hissed at the second to be quiet. What? She asked with a whisper. I thought I heard. Never mind. It's not safe out here and this is taking longer than I'd like. I don't want to be out here at night. Maybe the Avatar will save us. The second voice said, voice full of doubts. Yeah, like that'll happen, the first replied. Haven't you heard? People are saying she was under the palace when it blew. Bolin wanted to protest, wanted to tell them it was simply not true. Or at least Korra was alive when the cavern came down. Asami must have been okay as well. Both of them were somewhere. Were they injured too? The first voice sighed. Then again, Lee's convinced Amon killed her. Lies. He was one who died, not her. Him and Mako. Bolin reached an awkward, shaky handy hand to grasp his scarf. Jin says otherwise, his crowd says she got captured. And you believe that? Maybe. Then again I heard Desh Bolin's back tensed and he tried vainly to roll away from the next words and the horrible implications for Korra. No. Not that. No one could do that to Korra. A panicked shout mercifully distracted the horrible image playing out in his head. The wood beneath him thumped painfully against the back of his head and the trembling increased. An increasing number of panicked voices, people rushing around. Shouting, so many people shouting. Fire somewhere nearby. His eyes fluttered, the sky dark and covered in streams of something darker still as he caught the smell of smoke. I still don't want to go, an irritated voice said nearby. That sounded like Grandma. We have to, an exasperated response came. The whole block is going up. Look, you can go on the cart with Bolin. We need to get out of here now. But our home dash. What good is it if we burn with it? A pause. I'm sorry, Grandma. No, you're right. She sighed, exasperated. The ground lurched beneath him, someone was crawling beside him. Poor boy. His grandma's voice. She stroked her hand across his hair. You're safe with us. We'll find that nice Kuvira and your brother when this is over. Not Kuvira. Bolin tried to correct her, but he could not even muster the strength to reply. Faint press of her lips on his brow. Get the medicine chest at least. Grandma said. But the fire. He's not going to make it otherwise. Grandma replied. The weight was agonizing but eventually something heavy thumped onto the cart beside him. Confused sounds of commotion and shouting. The heat of the flames came close to unbearable before the cart jerked forwards again, bouncing and rattling over the uneven ground. Someone pried his mouth open and forced a bitter liquid into his mouth. It burned his lips, his tongue, and seemed to strip the lining of his throat. He tried to spit it back out. Shrink, please, Bolin, Grandma said softly as she stroked his neck. He swallowed awkwardly, his mouth sore. Something cool stung his side, the affected area growing, this pain so much less than trying to move, but still unbearable. When would the pain end? He was too weak to ward off this attack or whatever was happening to him. The stinging began to fade and some soft pressed against his skin, over and over. With a soft noise, something warm fell across his whole body. Keep on going. A voice called from behind him. It's fine, they're all headed for Magnolia Street. There's no fire in the ahead. Another said. Grandma's hand stroked across his hair as the world darkened faster and faster around him. But it was still light in places. The moon? Or fire? Grandma began singing as the cart trembled and lurched beneath him. The tune was oddly familiar, it sounded like the same one his father used to sing at bedtime so long ago. Leaves from the vine. Falling slowly. He wanted Kurlin on himself, the sob ruinously painful as his eyes overflowed with fresh tears. His grandma did not pause in her singing, there seemed little chance she could not see him crying. Little soldier boy, comes marching home. His fingers pushed against the softness on top of him to tangle with the scarf around his neck. Brave soldier boy, comes marching home. Bolin wanted to correct her, Mako would not be coming home. Not anymore. Bolin blinked, his eyes opening and his vision focusing. Was that the wall of Ba Sing Se slowly receding? The outer wall is seen from outside the city? Wailing voices, anger, and sadness all around him as the cart rumbled on. We will come back eventually, Grandma said sternly. To what? Someone else nearby asked. Our home is gone. We will rebuild, Grandma said with conviction. She leaned forward and passed into his field of vision. Ah, you're awake. She smiled at him. Bolin's come to. Another voice asked. Grandma loomed closer. We need to get away for now, she whispered. We'll look for Mako when everything is settled. But they did not need to? Bolin knew exactly where Mako was. He tried to reply, the words catching in his throat as he struggled to breath. Grandma patted his hand. Rest, Bolin, rest. We need to find you more medicine. More talk ahead of him. Chin and his brother. The voice trembled and broke off. I heard they got hanged yesterday, just before the fires started. They were suspected of aiding General Yoon. Sounds like the Shan family. How about his wife and child? That sounded like the second of his rescuers. Chin's? No idea. I'm worried about too. What if he gets accused too? The woman asked. We should be okay now we're out of the city, the first voice replied. But where do we go? The second voice asked. We could try my family. A quiet new voice suggested. The Han province. The second voice asked. Might be worth a try, it's not too far. But there's so many of us, we can't all fit in your family's home, the first voice said. Bolin blinked. The cart beneath him shuddered and rumbled. It was later in the day, or perhaps a different day, and his family were quiet, plodding along in exhausted silence. All around them and behind him were thousands of other people. Everyone seemed to be completely covered in mud, ash, and blood. Many were stumbling and limping as they moved, others desperately shouldering heavy loads, their faces strained and their teeth gritted. Everyone was stumbling and shambling in the same direction as his family. Something blocked the sun for a moment. Bolin stared upwards in wonder as she airship sailed almost silently overhead, moving away from the city and to somewhere better. Must be nice up there, to fly high above the pain and exhaustion on the ground. He blinked. Kuvira was standing over him, her teeth oddly jagged and crooked in her mouth. There was something off about the curl of her lips and the skin on her face. It was dark green and she seemed to be missing an eye. Kuvira leered down at him from her perch high above him, a spear clenched tightly in her fist. She was going to kill him, and he was too tired to even lift his hand to stop her. She darted forward, faster than he could follow, the spear jabbing forward, aimed right for his head. Bolin jerked his head and the spear missed, but in the very next moment, the cart beneath him disintegrated and he fell into. Blink. Bolin's head lolled against the bleach-white sheets and pillows. Was that Asami? She was wearing a lab coat and hunched over something in the darkened room. There was a well-traveled trail cutting across the floor, the only disruption to the thick dust all around him. Bolin's head lolled as he watched her. Asami finished whatever she was doing and straightened up, her hand sliding out from beneath the sheet. Korra lay in the bed just beyond her. What had Asami been doing? Bolin's heart lurched. Korra looked blissful, her hair messy, her eyes closed and her lips curled into a satisfied smile. Asami mouthed something to her and shuffled away along the path carved in the dust. With a satisfied sigh, Korra rolled over, eyes blinking open for a moment to watch the other girl. And he could do nothing but lay there and watch. Blink. Running water crashed down with relentless force nearby. A waterfall? He could barely hear anything except the rush of water. The air was thick and smelled terrible, somewhat like the slums at the hottest time of year. But somehow that did not matter in the slightest. Far more important was the presence of Korra sitting beside him. She was wearing her Fire Nation jacket and hugging her knees. That was how she always looked before, just after he first met her. Korra was smiling at him as he struggled to reply to her. He was doing so badly on their date. A real date now, no practice or role play, or proxies. An actual date where he had asked her out. Almost by accident admittedly, but here they were. Why the garbage dump? It had seemed like a good idea at the time, or were they here for another reason? Had the practice date been here? He had asked her out. And brought her to a garbage dump? At least it offered a good view of the stars, and Korra did not seem to mind. Bolin frowned at the sky. No. Not stars. Crystals. They were white, not green. Brilliantly glowing white crystals embedded in the rock high above. Without warning, the sky cracked and shattered. Lightning. Blinding light piercing everything. It had killed Mako. The torrent of water crashing into his brother in the same moment as his lightning erupted. The horrific crack of Mako's bending and the blast of light that followed. The water vaporized in a moment and the air exploded. For a moment illuminating two bodies were clearly visible caught in the mixture of lightning and water. Then time sped up and Mako fell back to the ground and lay unmoving. No. Bolin ran to him, stumbling through the rain. Had to get to the alley, he was safe, would always be safe, in the alley. He could hide away there. Bolin curled in on himself and pressed his hands over his ears. The rain fell unrelentingly, each drop as cold as ice. He had no strength left and nothing seemed to warm his body. Bolin. A child's voice. Are you feeling cold? Bolin glanced up, his hands dropping from his ears before he thought to question how he could have heard anything with them clasped against his head. Mako stared at him. No, not Mako as he had last seen him, instead this was a younger Mako. A ball of fire flickered in his brother's hand, the flames burning brightly despite the relentless downpour. A new crack of lightning split the air and sky. When he could see again, there was no one else in the alley with him. Bolin was alone. Blink. Some time had passed and he felt stronger. Bolin was able to agonizingly pull himself into, and stay in, an upright position when Ba Sing Se was barely visible in the distance. The march of people had thinned between now and those first glimpses. Many continued to walk even as night fell, pushing themselves to extremes as the whispers of bandits and opportunistic malcontents in the population took advantage of the helplessness accompanying sleep. More than one dead body lay beside the roadside, covered as best they could be with scraps of cloth and vegetation, and others vanished in the night time. The family had traced the path of a river and set themselves up in a series of small tents. Plenty of water to hand but almost no food, not when there were still hundreds of others competing for the same few resources and bandits skulking too close for comfort. Abandoning Ba Sing Se had left many penniless. But through it all, his family refused to let him walk despite his efforts and he could do little but watch the others trudge beside the cart or lie back to stare up at the sky. And every night he tried vainly to stay awake as long as possible, fearful that one member of the family would not be there when he woke. It was a long, agonizing trudge to the Han province's borders and Bolin was itching to be on his feet by the time they finally arrived. The number of people tracking with them had thinned alarmingly and Bolin was sure he had heard something unpleasant last night. The bandits had struck alarmingly close to his family. They had to get somewhere safe, the Han province seemed their only chance. A large tent city had sprung up on one bank of the river between them and the Hans. A large number of guards stood at one end of the bridge, ordering people to move on, scrutinizing others, and taking aggressive stances with those who pushed their luck. Several people protested but only a handful of people made it past them and across the bridge. Rafa, who had joined the family by marriage, pushed through the crowds and after an animated discussion with one of the guards hurried back to the others. My ancestry isn't worth anything right now. We can try and get in, but we need to prove we can offer some skill, work on the land and... She glanced significantly at Grandma. We have to pledge our loyalty to the Han family. What does that mean? Bolin asked, his voice croaky. It means we'll be called to arms if needed, Rafa said. No matter who the enemy is, she added quietly. We have little choice, Grandma observed. Though my loyalties will always remain with the Earth Throne. Grandma. Rafa said, pleading. Just for now. Just, pretend. If I must, Grandma replied, fidgeting awkwardly on the cart beside Bolin. You youngsters, show them what you can do. I'll go, Bolin said. He shuffled to the edge of the cart and stood. His knees threatened to buckle. Standing felt almost beyond him. Don't strain yourself, Tu hissed at him, and Grandma looked worried. I can do this, Bolin insisted. None of you can bend. I'm pretty good at it. They'll want benders. He felt so weak as he limped forward. So much pain. Just walking to the guards seemed almost more than he could endure. No, had to walk upright and confident as if he was healed and well. Excuse me, Bolin said, forcing his voice to remain level. I am an experienced earthbender and former pro bending player. I am strong and hard-working, and if my family and I are allowed entrance, we will pledge our allegiance to the Han family. He bowed, the move unwise as it threatened to topple him forward. One of the guards was watching him carefully. Okay, pro bender. Show me something. Bolin pulled a column of earth from the ground and collapsed it in one fluid movement. He stamped on the ground, sending as large a chunk of rock into the air as he could manage, and with a punch sent it hurtling downriver with a huge splash. The pain was almost too much, and he grit his teeth as he waited for the verdict. You do seem to have been well trained, one of the guards said, her face thoughtful. Are you and your family prepared to work from daybreak to sunset? Absolutely, ma'am, he replied automatically, not even stopping to consider how tiring such a working day would be. Very well. She gestured to the other guards. Welcome to the Han province. His first fear was that the Hans would be little different to the Mattis, that this was nothing more than a gigantic trap they had walked themselves into. And there was neither Korra, or he clenched his teeth, or his brother to help if they wound up in a similar situation, the unfortunates who suffered under the Mattis. Such fears were swiftly waylaid when they arrived at the checkpoint on the other side of the river. The Hans quickly showed themselves as far fairer and a more lenient family than the Mattis. A few days of residence in a guarded tent city, and a representative guided the family to the parcel of land now allocated for them to develop. Bolin stared around the landscape, bare and barren. There was nothing here, and little indication that anything ever grown here outside of the wild grass stretching as far as he could see. And somehow they had to change all of this landscape into rice paddies. The Hans's guide had explained on the way here that the ongoing wars resulting from the Earth Empire's actions had blocked major supply routes. So, the ruling family was throwing all their efforts into making the province self-sufficient. Bolin felt a sinking feeling even as he set out to begin carving the landscape. This was not what he should be doing. He needed to make sure Korra was okay. But could he really do that at the expense of his family, his newly found and loving family? No. There was no way he could simply leave them behind and run off. The family had lost almost everything in the city's fall. He would help them recover everything no matter how long it took, and so he worked as hard as he could. At first the work was more than enough to keep him distracted. As the sole earthbender, there was never a moment when he was not needed for some task on the developing landscape. He carving the hillsides into paddies and created a new path for the river as he ran a channel over the desolate land to the nearest tributary. It would have been even more satisfying to have done this last with Korra. Together they would have done everything so much faster. There were so many conflicting rumors about the Avatar floating around. Every time their cramped but comfortable house received a visitor, or they needed to head to the nearest village for supplies, he seemed to hear a new one. A worrying number were still reported her as dead, and according to the occasional whisper, the search for her successor had already begun. The majority of gossipers insisted she still lived, but badly injured and recovering in secret. The latter had to be the truth, or if not the closest to it. Thinking of Korra in pain like that was not pleasant, and he found himself thinking of her long after the conversation ended. Anytime someone mentioned the Avatar, maybe he could write to Zaofu and ask if they knew any more? Possible but not easy. The Han province was so remote there were no messenger hawks available to the public. An irregular courier would collect up mail to ferry to other provinces, passing those letters on to others when she reached the limits of her journey. Slow, but in the absence of any faster methods, the only option left to him. Bolin panicked the moment he began writing. If he wrote and sent a letter to Zaofu, he was running the unavoidable risk that Kuvira might be there and would know of his whereabouts. She was Opal's friend after all. Far too dangerous to risk encountering. Far better to send the letter to Tenzin back in Republic City. He at least must know what had happened to Korra. He almost did not send the letter. The sheer cost the courier demanded wiped out what little personal funds he had, but he shook himself and handed the UN over. It would be worth it. After a few weeks it became clear that the Hans were elitists who luxuriated in their higher status. Very different in attitude and conduct to the Bufongs, but much like them, at least they were fair in their treatment of those on their land. As long as Bolin's family worked, provided a good crop of rice, and did not expect charity from them, they would continue to be okay. Everyone here was very loyal to the Hans, and the younger earthbenders all seemed to aspire to joining the family guard. The older people of the province increasingly vied for spots on the regional council in a bid to exert some control on the land governance. But it was the little touches that made Bolin glad that his family had made their way here. Lady Han, for example, made a habit of touring her lands each morning and insisted on greeting the villagers she passed by name. Her visits to Bolin's family's land always saw her incline her head and thank them for their continued hard work. She was even agreeable to talk to, and she mentioned that her eldest son was a doctor who helped treat the ill and infirm without charging. The family smiled and gossiped the night after. They could have easily wound up in far worse places than this province. Grandma was the only one aside from Bolin not fully swayed by the Hans's behavior. While he worried about Korra, she was almost certainly still thinking of the home behind them and the unoccupied throne. The work was okay. Farming turned out to be unexpectedly enjoyable. Earthbending for this role was so different to the fighting of his younger days or the more recent application in pro-bending. At least his work was helping his whole family. It was strangely thrilling to nurture the tiny seedlings as they grew from the seeds he planted. The brown, barren fields grew increasingly green slowly and yet faster than he could have imagined as they worked the land. The rice paddies took shape and the work eased slightly and began to change focus. Not as much need for direct earthbending, except for replanting and some of the more outlying areas, but more maintenance of what was now there. A few nearby groups asked for his help with earthbending. His skills were sought after despite being far from the only earthbender in the province. Peaceful and simple. It seemed odd when he heard youths in the villages talking of how boring it was here and that they should seek out the thrills in a big city like Republic City. But it was so beautiful here. Bolin liked it. His family seemed to too, even if Grandma was forever glancing in the direction of Ba Sing Se. Mako would have loved it here, when they were younger. If the two of them could have made it here, settled this land and farmed on their own. Bolin glanced back to the house. He still had not told them about his brother's fate and avoided the subject whenever possible. The mere mention of Ba Sing Se made him uncomfortable all the time, and soon the topic became taboo around him. It was impossible to tell them. The thought was too big, too much to consider. Mako was gone. Korra and Asami was gone. Kuvira was horrifyingly still alive and out there somewhere. And what could he do? He was helpless and trapped on this land working just to keep his family alive. He should emulate Mako and endure. There were other distractions. A girl about his age called Mayaya was forever watching him whenever they went into the local village. She worked in her parents' shop and always greeted him warmly. Her smile was warm and she seemed forever able to find an excuse to let her touch linger on his arm if he was buying something. Was she interested in him? So long since Bolin had thought of anyone but Korra, and so long since something like dating was possible or even a consideration. The Avatar dominated his thoughts most nights, but Mayaya. He sighed. Korra was like a fantasy. Mayaya was real and here and forever smiling at him or brushing against him. Why was he not seeing what would happen with her? Maybe it was the constant fear at the back of his mind, the worries he could never quite quell. He still woke soaked with sweat in the middle of the night, Kuvira standing over him ready to try and finish what she started once again. In the outside world, war was sweeping through other states and provinces. The rumors had been circling ever since they arrived, but each new rumor seemed to be occurring a little closer to the Han province. A little closer to his family. No further solid mentions of Korra and no one said a thing about Kuvira. Maybe she was slipping back into obscurity to hide her brutal actions. The Han family seemed concerned about the rumors but also dismissive. Their inclination was to reinforce their isolationist tendencies. The region was hard to enter as it was and remained relatively easy to defend. Why should they provoke outsiders or this Earth Empire that had arisen? Their stance was to keep the land and the people within their borders safe, and all being well they could wait out what happened in the rest of the kingdom. Fine ambition, but Bolin was in no doubt he could not stay here forever. He had to find Korra. It had been 2 months since the courier left and he had heard nothing. He asked if they should worry, but more than one person insisted nothing was out of the ordinary. The courier had been gone as long as this before. And he really should not expect a quick response for something sent as close to the boundary of the kingdom as Republic City was. The invitation to the wedding surprised the family. They clustered around as Grandma opened the scroll marked with the Han family's seal and listened as she read it aloud. The Han's eldest daughter was getting married. Her husband-to-be was some well-to-do noble from the Fire Nation. Grandma looked surprised but swiftly hid it behind a layer of snootiness regarding the lower-ranked upper class versus how the Earth Queen would have done things in this situation. The family let her complain, eager to hear of the festivities. There was to be a feast at the end of the month to honor the couple, and the Hans extended the invitation to every one of their citizens. No work that day, instead there would be food, drink, and dancing. The anticipation kept them going through the long weeks leading up to the wedding, a future bright spot to look forward to. Bolin's family gasped in delight when the day finally arrived. There were tables laden with food, dancers twirling in beautiful displays, and a succession of bands performing. Villagers offered tributes to the Han family. His family donated a sack of rice, gratefully received just as everything else. And as seemed to be the prevailing impulse, everyone else in his family aside from him went to join in with the other dancers in the gaps between the hired performances. The last time he had seen so much dancing had been at Asami's birthday. He had been with Harui back then. How was she now? If everything had gone as she wanted, she would be in the Fire Nation and well away from any mess with the Great Uniter. At one point he wound up unexpectedly close to the soon-to-be engaged couple at the center of the celebration. The would-be husband, Shu, had golden eyes. Inevitably they reminded him of Mako. And on top of that he was a firebender. Gigi, his soon-to-be wife, had persuaded him to demonstrate his skill for the crowd. Shu was living the future Mako never had a chance at. Mako could have performed and danced just as well as Shu was as he whirled fire around himself. Well, perhaps Mako was not that graceful. Shu's movements put him in mind of Kavirao's performance at Asami's party. Just thinking of her left him gasping for breath as his chest tightened. Bolin clutched at his shirt anxiously and pushed his way through the crowd with increased urgency and stopped. My Yaya was here. Of course she was, everyone was here. And just like always she caught his eyes on a regular basis and mouthed hello. He replied in kind, the tension in his chest unwinding a little. As the next switch between the arranged dancers finishing their routines and civilian dancers flooded into the space left behind, she kept glancing back at him. And whenever he turned to meet her gaze she glanced away. Was she upset? Had he somehow done something wrong? He glanced towards her again, wanting to explain or apologize, but he could not find her in the crowd. Hey, a familiar voice said from close by. Bolin blinked rapidly and span around, calming as he found Mayaya leaning against him and grinning up at him. Hi. Hi, Bolin said. There was a feeling of space nearby, and glancing around confirmed his family had vanished into the crowd. Hi, Mayaya, he said, unsure of himself. Can I help you? I was wondering if you would like to dance. She licked her lips, her eyes glancing down for a moment as she toyed with a button on the front of his shirt. With me? She added. Sorry, I'm not that good at dancing, Bolin said, her closeness unnerving and exciting him in equal measure. Oh. Mayaya blinked rapidly. Then, how about I help you? Help me? Bolin asked. He glanced around, his family nowhere in sight. They had made assumptions then. Before he could say another word, Mayaya had pulled him out among the dancers. Just follow my lead, she said, her hand gripping his tightly. I'll try, Bolin said, trying to not grin quite so much. Mayaya did not care about specific dances, or steps. She moved with the beat, and this at least was easy for Bolin to follow. They danced on and on, Bolin's worries and concerns gradually floating away. The next switchover came too soon. He would have loved to keep on going. Don't worry, Mayaya said, still holding his hand. We'll wait for the next one. For now. Could you keep me company? She asked, her eyes sparkling. Okay, Bolin said and followed as she led him back through the party. They seemed to be going a bit far from everything. They had approached the tree line, far enough for the light of the fire to grow dim. How would they know when they could dance again? Then his eyes adjusted to the low light. Oh. There were other people in the shadows, men and women, women and women, men and men. He caught glimpses of the couples kissing in the flickering light, his cheeks reddening. Oh, my Yaya said. I had no idea. Her grin gave him the impression she knew exactly why people came over here. Still, it seems like a good idea. Don't you think? She gazed up at him, her arms curling around his neck. She looked so beautiful in the distant firelight, her body feeling wonderful pressed against his. It does, he admitted after a moment, guilt over Korra fighting with lust for my Yaya. She tugged his head forward and their lips met. How long since he last kissed someone? It felt so good, just the simple touch of lips. My Yaya let out a soft moan into his mouth and his body reacted, his hands sliding around her waist, her tongue slipping between his lips. And out of nowhere Korra popped into his head. His last kiss had been with her, just after Mako died. After Kuvira tried to kill him. Bolin jerked his head back, panting, his stomach churning and his chest again feeling too tight. He awkwardly pulled away from a concerned my Yaya. Bolin? Are you okay? She asked. Yeah. No, he admitted as he sank to the ground and held his head in his hands. I'm sorry my Yaya. I can't do this with you. She stared down uncomprehendingly, her mouth opening to ask him why. Not an answer he wanted to share. Sorry, I have to find my family. It was nice seeing you, he said hurriedly as he rushed away from her, heading deeper into the woods not really looking or caring where he was going. It felt like my Yaya's gaze continued to bore into his back as he hurried away from her, but Bolin refused the impulse to look behind him. There was nothing there for him. Bolin stumbled to a halt and slumped some distance away, his back pressed against a tree. He glanced back to the celebrations. So many dancers, so many people having fun, but he could not have a place among them. So many families and friends, all together and happy. My Yaya who he had kissed and then fled from. Water tribe dancers, Earth Kingdom dancers. Both reminded him uncomfortably of people who were not here. The light of the party was still just about visible through the trees but he turned his back on it. He remembered his visit to the forest with Mako after the loss of their parents. Another bad memory, it only he could remember the food times, like the nights the three of them spent together and he was able to laugh with Korra on their way to rescue Asami. He snorted. Real good job with the rescue attempt there. A shiver racked his body, no fire or companion here to keep him warm. He was alone once more. Bolin curled his arms around his knees and began weeping. No reply from the courier. She was taking far longer than normal and many worried she might not have been able to make her deliveries. Had his letter reached Tenzin? Not much he could do but hang on to the hope that it had. A new work offer came his way and distracted him. The Han family were starting a new mine and there was a general call for earthbenders to work there. He would have to relocate near the border but the increased income would be more than double what the family was receiving as a result of selling their rice. He could do more good there, little call for earthbending on their land anymore. But it would mean leaving his family behind again. Bolin justified it in the end, he was not going all that far and he would be able to visit them. They were said to see him go of course, but not one member tried to convince him to stay, they were more or less comfortable as it was. With the additional money Bolin pledged to send back the family would be in a better place than they ever had been in Ba Sing Se. Goodbye took so long, 1,000 hugs and a final prolonged one with Grandma. A new plan formed as Bolin joined hundreds of other earthbenders transported to the mountainous region close to the border. He could work this job for a few months, send some money to keep his family sustained, and maybe save enough to get himself to Republic City. Get himself back to where Korra, if she was anywhere she would be there. The new goal kept him sustained as he descended into the depths of the mines each morning. Mining was initially almost unbearably more exhausting than tending the fields. Between his breaks the work was a constant churn of earthbending, filtering the metals out from the other useless rock. Rumors circulated and people gossiped just as they had before. Some things never changed. I hear one of the nearby provinces got invaded by some new army, one of his co-workers said, as she worked a crick in her neck. It'll be the Great Uniter's lot. Reckon she's got her eyes on this one too. Wants to keep adding states to her collection, another replied as he slammed his fist into the rock wall, sending dust into the air. Bolin held his breath as the cloud passed. The man laughed as he straightened and caught Bolin's concerned expression. Don't you worry, Bo, he said. Han can defend his land well enough. Course it would be best if they just left us alone. Yeah, Bolin said, unsure as he dug at the rock in front of him. The Earth Empire army arrived within the week. A single soldier at the front carried a flag as they marched into the town, not a design he recognized. Flag of the Earth Empire, someone murmured close by and his heart sank. Citizens of the Han province, the flag bearer shouted. This town is now under the control of the Earth Empire. Ally yourselves with us and no harm will come to you. The few skirmishes from the guards and some of the miners ended in moments, the Earth Empire troops making short work of them. Soldiers dragged men and women away and those remaining exchanged worried glances as they went back to work. After a few more skirmishes, no one seemed willing to risk crossing the heavily armored and armed Earth Empire soldiers. Bolin clung to his co-worker's words about the hands defending themselves as he followed the others back into the mine. The same job, just now an Earth Empire soldier stood watching every group working here. Young man, a voice called to him a few days later. Bolin blinked and glanced around. A man in a Earth Empire uniform was staring at him. Yes, sir? Bolin asked. The man opened his mouth to speak and another Earth Empire soldier interrupted him. Captain Gotu, the new soldier said. The sergeant asks how many more. Just this one I think, Gotu said. He turned back to Bolin. I see you are an excellent earthbender. We have need of more like you and I am certain you will make a fine addition to the Earth Empire army. Army? He asked, confused. Gotu looked slightly frustrated by his response, his expression falling. The Great Uniter is in need of men as strong, brave, and loyal as you. Your help will be vital in uniting the Earth Kingdom into the Earth Empire. You are wasting your skills in this mine. The idea of fighting left a sour taste in his mouth. He could not fight for someone he did not even know. No, he did not want to fight, not if he could help it. Fighting for the Han family was one thing. But this Great Uniter, he knew nothing of her. Sir, I'm happy with my current work. I don't think I would be any good for war. Nonsense, Gotu bristled. This is your chance to bring honor to the Empire. Gotu's gaze bored into him. Sir, if you don't mind. I would prefer to hear something about the Great Uniter. It's hard to pledge loyalty to someone I know nothing about. Stall for time and look for a way out of this. Ah. You wish to hear about the glories of the Great Uniter. She will inspire you far better than I ever could, of course. The Great Uniter has challenged the generals for control of Ba Sing Se and defeated them single-handedly. She is a superb metal bender and protege of the Bafong family in Zaofu. Gotu was smiling in a weird way, delighting in everything he said. But his words left Bolin reeling in shock, the floor seemingly about to give way beneath Bolin's feet. She. No. I won't go, Bolin said and took a few trembling steps backwards. Leave me alone. I'm not helping her, he said. She's the greatest leader the Empire could ever hope for. Gotu said, pressing his point, his smile losing warmth. No. She's evil. And she's not the Great Uniter, she's the scream of frustration stuck in his throat, the fear gripping his heart. Kuvira in charge of an army? Where was Korra in all of this? Arrest this one, Gotu said brusquely, his moderate tone gone completely. The soldier beside him snapped a sharp salute and bound Bolin's hands with a strip of metal. This kind of behavior is unacceptable. Gotu stared around the mine as Bolin panicked. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. Your colleague here needs to be cleansed of the lies spread by the Uniter's enemies. His re-education will ensure he learns the true values of the Earth Empire. Don't make me go, Bolin pleaded as shivers racked his body. My family needs me, Goto ignored him and stalked away, the other soldier pulling him harshly by the metal strip. Outside the mine 2 covered trucks stood waiting. The soldier shoved Bolin into the back of the nearest. So many other people here and there was almost no room for him. Young and old, men and women. Everyone looked scared, some nursing fresh and painful-looking wounds. His family, Grandma would fret when she heard nothing from him. How long would he have to stay in this camp? Was it like a jail? What did Goto mean by cleansing? His family. Bolin's heart ached. Without his income there was a risk the family would go hungry. They were fine for now, but what if Nam fell pregnant? She had been talking about it for a while. Good behavior. That was Mako's whispered trick for getting out of jail as fast as possible. Surely that could work here too? Demonstrate he was no kind of threat, that he could claim to pledge allegiance and escape at the first opportunity. Hide his hatred of Kuvira and show them he could be a good ally. Bolin was no threat to the Empire, but neither would he would join the army. Maybe all that awaited him was more work, more farming, or perhaps something in a factory. The thought buoyed his spirits as he stared at the receding landscape. The thinness of his hope tore in half when the truck slowed and he began trembling uncontrollably. They had arrived at a camp surrounded by high fences of barbed wire. A new soldier ordered them out of the truck with a roar, and when they did not move fast enough for their liking, they started grabbing at the passengers, tripping many to the ground. A trio of female soldiers dragged all the women from the group and ordered them back onto the truck. The truck drove away despite protests and dismayed cries from the men left behind. One tried to give chase, but he was sent stumbling to the ground by a savage blow, the guard standing over him smirking. The soldiers ordered them into a line and lead through a heavy gate and inside the barbed wire. Bolin glanced around, worried. He was the youngest in the group. Captain Goto stalked back and forth in front of them. Listen up, clods. For your refusal to join the Earth Empire you have been brought here to gain an appreciation for our great cause. This is your final chance to become a proud citizen of the Empire. You Earthbenders will embody the power of the Empire. If you do not stand with us, we will consider you an enemy. Discard your fealty to the Han family and pledge allegiance to the Great Uniter. Do this and you are free to enjoy a new life in the Earth Empire. No. An older Earthbender further up the line stepped forward. I will never betray the Hans and I will die with honor as part of the Han army. He was soon joined by others who stepped up beside him and voicing their protests. Goto's face twisted in fury. The Hans. He spat. They are traitors who would sell the Earth Kingdom to the Fire Nation at the first opportunity. Goto drew the sword quicker than Bolin's eyes could follow and he swiped it across the first man's neck without pausing. He repeated the motion with the next man in line. The others hurriedly stepped back and stood rigidly to attention. Still throwing your lot in with the Hans? Goto snarled at the next man in the line. The Earthbender shivered and shook his head hurriedly. Goto nodded, sword remaining at his side as he continued, moving closer and closer to Bolin. There was no way he could pledge to Kuvira. Not simply because of their past, but the lack of loyalty to the Hans was inexcusable, especially after everything they had done for him. The Great Uniter had done nothing but cause him pain, both now and back in Ba Sing Se. Life or honor? He did not want to die. Did not want to feel the blade across his throat. But neither could he bring any more dishonor to himself or his family. He could not lie right now. The old man beside him glanced at him. Bolin met his gaze. How would this man many years his elder react? Too young, the man muttered at him. Bolin frowned and opened his mouth to ask what he meant. Somehow the man's foot tangled around Bolin's leg and Bolin tripped to the ground. Traitor! The man screamed, his foot kicking Bolin's side. He winced and tried to catch the man's leg as he kicked him again. Dishonorable wretch! Shame on you! Bolin realized what he was doing a second too late, and before he could react, the man's lifeless body fell beside him. Wise decision, Claude, Goto said above him. Bolin could not tear his away from the old man beside him as his eyes filled with tears, but neither could he shut out the unmistakable sounds of Goto moving further down the line and repeating his question and the brutal reply to the wrong answer. No one else had a complete stranger sacrifice their lives to save them. All too soon so many honorable men lay dead, and he was somehow still alive. He would keep his life but at the cost of his honor. Round up the willing, Goto barked. Rough hands pulled him to his feet and the remaining men shoved close to a flagpole. Now prove your words, clods, on your knees and bow to the flag. Something struck the back of his knees and he collapsed onto the ground. He hated Kuvira. She murdered the royal family and destroyed Ba Singh Se. Now she was responsible for taking him from the life he had painstakingly built for himself and he had to pledge himself to her. Recite the pledge, Goto said, and something smacked into his back, the blow throbbing with pain. A clipped voice from nearby recited a few lines, Bolin desperately memorizing them, struggling to concentrate through the pain. Think of it as a radio play, he remembered them almost effortlessly. His life depended on this though, and he rarely hated the plays as he hated these words. He tensed, silently apologized to the Han family, to his own, to Korra and Asami. Bolin recited the Earth Empire pledge. I pledge my allegiance to the Great Uniter, the leader of the Earth Empire, its army, and its people. Difficult to keep talking, difficult to pledge to a murderer like Kuvira. But he could resist again, that way lay pain and death. He swallowed what remained of his pride and pressed on. We abide by the values of the Earth Empire. We abide by the precepts of selflessness and sacrifice for the greater good. Again, Goto barked. He joined in as they repeated themselves, his voice overwhelming the faltering voices who tried to keep up the others. Again, louder, Goto demanded. By the time they finished, Bolin suspected they had recited the pledge 100 times or more. His mouth was dry and his throat ached. His back was a blaze of agony, slowing or stalling saw Goto strike him the moment he paused. The words carved themselves into his memory now and he said with them with as much faked enthusiasm as he could dredge up. I pledge my allegiance to the Great Uniter. Sir, it's my dead brothers. Bolin protested as the soldier held his hand out. It's all I have left. The soldier clicked his tongue and reached forward. The man tore Mako's scarf from around his neck, the knot thankfully loose enough to avoid it tearing. The soldier tossed the article into the vast nearby pile of discarded clothes. Bolin tried vainly to hold back his tears, but as he could not help crying all over again as the man shoved him forward. Back to the barracks, all their old clothes gone, everyone was now wearing Earth Empire prison uniforms. Bolin glanced back through his tears and tried to fix the spot the red scarf lay in his memory. He had to get it back. No, he would get it back. If he ever escaped from this place. All he needed was a way to do so, that or he grimaced. Or act like an obedient prisoner and hope they would then set him free. Little hope though, the guards of the compound were all metal benders and constantly watching. Bolin witnessed one escape attempt, and saw just how little ground the man covered before the guards' cables caught him. He considered digging for a while but then decided against it, the guards would feel the vibrations. He could not metal bend, so there was no way to wrench a hole through the fences like the metal benders did. And should he somehow get out of the fence and away from the guards? The badger moles near the entrance were almost certainly intended to deal with anyone who evaded the other protections. He wound up mining again, very similar to his work for the Hans, but this time everything he produced was for the Earth Empire and he earned nothing for his efforts. They worked longer hours than the hands ever enforced, the food was barely enough to fill his stomach, and even minor infractions punished in the harshest possible way. Their treatment was worse than slavery, at least Salvers wanted useful slaves. At first it seemed perhaps they were simply discouraged to rebel. That made a sort of sense, all the beatings, the warnings, and the executions. But over time it became clear their treatment was something different and all their initial resistances granted them was a slow death with no rewards. Only one way out, join the Earth Empire army. But how could he know? He had recited and pledged his allegiance for who knew how many hours and still he remained in the camp. And even if the chance came, what good was a weak miner to Earth Empire army? They would only want to take the strong. Goto did not seem to want him to die fast. How long could he hang on for? Would it be better to simply end things now and save himself the prolonged agony? No. He would be letting Korra down. Not everyone was here for the same reason. There were others like Bolin who had refused to join the Earth Empire army and who changed their mind when faced with execution. But they were far from the only ones. A worrying proportion of the prisoners were farmers and miners who refused to donate crops and metal to the Earth Empire. It seemed like any excuse would serve to bring people here. There were patterns to the stated excuses, a refusal to do what the Earth Empire wanted, but at the same time they varied so wildly. Several prisoners muttered about not donating what little money they had when the Empire marched into town or refused to salute the Earth Empire flag. So many firebenders, journalists who wrote critical essays about the Empire wound up here along with anyone found sheltering the guilty or simply owning pro-royalist literature. His blood ran cold when he heard about the latter. Grandma would not survive in a camp like this. He could barely hang on, and she was so much older, so much weaker. Would she know enough to stay quiet regarding her politics if she found herself facing the Empire? The first time Bolin encountered the actual criminals was a shock. He had become used to the idea of the camp as a vindictive punishment by Captain Gotu for those refusing to align themselves with the Earth Empire. That he understood. So it was bewildering to encounter those he could understand as having broken the law, or rather, those guilty of a crime deserving of punishment. Bolin was nervous any time he had to go near them. The cheating merchants and drunks were bearable, even if the former's attitudes remained despicable and the latter were always pale, trembling and suffering from withdrawal. Those convicted of theft and swindling were more worrying. Even now they took every opportunity to benefit themselves at the expense of those around them. Worst were the bandits and the troublemakers. The former were not above killing and the guards were often slow to disrupt fights involving either group. Bolin could think of far fewer unpleasant people to encounter, at least until the unexpected arrival of a group of 4 men. Unusually for new prisoners, the quartet knew each other and remained as distant from the other prisoners as they could. They were non-benders, which eliminated some of the possible crimes, and they were clearly Earth Kingdom nationals, which steered them closer to actual criminals, or people who refused to bow to the Great Uniter. And yet the group resisted any attempts at conversation and remained distant. They scowled at anyone who came close and muttered to each other in low voices. Bolin blinked awake the first night, the droning murmur of the newcomers disrupting his awkward sleeping. "Amon will come for us, don't doubt that," one said. Bolin's heart raced at the man's words. His name was Shen if he remembered right, and it seemed he was an equalist. That had to apply to the other 3 too. These men were a large part of why Mako was dead and Korra was who knew where. His blood boiled. How could they talk about Amon as a savior like that? After everything they and the people like them had done? He could do to them what they had done to Mako, take their lives in recompense. But with that thought his anger began evaporating and left him cold and ashamed. What good would revenge do now? Amon killed Mako, these men were not present. Like him they clung on as best they could and tried to survive. "Machu? Machu?" The voice hissed. "You've barely said a word all day." "I have nothing to say," Machu replied. "Don't even think of giving up," Shen continued. "We just need to endure. We'll show these benders how strong we are." "What's the point?" Machu hissed. Amon turned tail and ran when she challenged him. "He left us to save himself." Shen sighed in frustration and replied in a louder voice. "We've been over this, you cannot take the lies of our enemies as the truth." Someone hushed him urgently. "If the benders find out who we are, they'll kill us," the new voice said. "People are already blaming us for this so-called Earth Empire." Silence for a moment. "If Amon was coming back, don't you think we would have heard something by now?" Shen started to protest when another voice spoke over him. "I agree with Hachiko. I mean, I used to believe in him. But it's been so long, and..." A strangled gasp. It sounded like he was crying. "I just want to go home," the man sobbed. The conversation thankfully soon died off, the sobs of the last man quietening to the soft murmur of sleep. Should he tell them what he knew? That he had seen lying Amon dead with his own eyes and that there was no hope of him coming back to rescue these men? But would it be right to destroy their hope, even if their hope rested on such an unpleasant figure? No. Nor could he risk their reaction if they discovered his connection to Korra and why he had seen what he had. 2 days later and the 4 men were gone. Had someone else been awake that night and heard them? Far too plausible, and yet no one seemed eager to discuss them and their fate. The last thing Bolin wanted was more death. Hopefully they were in another barracks. No way to tell, sadly. He rolled over on the thin sleeping mat and glanced idly out of the window. There was something by the fence, a man. Not one of the guards, he looked too unsure of himself whoever he was. He turned and Bolin's heart leapt, Wei. He got up as quietly as possible and slipped out the door. There was no specific rule about being outside this late at night, but he doubted he could trust the guards to not to make up something on the spot. Wei, he hissed as he hurried to the fence. Bolin. Wei crept close to the fence and reached his fingers through. Bolin grabbed his hand, the physical contact glorious. Wei was close to weeping, it looked like he had lost a lot of weight. You're alive, he said amazed, his voice only just above a whisper. Everyone thought you were dead. Well, not everyone. Korra was certain you were okay. He smiled. She wanted to find you so badly. Wei grinned. I think I want to be there when she finds out. She was waiting for him. Bolin nodded, unsure quite what to say. It's good to see you. Why are you here? Where's Wing? Wei slumped against the fence. I hoped he was in there with you. We went looking for Mom and got confronted by some Earth Empire guys. They seemed different from the others. I think someone mentioned they were called Kenpais. Wei shook his head. Anyway, we didn't bow and scrape to the Great Uniter like they wanted, and it didn't take long for them to get nasty. Or for us to wind up here, he said, his gaze flitting all around them. Reckon they made sure we were kept separate because we're twins. First thing they told us, one tries to escape or do something funny, the other is immediately executed. Bolin, I want to help, but... Bolin shook his head. I understand. We can get through this, together. We're all going to go home together. Wei's head jerked up, glancing past him. Bolin turned, following his gaze, and saw nothing as Wei stamped the ground. Guards, he hissed. Get out of here, quick. Can we meet again? Bolin asked. We'll try, Wei said with a smile and a wave as he darted away. Bolin did not see Wei for days. Got to remain optimistic. He fidgeted and rolled over again. No good, no matter which side he lay on, everything hurt. The bruises covering one side of his body pulsed with pain if he laid on them, while the other grew cold in the night air. No scarf, no pabu. Letting his back freeze seemed the only reasonable compromise. Bolin stared up towards the moon. Was Moon Spirit you watching over them? Did she care about their pain? Did anyone? Was there even a chance of rescue? Escape was beyond him now. So weak, and the guards were far too strong, well-fed and healthy. Airships sailing out of blue skies, that would be nice. The whole united forces sweeping the Earth Empire aside. The crowd cheering as the army took care of their oppressors. Or maybe Korra would come for him. She could destroy Kuvira's whole army without a problem. She'd pull the gates apart with her metal bending. Korra cared about him. He sighed, remembering the feel of her arms around him and her body pressed against him. To be in her arms again, safe and protected by her. If she still had time, of course, depended how things were with Asami. No. Korra was waiting for him, he clung to Wei's words. Bolin grimaced, hugged his stomach as it rumbled painfully and let out a soft groan of pain. Never enough food here. Hey, a voice said beside him. A man, no, a teenager, was holding a piece of bread out to him. Bolin stared at him and the stranger gestured again. Take it. He accepted the food with a trembling hand. Now he remembered, Tiz, the one formerly sleeping beside him, had disappeared the previous day. Thanks, Bolin said with his mouth full as he gratefully chewed the bread, feeling guilty all the while. Sorry, he said. Should have broken it in half. The teenager shook his head. It's okay. Looked like you needed it more than me. He had to be new, he still looked pretty healthy. I'm Bolin, guess this is the first time we talked, he said. Hideo, replied the teenager, nodding. They talked quietly for a while. For someone new to the camps, Hideo seemed to know exactly what was happening. The conversation was familiar enough, just like the others Bolin had in the last few weeks. His new friends, though fellow sufferers would be more accurate, never tended to last long. Normally he would love to keep meeting new people, but in this circumstance it was heart-wrenching to befriend people and then all too soon never see them again. Why'd you get sent here? Refused to join the army, Bolin replied. I don't want to fight for the Great Uniter. Opposite of me, Hideo grinned. I used to be one of them. His expression turned sober. Hate me now? No, Bolin said quietly. I'm not sure I can hate anyone who winds up here anymore. They fell silent for a moment. Do you mind if I ask what happened? Not one of my finest moments, Hideo replied. I admired her, the Great Uniter that is, at least at first. She brought down the local rulers. We all hated them so no one minded and we were all so impressed by her. She promised us equality and freedom from oppression. It all sounded so good, a unified Earth Kingdom. Pretty perfect, and I wanted to be just like her. I figured I could be someone if I joined up. I was. He laughed. Trying to impress this girl I had a crush on. I thought if I got up high enough in the ranks she'd fall for me the second she saw me, you know, all successful and with a good job and a smart uniform. He sighed. Pathetic, right? No. Bolin shook his head. I know what it's like. I'd probably do the same thing, though I bet my brother would stop me pretty quickly. The first time I fought though, that was something else. We won. We won and it felt great. Right up until I found out about what happened to our opponents. All their leaders were executed right then and there. Anyone who followed them was turfed into camps like this one for re-education. And I kinda ignored it, for a while. But after a while I just couldn't live with what I knew. The Empire, the ideals are good, mostly. But we can't force people to sign up like that. Then I found out firsthand they don't like you trying to quit either, they act like they own you. I tried to get away, but... He smiled sadly. You can pretty much guess how that went. Honorable. Me. Bolin nodded. Never thought I would hear that. Thanks. Wish I could tell my mother about it, and how I'm sorry for going. He trailed off and Bolin was not sure what to add. You think there's still hope? Hideo asked. I guess I still think there is. I lost my honor when they took me. But I still don't want to give up. And yet it felt wrong to encourage others only to see them die as a result. Good enough for me, Hideo said. I'll fight to the very end. Hideo started telling him about going home and living a simple life when the war was over. Ask the girl he liked out, and if all went well they'd get married, have a farm and just live peacefully. It was a good dream, Bolin half wished he could steal it for himself. A simple life with Korra. Bolin wanted to laugh. A simple life while married to the Avatar, was that true even if it were possible? Hideo sounded bitter when he remarked the dream was apparently selfish as it only benefited him and not the Earth Empire as a whole. Is it wrong to think that way? He asked. No, Bolin said. He had so many dreams once. Then Mako died and he wound up here. Hideo died a few days later. A few days of getting to know each other and he was dead, lost to sickness after drinking contaminated water was the whispered reason. It seemed impossible, Hideo had been young and healthy. Now he was gone. And all he could do, like all the friends he lost, was to remember each one and keep their memory alive. He needed to survive to tell others their stories. But what if he did not? Who would remember Bolin? Maybe the giant owl in the desert had been right, his dreams would amount to nothing and he would not even merit a brief mention in the future. Before long a new occupant filled the spot beside him. A new friend. Maybe, maybe not. He had not even had a chance to talk to them yet. Wait. Someone else was moving around. Kai, the youngest in the dormitory. Bolin quietly followed him and caught up with the boy just outside the building. What are you doing? He hissed. Kai jumped but calmed when he realized who was talking to him. He pointed at the storage house ahead of them. I need to eat something, I'm going to starve at this rate. They'll kill you if they catch you, Bolin said exasperated. They're not going to. Yes, they will. Stay here and at least stay alive, Bolin said. What's it to you? You're not my father or my brother, Kai said sharply. Bolin tried. Leave me alone, Kai said and darted into the darkness. Bolin groaned quietly and followed, desperate to not lose anyone else. Kai had almost reached the building when the first guard caught him. No, worse than that, it was Captain Goto. One punch sent Kai to the ground, the vindictive man now kneeling on his back and raining blows down upon the child. Kai was going to die, he could just stand here and do nothing. Goodbye, Korra. Stop. He yelled. Goto's head snapped around to stare at him. It's my fault he's out here. Don't punish him for my actions. So sorry, Korra. She had waited and it seemed would have to go on waiting forever. Bolin got to his knees and bowed. I have caused offense to the Great Uniter. I'm not stupid, Goto's voice sneered and Bolin winced. This is by the whelp's hand, you're trying to help him for some reason. A rough hand pulled him to his feet and Bolin tensed himself for the end. A new group of guards approached and seized Kai as Goto got to his feet. Put them in the box, Goto ordered. A death sentence. No, he could not let it end like this with him cowering in fear. He needed to go down fighting. Goto! He yelled. I want answers if I'm going to die. Goto stared at him, his lips curling into a grin. Ask. How can you do this? This. Goto asked. This camp, all this cruelty. It's wrong, none of these people did anything to deserve this. Goto stalked towards him. I see our attempts at re-education rally did fail. Just like I expected. You truly are a lost cause. Hopeless. You and those like you threaten the unity and progress of the Empire. Is that all we are? Bolin interrupted. Tools? We have our lives and families and dreams. We all deserve to live, even if we can't fight. Or if we choose not to. Or hang on to our traditions. We shouldn't be sacrificed for the Empire. But, I don't think it is good for the Empire, or at least its people. I think it's only good for the rulers. Like you and Kuvira. Goto was silent for a long moment. Throw them in, he growled. Bolin dug his heels in as they dragged him towards the metal container. His foot scraped against bits of rock and he tried to kick a decently sized one with him. He caught a rock about the size of his fist just as he was flung through the opening, the rock rattling in beside him. Goto barely spared it a glance. Of course, little he could do with it inside a metal box. Another necessary sacrifice, your deaths will make us all stronger. Goto barked a laugh and slammed the door closed. How long until they let us out? Kai asked after a moment in the darkness. When they were dead, this was the box of death. Bolin had seen the bodies pulled out after days, but had never been clear on how they died, suffocation, dehydration, or starvation. Could be any of them and it looked like he was going to find out firsthand. Doesn't matter, he replied to Kai eventually, smiling in the darkness. I'll find a way out. Bolin crawled to the wall and knocked on it. The metal was thick, solid, but aside from the floor the box was clear on every side. Corners, look for joints. Something in this one, a bolt not flush with the wall. Bolin scrabbled and tried to tug it free. He winced as his nail broke. Maybe try metal bending all over again? He could not give up, he was too stubborn to give up. Bolin rubbed his forehead, his head was beginning to ache. Not good, that was a bad sign if someone was ever trapped in a mine, looked like it was to be suffocation that would get him. Would it be like falling asleep and never waking up? A painless death like that sounded fine. Maybe there would be good dreams just before the end. Something featuring Korra would be perfect. The way she looked, the way she smiled at him. Where was she now? Would she ever know what had happened to him? She might have tried to go back to his family and found them gone. Or maybe she and Asami were together with Korra's parents. They could adopt Asami into the family. He shook his head. Had to face reality. Maybe Asami married into the family instead and now she was Korra's wife. Soft sound from close by. Kai. I don't want to die, Kai wailed. I don't either, Bolin said gritting his teeth. The rock. Useless against metal. What could it do? He could bounce it off the walls, maybe dent them a bit, but it was not close enough to punch through them. Nor was he strong enough to hammer the rock through the metal. Even then he would need to repeat the action enough times to make a large enough hole to get through. And that would draw far too much attention. Sharp edges were out and useless. How about lava? Some hope. No, what was there to lose? Focus. Remember Korra's words. Earth particles moving and colliding and causing heat. Bolin concentrated. The rock did not change. Keep on going. He could not metal bend, he was certain. Simple choice, wait for death or try and lava bend. He had been practicing in secret almost every day before he arrived in the camp. Never mentioned it to anyone else. Completely absurd that he could suddenly find he was a lava bender. He almost gave up more than once. He had tried this with metal bending for years and gotten nowhere. How did he think he could do the same with lava? Kai was sobbing and Bolin clenched the rock tighter. Ow, he gasped as the rock heated up suddenly. He dropped the stone with a heavy clang. His hands throbbed, they were dry and cracked against his cheek. He had burned them. His heart raced, a step forward. It had hurt, but the rock had gotten hotter. Not enough, but the first step. He held his hands near the rock and concentrated. A wave of heat washed over him. Keep going. The red light was so dull at first he could not be sure it even was light. As it brightened to orange as he pushed harder and harder. What is that? Kai asked. Bolin grinned at him in the increasing light. I'm melting this rock. You're making lava? Kai asked, astonished. Bolin nodded. The heat was increasing beyond his tolerance, his hands moving further and further away from the rock. He shuffled as far back as he could, still keeping all his focus on the rock. Get it hot enough and it could melt metal. But he needed more to really do that, he needed to do something else. Pro-bending. Bolin smiled and bent the rock, compacting it down into a disc, just like in the arena. Should be hot enough by now. Bolin concentrated and sent the disc flying at the door. It sliced clean through the metal without resistance. Bolin scrambled after it as the box plunged back into darkness. He had aimed for the lock and hoped desperately he had hit his target. He kicked the door and to his relief it creaked open. Wonderful cold night air greeted them. Wow, Kai said, stumbling after him. I know, right? Bolin asked. What now? Footsteps nearby. Guards. Their surprise was momentary, but they reacted with cables in a moment. Escape from one death to another? No. Bolin stamped his foot on the ground, pouring that same focus into the ground beneath him. A momentary pause and the rock flared to a molten yellow, and with a second stamp, the lava flowed towards his captors. They abandoned the cables in a moment and ran in terror as the molten rock flowed after them. Get the others, he shouted to Kai. Tell them I'm going to fight or die trying. Lava bending still took a lot of concentration, none of the technique coming as easily or as naturally as earth bending. He needed more practice. The others from the dormitory soon caught up with him as he went a stream of lava into a fence, rapidly melting it. Other earthbenders and firebenders were right behind him as they swept through the camp, tearing down fences and demolishing buildings as they went, ensuring they were clear of prisoners first. Some guards tried to counterattack, but none would risk standing their ground as the lava flowed towards them. Most fled at the very first sign of molten rock. It was so different to earthbending. Was this what waterbending felt like? Earth was all about sturdiness, solidity, and hardness. Lava moved, slow and heavy, but nothing like earth. Lava had scorched his skin, leaving it cracked and painful as he plowed onwards, but it was hard to care. Another fence fell to the lava and Wei raced through the gap, grinning inanely. This is sick, he said in amazement. How are you doing that? I'm not sure, and right now I don't want to know. Find Wing, he ordered. Wei darted away. The lava was easily influenced by gravity and flowed without hindrance down slopes towards the metal bender bunkers. More and more prisoners cheered as their captors fled in panic. Goto in contrast hauled himself up into a communication tower even as lava began to pool around its base. Goto, he yelled. Get away from there. The man looked at him dazed but kept climbing. Bolin tried to draw the lava away, but the damage was already done, the superheated stone base already melting. He turned away as the building's lower sections melted and tossed Goto into the lava. Bolin! Wei shouted, Wing just behind him. Wing! Bolin cried and hugged both twins. I'm glad you're both okay. What now? An earthbender asked, staring vacantly past Bolin and down to the lava, last resting place of Captain Goto below them. I need to find my sisters, a firebender replied. I need to find the other camp. Where is it? Someone else asked. I don't know, but I'll find it, the man replied. I have to go back to home, someone else said frustrated. I've been worried about what happened back there. I think we should try and get back to the Hans, Bolin said. If they're still there we could use their help to rescue the women. If not, we'll do it ourselves. Bolin blinked. People were nodding. Were they seriously going to follow his suggestion? Was he some kind of leader to these people? He was no leader, he was just doing what he needed to, helping free the camp. Bolin spent some time destroying fences as thoroughly as he could when he heard a voice calling his name. Bolin. He glanced around to find Kaire, a passing acquaintance he met in the last 2 weeks, red-faced, panting but looked very pleased with himself. We got 2 of them. 2. Bolin asked, frowning. 2 guards, Kaire said. We figured they might know where the women are. Kman, he gestured and ran back the way he came, Bolin just behind him. Dead bodies on the ground, guards and prisoners. He wanted to stop, wanted to cover them, but there was no time. There were jeering shouts and the smack of fists hitting skin audible ahead of him long before he reached the prostrate guards. Unnecessary, and at this stage pointless, interrogation. Damn the Earth Empire, their attacker snarled and his words echoed by the ragged group watching him. Stop! Bolin yelled. The man paused and glanced around angrily, his expression softening a little. Suppose I ought to thank you, Lava Bender, he said. Then stop that. Do they even know the answer you're after? Bolin asked. Yeah. Women are at the eastern edge of the Han province, the man replied, his fingers flexing as he reclenched his fists. Then let them go, Bolin said. The man stared at him in disbelief. You're not serious, he replied. After everything they've done to us. The other prisoners muttered and shouted their shared hostilities. Just like with the Mata family, finding out the horrible treatment the family inflicted had been distressing, and he could understand Kuvirao's call for revenge. Korra had at least prevailed with a calmer head. He should be more like her, seek to encourage balance and fairness. Killing these men might seem fair, pay them back for the slow death he and the others had endured, but he had never had much of an appetite for death. He felt even less capable of that now. Neither Mako nor Korra would approve of seeking revenge like that. I am. Bolin held the man's gaze. If we kill them, we are no better than they are. And maybe you'll feel better for a while, but it won't last. Do you really want to go back to your loved ones with blood on your hands? Do you want to go back changed even more than you are? No one spoke. Bolin stepped towards the bruised and bleeding guards. I have only one further question for the 2 of you, why are you still so loyal to the Earth Empire? The Great Uniter rescued me from the Sin family, one replied. Me and hundreds like me. She offered us life when there was nothing but unending servitude. She gave us something to believe in. She looked to the future. Unlike all of you who turn your back on progress and can only see the short-term dash. The crowd around them grew angrier, new shouts and threats pouring from the onlookers. Bolin waved them down urgently. And you? He asked the second guard. I never wanted this, the guard said, hanging his head. It seemed good at first, but by the time things wound up like this, there was nothing I could do and not wind up in here with you. He shivered. You let them go, you risk bringing the Empire down on our heads, someone said. Bolin shook his head. I don't think so. They've told us more than they should. If they find out they leaked information they'll wind up in a camp just like this one. He stared at the first guard. And I think they know more than enough to avoid that if they possibly can. The first sneered but the second looked at him pleadingly. Please take me with you, he begged. Sorry, Bolin replied. Doesn't matter how you wound up as a guard, but no one here is going to be able to accept you after what you've done and let happen. Make your own way, both of you. We'll let you go, but don't ever let us see you again. He turned on his heel and stalked away. Wei glanced behind them. They're gone. He smiled. And no one's gone after them. You're a good leader. Thanks, Bolin said distractedly. He was forgetting something. We need supplies and we need to be long gone before reinforcements arrive, he said. Let's start. He trailed off. Scarf. He could get it back. I'll be right back, he said and darted away. He stumbled across the camp, panic in all directions. At the first sight of Earth Empire uniforms, Bolin plunged his hands into the ground and sent a new wave of lava towards them. Fences and walls offered no resistance as he melted through them, though he was not moving as fast as he would like. For all his control over lava, it was difficult to cool, and more than once he had destroyed an obstacle only to find lava as a replacement hindrance. The mound of clothing had grown so much larger since the moment they took Mako's scarf from him. So many articles of confiscated clothing, so many hopes and dreams, mementos, and memories pile high. Where had the scarf been? Bolin waded into the pile as the shouts and panic in the camp rose ever higher. He sifted through the pile with increasingly panicked desperation. Where was it? It could not be this far down, could it? His heart leapt every time he caught a flash of red, but it was always a jacket or shirt, the strap of a bag or a kimono. How long could he keep looking? No, he could not stop. He needed the scarf. He needed to honor his brother. Had he somehow overlooked the scarf and thrown it to one side while searching? Maybe it had become entangled in something else and he should look through the already discarded items? No. That way left an almost unending task. Bolin pulled a garishly colored coat aside and also threw the scarf before his brain caught up with him. He opened his hand and stared, shivering, at the red scarf. Unmistakable. The scarf that had once been their father's, that had become Mako's, that Bolin now wore for the sake of his brother's memory. Mako, he mumbled as he clutched the scarf tightly and quickly tied it around his neck. The world outside the camp was barely recognizable. All they found was mile after mile of war-torn landscape. They passed several places that might once have been villages, but shattered timbers and discarded stone blocks was all that now. Occasionally they ran across broken swords and damaged armor sinking slowly into the mud. The former prisoners followed the path of the Ao River, better than just setting off across the countryside without a map. The carts ferrying the injured prisoners became swiftly mired in mud. Fortunately there were a good number of earthbenders on hand to help. Bolin tried to help out, but always a moment too late it seemed. He never got a chance to bend the stuck cart wheels out of the mire. He had been walking wearily for over half a day before realizing he was where his family should be. This was his land. The rice paddies he had helped carved out and irrigate were barely recognizable, desolate and barren. He stared around the landscape and shivered. There was no sign of the house anywhere. They must have got out. His family could not have survived basing se only to fall to the Earth Empire here. He wanted so desperately to keep on looking, but he forced himself to stop. There was nothing here. He had no choice but to keep on going with everyone else. Finding a partially intact village was a relief for the 200-strong survivors of the camp, and the settlement seemed to have escaped an attack. There was still food in the houses, abandoned clothes, and even intact scrolls. They fell upon the luxuries, hastily gorging themselves on whatever food they could find. Wing and Wei headed up a group to keep watch on the roads into and out of the village. The Earth Empire had not come here yet. There remained the unfortunate possibility they would arrive all too soon. Night fell and the stolen luxury was too much to give up just yet. There were enough beds for all of them in the houses. They sorted a rotating watch and scavenged enough wood for a bonfire. Can't help but wonder where they are, Kai murmured as he stared at the fire. Who? Bolin asked beside him. The villagers. The people all this stuff belongs to, Kai said, gesturing around the area. Bolin glanced around thoughtfully. I think they must have heard the Empire was on the way and just cleared out. No bodies, no graves, no fire damage, and nothing that looks like an attack. Kai nodded vaguely. Should have done the same, he muttered. Hey, when this is over, do you think they'll come back? Most people want to go home if they can, Bolin murmured. Yeah, Kai said. I don't know about the rest, but I want to come back. I owe these people. Whoever they were. Bolin blinked at his companion. That's very honorable. I'd feel guilty otherwise. Kai hugged his knees. Bolin glanced skywards, starting at the sound of running. Wei raced across the village, Wing on his heels. Something's coming, he muttered. Some kind of automobile, Wing added. Something big. Probably more than one, but... He trailed off. How close? Bolin asked. Few minutes, Wei said. They'll have seen the fire by now. Leave it, Bolin said. Tell everyone to get under cover and stay quiet. Don't fight them if you can help it, but... He swallowed hastily. Be ready to. He rushed to help ferry the still injured prisoners from around the fire into the nearest building. It seemed to take too long, and every moment he expected to hear the harsh shout of Captain Goto. The roar of the vehicle's engines sounded shockingly loud as he dragged the last 2 patients into a house and crouched beside the open door. The vehicle drove slowly, a heavy armored truck. How many troops? They should be able to overwhelm them on numbers alone, but could they hope to repel an attack malnourished and weary as they were? He peered into the darkness as dark shapes emerged from the back of the truck. People in uniform, his heart sank. Wait, there was something different about the uniforms. Must be a different division they had not seen before. The leader crept closer to the fire, staring away from the flames and towards the darkened buildings. Is there anyone there? She called. She turned away and Bolin caught a glimpse of the insignia stenciled onto her uniform. The United Forces. He stood up and ventured out, the leader immediately dropping into a combat stance. Bolin held up both his hands. We're not your enemy, he said quickly. They're with the United Forces, he said in a louder voice. The leader's posture relaxed, her followers doing likewise. We saw your fire, she said by way of introduction. Yeah, not our best plan, Bolin admitted as the other men began creeping out of hiding. We come in peace. The woman yelled. More and more people slowly approached the fire, many lounging in doorways and seemingly not quite ready to trust the newcomers. We weren't expecting to find anyone out here, she said. I'm Captain Edia. Bolin, he said nodding. Pleased to meet you. Where did you all come from? Edia asked. Do you know about the Earth Empire's camps? Bolin asked. Unfortunately. Oh, Edia said, her eyes widening a moment. Then you're the ones who broke out. We were keeping an eye out for you. At least you found us, Bolin said grinning. His face fell. What happened to all the people? We've not seen anyone since we left the camp. Edia looked grim. The Earth Empire captured some, they were taken long before we arrived. Everyone we were able to reach we've been transporting to the coast. The Han's forces have massed at the port and as of 2 days ago they still held it. She glanced around. We'll cut short our patrol and get you over there. There's a regular ship taking people to the refugee camps outside the Earth Kingdom. He left her to radio in for more vehicles and helped load the sick and injured former prisoners onto the one already there. The remaining hours until they could all take a place on one of the trucks was agonizing. Dawn was just breaking as the last of the former prisoners slumped into the truck and Bolin finally felt able to cling to the back alongside Edia as the truck headed off. What happened to the Hans? He asked over the noise of the engine. Another failure on our part, a lot of them were captured. Good chance they were executed too, she said glumly. Some made it out to the air nomad territories but I think they lost everything in the process. Difficult to know what to say after that. They saw nothing of the Earth Empire as the truck rattled across the landscape. The countryside grew greener and less ravaged as they drew closer to the port. General Key has been overseeing the evacuation. Probably missed today's group, but we'll get you out soon as we can. The refugee camp was markedly different to the prison camp. There was hope in people's eyes here, a huge mass of people crowding behind the slim protection of the Han soldiers at the entrance. People waiting to board the next ship crowded the dock. Was his family here? If they had any sense they would have evacuated long ago, but at the same time it would be nice to see them. It was like looking for them in Basing Se all over again, stopping people to ask if they had seen Grandma Yin at all. So many people shrugged off his question or said no, but he refused to give up just yet. He could have walked straight past them in some of these crowds and never noticed. When should he just give up? He could only go on for so long before he would have no choice but to take the next available airship. There was a familiar squeak behind him and then a succession of quick pulls on his damaged clothing. Something furry brushed his cheek. Bolin stared at the fire ferret on his shoulder. "Pabu!" he shouted, hugging his friend. "It's so good to see you." Pabu chirped in response. "Is it just you or are the others here?" Pabu chirped again and leapt from his arms, darting into the crowd. Bolin followed his pet quickly, pushing between the people and heading for the queue on the dock. "Pabu!" someone else grumbled. "You have to, stop." The voice trailed off and Tu was blinking at Bolin. "Bolin!" he yelled. "Bolin, Bolin!" Tu grabbed him and pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. "Hi, Tu," Bolin said, sniffing. "Grandma," Tu said, letting go of him and turning behind him. He shuffled to either side, peering ahead of him. "She's here." Bolin smiled. "It's not fair to make her come to us, let's go see her," Bolin said. Tu nodded eagerly and headed off, Bolin on his heels. Grandma smiled up at them from her blanket when they reached her. "Found him again, Pabu," she smiled. "You have a talented friend." "Grandma." You're okay," Bolin said as he dropped to his knees to hug her. "I was so worried." Bolin pulled back and looked around, worried again. "Where's everyone else? Are they?" he asked, fearing the worst. "They went on ahead," Tu said, and Bolin heaved a sigh of relief. "Grandma insisted on staying to make sure you were okay. And I wound up staying to make sure she was okay. And Pabu, of course." Grandma nodded. "I regret we had just about given up hope." Bolin shook his head. "It's fine. It's fine. I'm just glad you were all okay. I got worried. It's all over now. Now we can reunite," Grandma said, smiling. "Yeah," Bolin said with a shuddering breath. He related in very vague detail what had befallen him since he left. Both Tu and Grandma cheered his newfound lava-bending skill, and insisted on telling him how proud they were of him. Night was beginning to fall and Grandma was unpacking blankets for the long wait for morning as a group from the same prison as Bolin approached them. "You're going?" the leader asked. Mori, if Bolin remembered right. "He's the lava bender, right?" a woman just behind him asked. She stared into his eyes. "Please, we need your help to free the other camp." She shuddered. "I got out, but there are so many left behind there. They need us. They need you." Bolin glanced at Tu and Grandma, both were staring at him concerned. "We don't want to lose you again," Tu said softly. Bolin listened. He almost did not want to, it would be so easy to refuse now and give in. All he wanted was to get on the boat and let someone else deal with the problem. He could go straight back to Republic City right now. Straight back to Korra. No. The right thing was to liberate the women's camp. "You won't." "Grandma," he said, letting the blanket drop from his shoulders. "I need to stay." He plucked Pabu from his lap and handed him to Tu. "Please look after him. I can't risk him getting hurt here." Tu held up his hands and shook his head. "No. You're coming with us." Bolin shook his head. "I made my decision. These people need my help." A familiar face in the crowd. "Kai." Bolin frowned. "You're not planning on going with the others, are you?" Kai scratched his cheek. "I was. I can fight too." "No," Bolin shook his head emphatically. "You are not coming with us." He smiled. "I have a far better mission for you." "What is it?" Kai asked suspiciously. "Looking after my family." Bolin gestured to Tu and his grandma. "They're going to meet up with the rest soon and I figure you'd be good to keep them safe." Kai looked uncertain. "Come on. For me." The teenager sighed. For you. I'll keep an eye on them. Hey. Two protested. And can I beg a favor? Bolin asked as he ducked his head. Another. Two said incredulously. Yeah. Two sighed and cocked his head to one side. When you get to Republic City, please send a letter to Tenzin on Air Temple Island. Tell him. So much that he wanted to express. But the simpler the message, the clearer it would get through. Just tell him I'm okay. Two nodded. I can do that. Bolin untied the scarf and held it out to his grandma. Please. Take it and remember me. She shook her head. Keep it and remember your brother. She dropped her voice lower. I know he's gone. It would have been nice. She shook her head again. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Bolin murmured and hugged her again. With a final wave, Bolin marched away, cutting back through the crowd towards the camp entrance. Edia was directing people as he approached the medical tents. Captain. His confidence lapsed for a moment. No. He could do this. We're going to go liberate the women's camp. Is there any chance of support? Edia looked at him curiously and slowly shook her head. My duty is to the people here. I would help if you could, but... I understand, Bolin said nodding. Keep them safe. I will. She snapped him a salute as he walked past her, heading out of the village. Bolin paused at the perimeter and addressed the group following him. We are going to liberate the other camp. Who's with me? He asked as he retied Mako's scarf around his neck. There was a chorus of offers to help sounded from the remaining people. This is going to be dangerous, we might get captured again or worse. There's no shame in staying to take care of your families, they need you. My whole family is in that camp. One man called out. I have to go. His words were soon echoed by more and more people. Okay, Bolin smiled. But remember, it's just us against the Earth Empire, or, well, whoever's guarding those camps. He scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed by his clumsy wording, but no one laughed. They all looked serious and ready to face whatever lay ahead. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 7, The Element of Change. This is not what I was expecting, Korra said as Oagi swept over the Northern Water Tribe city. You were expecting similar to home? Tenzin asked as the air bison descended. Basically, Korra admitted after a pause. Even the capital of the Southern Water Tribe settlement felt less urban than this place. If it were not all formed from ice and snow, it come close to rivaling the scale of Republic City. Well, with vastly more buildings and infrastructure in place. The northern city was noticeably more compact. Oagi settled down beside the palace and unable to resist the temptation, Korra used her airbending to lower herself to the ground. Airbending was becoming addictive, almost essential for her to utilize whenever she could. No one said anything. Even if they had, she would not stop. It was impossible to not bend again after spending so long without being able to. She still tried to bend the other elements reflexively, and there was always a split second between her automatic reaction and realizing it would not work. Hopefully she was not going to end up switching to the opposing between mindset at random when she had control of all four elements again. She shook herself as a welcoming party approached down the palace steps, her uncle, aunt, and cousins. Greetings Korra, Tenzin, Unalak said bowing to them both. The others echoed his greeting, Korra and Tenzin bowing in response. Greetings, Korra said and frowned. Hey, I thought Katara was meeting us here. She intended to, but flew back to Republic City a few days ago, Unalak replied, his expression rapidly turning serious. Korra glanced at Tenzin who seemed as surprised as she was. Since she regained her airbending, the pair had spent an increasing amount of time in deep meditation and airbending drills. Did something happen? Unalak paused before eventually replying. A dear friend required urgent healing, she was forced to delay her travel here. I wish to ensure Mother is okay, Tenzin said. Korra, I trust you will be fine to remain here while I check on the situation. Sure, Korra said. I'm confused though. Just who is this friend? Tenzin glanced at her uncle. He almost imperceptibly shrugged and Tenzin's back stiffened. A companion from within the United Forces, he said after a pause. Oh. Korra was not entirely sure what to say to that. Hope they're okay. As do I, Tenzin murmured. He left soon after lunch, leaving Korra in a strange city with no one she really knew and little to do. Her cousins still unnerved her, unfair to hold it against them, but just spending time with them was exhausting. They were both so weird, lacking energy and passion, and with no detectable trace of humor in their speech or actions. Korra was glad when it was time for bed, just trying to keep a conversation going was painful. Her thoughts drifted to them as she laid in bed, her stomach gurgling. No good. She needed something else to eat. Korra padded quietly through the still hallways to the kitchen. She heard the crackle of the radio long before she reached the room, but had not really focused on the actual content of the broadcast, nor that it lay straight ahead of her. Both Eska and Desna span around in a panic as she pushed the kitchen door open. Desna tried to turn off as Eska put herself between Korra and the radio. Something clicked and the disembodied words made sense. Pro-bending. They were listening to a pro-bending match. Hi Eska, Desna, Korra said faintly, amused at actual emotion on their faces, even if it was fear and panic. She acted casual, skirting around them to reach the pantry. Okay, no, they were still weird. The pair had barely moved and just swiveled their heads to follow her movements. Like owls. Please do not tell father, Eska blurted a moment later as Korra emerged with some slices of cold meat. Korra regarded her for a second. Tell your father? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Or mother, Desna added. Obviously. They don't want you to listen to pro-bending. Korra asked as she fished some bread out of the open packet. No. Not exactly, Eska replied. We are being examined tomorrow, Desna said by way of explanation. Which did not help explain anything. Examined? For what? By who? Why? Wait. Tests. Exams, education. Lack of sleep was detrimental, or so she understood. At least for people not trained by the Red Lotus. Korra smiled. Her cousins were doing what she would have done. Unalak's concern had stretched to confiscating the radios the pair had in their quarters. Korra smiled at the twins as she finished assembling her sandwich. I promise I won't tell. If. They stared at her expectantly. I can listen in too. They quickly nodded in unison and Eska clicked the radio back on. Despite the subterfuge and the lengths the two of them had gone just to listen to the radio, neither of them looked like they were enjoying it all that much. Then again, based on the brief interactions thus far, that seemed about typical. This was probably the equivalent of her yelling at the first pro-bending game she saw. Korra stopped caring about her cousin's reserved natures pretty quickly. So long since she had heard a game like this and so long since she played. It had been somehow wrong to even try to listen before. The sport always brought to mind both an absent friend and the loss of her bending. No, the loss of two friends. Mako's death stung still, but Bolin's left a deeper hurt that jarred whenever she remembered him. She shook her head and concentrated on the radio. Korra recognized neither of the teams, unsure if they were new or it was a regional, smaller-scale team she had never run across before, and she did not want to talk over the announcer to find out. The twins remained emotionless no matter what happened, but Korra soon found herself swept up in the game and found it increasingly hard to sit still. Korra elected through her support behind the Minna team, more than likely thanks to the makeup of the team, a fire-bending girl and guys for the other two positions. She almost hooped when the Minna won their round, only Eska's alarmingly cold hand over her mouth kept her quiet. Sorry, she hissed as Eska let go. Exen nodded, still staring unblinking at the radio. Ultimately the Minnas lost, but it was a close game. Hopefully the team would not let it get them down and they would do better next time. The broadcast ended and the radio began playing a few advertisements. Some were the exact same versions she heard all the time back in Republic City: energy drinks, sportswear, some vitamin that allegedly enhanced bending performance. Some of the other pro-bending teams swore by the things, but Asami mentioned more than once they were little more than sugar pills. The news followed. Korra's heart skipped a beat. The up-to-the-minute lead story was that Katara, founder of the Healers in Republic City and widow of Avatar Aang, had successfully saved Prince Iroha's life. Korra stared at the radio, her mind whirling. That was why she had not arrived yet? Korra leaned closer. The prince was thankfully no longer in critical condition and set to fly back to the Fire Nation immediately. Very much against the recommendations of both Katara and every other healer in the city. Iroh had refused interviews and the press was reportedly full of speculation of just what had happened to him. The news report summarized recent events almost in response: failed negotiations, hundreds of Fire Nation citizens held captive, and, as he tried to negotiate, the injuries now afflicting Iroh. The news announcer turned to a guest in the studio, Councilwoman Tan Yu. "Your thoughts on this duel?" the announcer asked. "I feel it is symptomatic of larger issues affecting the world at large. We seem to be experiencing a new era of world instability," Tan Yu replied. "It seems the descendants of Avatar Aang and his companions are still bearing the responsibility for what their parents and elder relatives did in the past. Peace is an earned state and sadly we are met with so many reminders that it is never permanent. The fact that Suyin Bafong is still missing is still of grave concern, not least despite her reluctance. Many believe she was best placed to take the Earth Kingdom throne. I know many are still optimistic, but the longer this situation continues, the lower the chance of finding her alive." The announcer seemed a little taken aback at her response. "A rather grim assessment," he said hurriedly. "Many would disagree with you. You mentioned Suyin Bafong," he continued hastily. "Any thoughts on her daughter's actions? We have several eyewitness accounts that suggest without her intervention Prince Iroh would not have survived his encounter with the Great Uniter." "Great Uniter?" Tan Yu sighed. "Opal Bafong's courage is a startling achievement. Witness after witness has reported the same version of events. But at what cost did she intervene? We have heard nothing of her since. No news at all. There remains a worrying possibility the so-called Great Uniter might have her hostage. Let us hope not. Councilwoman, thank you. We reached out to Lin Bafong for her thoughts, but she has so far refused to comment." Turning to other events. Korra barely heard the radio after that, her mind whirling. "Some say the Great Uniter's name is Kuvira," Eska said abruptly as she clicked the radio off. Korra glanced at her, but did not reply. Not an uncommon name, more to the point, Kuvira trying to kill Iroh? And suspected of kidnapping Opal? Impossible. But the rest? So much had happened and Tenzin ensured she was ignorant of current events as she trained. Bo wondered Tenzin and Unalaq had been so careful with their conversation earlier. Suyin, Opal, and even Iroh had suffered thanks to the loss of her powers. Others would surely follow the longer she delayed regaining her bending. How was Kuvira coping, if people all around her whispering of her as some monstrous Great Uniter? "I need to train." Korra made to move, a seemingly frozen hand locking around her wrist. "Father sleeps now," Eska said bluntly. "It would be unwise to wake him," Desna added. "Not least that the source of your information leads back to us." "And you promised," Eska said, matter-of-factly. Korra relaxed, trying to ignore the rising feeling of uselessness. I know. I need to train. If I can waterbend again, maybe I can help Iroh out." Why didn't they tell me?" "Not good for you," Desna said. "Best for you at the time," Eska added. "Meditation requires peace and calm. These events." She shook her head. "You are anything but now, are you not?" Desna asked. Korra nodded reluctantly. "I'm not. But I'm terrible at waiting." "But you must," Desna said. "Until you regain more, you are just an airbender right now." "What can you do against a metalbender?" Eska asked. "Not a lot," Korra muttered and wandered from the room, leaving the twins behind her. She was shivering with the cold by the time she curled into her bed, her enjoyment of the pro-bending tempered savagely by the real-world situation. Once Korra feared being useless and becoming a disappointment to both family and friends. But how had it been for all of them? Her thoughts have revolved solely around herself these last few months while others tried vainly to fill in for her absence and endure their own struggles alone. Kuvira and the rest of the Bafongs must be losing so much sleep over the missing Opal and Suyin. They had to still be okay, somewhere. Had to be. The Great Uniter. Who were they? Someone powerful certainly, capable of incapacitating Iroh and almost killing him. Eska mentioned a metalbender. That Eska said her name was Kuvira again made Korra wonder. No. She could not believe it. But were their paths going to cross? Was this mysterious figure to become her opponent? Like the Red Lotus, like Amon? Like Oze? Days later, Korra had to admit keeping the news from her was the correct decision. Whole days went by without a successful attempt to gain entry into the spirit world again. Even sitting with her uncle in Spirit Oasis did not seem to help. Though perhaps it was better this way, when she reached the spirit world again, she had found her way back despite a maelstrom of emotion and worry raging inside her head. A far greater achievement than achieving the same through the peace and tranquility of the Air Temple. Now she was in the spirit world once more, Unalaq at her side. They stood in the middle of a high tunnel seemingly formed from long grass, the tips of each blade merging somewhere above them. A distant, bright opening was visible ahead of them, behind them the passage vanished into absolute darkness. Unnerving. So, Korra said, smiling. If I go meet a water tribe avatar this time, will my waterbending come back? What was his name? Ah. Kuruk. Though, what was she going to say to him? A stray memory from somewhere, how he lost his wife to a spirit here. One Aang encountered too. Korra shivered. Perhaps not the best topic of conversation. It is certainly conceivable. Unalaq shrugged. I cannot tell you how the process you have begun functions. You are unprecedented in the history of the Avatar. He held up his hand as she tried to protest. This is no judgment on your ability and capabilities, already you have demonstrated exceptional skill. I mean only that no other Avatar has been placed in a position like yours. He glanced around. Your theory, however, does make sense given the timing between your encounter with Avatar Aang and your regaining of airbending. He regarded her for a long moment. Tell me, Korra, why do you think that allowed you to regain your ability? Korra thought carefully for a moment. I cleared my mind and let go of the world, she said slowly. I just focused on him, on Aang, above everything else. After some unpleasant memories though. Korra shook her head. No. Those were a distraction. I think. I'd wanted to meet him for so long. Not just because he was my predecessor, but because he was an airbender. And it helped he was reaching out to me for so long too. Korra smiled. Plus, air's the element of freedom and I had to let go of all these things tying me down. Once I did that I was able to meet him. Unalaq nodded. A wise answer. So, to speed your full recovery, let us turn to the element of water, the element of change. But like each element it is also a symbol and there are other meanings attached to it. To some it may seem redundant to stress water as the symbol of the water tribe, but I do not agree. Water reminds us of what we are, the strength of our community and how we have endured together. Now, just as you did with air, I would now ask you to tell me what water means to you. The first time she bent water was past the horizon of her memories. Her mother once joked she managed at age 2, after her first fire-bending accident. Wait. Water-bending was more than water. Its scope and influence extended to the ice and snow, water in other forms. In the most extreme cases it even stretched to blood. Otter penguins. Death. Blood. Ming proving her point by killing right in front of her. The air turned cold and filled with falling snowflakes. Korra shivered, the icy wind whipping past her and chilling her to her bones. She glanced around, Unalaq was nowhere in sight. The grass tunnel was gone and she stood upon a seemingly endless snow-covered plain. As before, the spirit world was responding to her mental state. Korra, find your own way. Her uncle's voice came out of nowhere, quiet but unmistakable. She braced herself. Ming Hua, once her waterbending master, stood before her, the older woman's face twisted into a snarl. A pool of blood and animal corpses lay piled up at her feet. No. She was not Zahir, this was not truly Ming. This was nothing more than her memory. The realization did not help. The fear came back in full force, the same emotions, terror, anger, and sorrow rapidly becoming overwhelming. This is how it's done, Ming said contemptuously, staring at her without blinking. No, Korra shook her head. Ming's expression grew more severe, but Korra resisted the urge to yell at her, say everything she felt she should have given a second chance like this. Ming, like her friends, was something she needed to let go of. Korra calmed herself and turned her back to the waterbender. More blood on the snow. And instead of animal corpses there were human bodies. People she knew and recognized at a glance. Her uncle, aunt, and both cousins lying lifeless in the snow. Dead by her hands, and killed in the exact same way Ming had slaughtered the penguins. The world had shifted again. Korra was standing in the broken ruins of the manor back in Republic City, the floor below her not yet cracked and obliterated by Peely's combustion attack. Korra stumbled backwards, something wrong with her hands. They were gone. In their place were constructs formed from swirling water, an ever-increasing amount of blood flowing within them. This was the moment she came closest to killing her own family, the leaders of the water tribe. She had come so close. No. Remain calm. Her mental state was influencing all of this. Focus. What did water mean to her? A glint caught her eye. There was something bright in the blood, no, rather the blood was reflecting something bright. Korra glanced upwards and into the brilliant whiteness of the moon high above her. An ever-present connection for all waterbenders. Her waterbending was at its strongest on the night of full moon. Water flows always felt different on those nights. Her right hand brushed across her belly, her own flows, her moon blood shifted and changed thanks to its influence. And now she realized the moon had been full the night she fled the Red Lotus. Korra stretched her left hand, the one on her belly felt wrong somehow, numbed in some way, up towards the moon. Water rushed to engulf her. She thrashed frantically upwards trying to stay on the surface even as it rose up with shocking speed. The white light from above grew more and more intense as the waters closed over her head and left her suspended far below the surface. She was running out of air. Korra clawed at the water and kicked upwards as fast as she could. The brightness above her was close to overwhelming. Almost. Could she hang on long enough? Korra burst into the open air with a gasp and stared up at the unbroken blue sky above her. She caught her breath and stared upwards. Where was the moon? Something shifted nearby, driftwood. She grabbed hold, her body thankful for the rest as she tried to make sense of the events. The current washed around her and seemed to turn her. There was something ahead of her. The current increased, waves threatening to break over her. It did not take long for the current to wash her up onto a sandy beach. Where was she? Korra struggled to her feet and stopped. The sandy shore was gone. It looked like she was back in the spirit oasis. She turned and stared around the enclosed valley. Not quite the same. This place was subtly different from the place Unalak had shown her on the first day here and where they performed today's and most other meditation. We meet again, a voice said behind her. Korra span around. A girl with long, flowing white hair was sat on the bank of the oasis, her legs dangling in the water and smiling at her. Beauty scarcely seemed a good enough word to describe her, and it took Korra a long moment to realize her gaze had strayed down the girl's body. She blinked and quickly looked up to meet the girl's gaze. The Ember Island hospital staff looked ever more haggard and frantic by the day. Even just outright refusing entrance to anyone not sick was not cutting down on their workload appreciably. Several nurses were trying to direct people to lay their bouquets, get well cards, and every other kind of tribute to the sides of the path to ensure sick and injured people keep still actually get into the building. Asami sighed as she stared out the window. So many beautiful tributes, Iroh meant a lot to so many people. At this rate the hospital staff would need a bulldozer to shift the mound of cards, flowers, and other tributes once Iroh was actually well again. Maybe not. It might seem a little disrespectful to just show it aside. Alongside her own daily visits, an unexpected succession of Iroha's friends also made the trip to see him. Yu, Sokka and Suki's grandchild, showed up more than once along with various collections of high-ranked officials. The biggest surprise among these was Iroha's own father, his wife and other children in tow. Asami felt somehow awkward seeing such a divided family, but Iroh and his relatives seemed perfectly relaxed and undisturbed by it. Things soon became significantly less peaceful in the week that followed. The Fire Nation loved Iroh, it was impossible to deny after seeing their outpouring of concern for him. but that love seemed to be fueling hate of the Great Uniter and an increased hostility to Earth Kingdom nationals living within the borders. Many made repeated and unfounded accusations of espionage, and many expressed fears that the refugees pouring out of the Earth Kingdom were infiltrators with an eye to taking over the country. Fire Lord Izumi refuted both accusations several times, but the rumors frustratingly persisted. And now there were countless protests not far from the hospital, the participants demanding justice for the prince and the capture or destruction of the Great Uniter herself. There were demands for a military intervention with the objective of utterly destroying the Earth Empire, but to her credit the Fire Lord refused to bow to pressure. All she would say on the matter was her involvement in an ongoing negotiation, and she was absolutely determined they would avoid going to war. It was just a shame that Iroha's repeated refusal to comment on matters fed a lot of rumors, few of them good. Well, at least that would change today. Asami watered the fifth vase of peonies as Iroha muttered something under his breath and threw something across the room. He sighed. She glanced around. He had scrunched up the latest version of his speech and hurled it towards the waste paper basket. The projectile had fallen short by a good distance, and he scowled at it for a moment before wincing and directing a string of muffled curses into his pillow. His good hand clutched at his shoulder, and despite his discomfort, Asami grinned at the sight. This again. She retrieved the paper and dropped it into the bin. I would have thought you would know better by now, she said with a touch of weariness. Izumi looked up from her paper and rolled her eyes at her. Iroha looked around, his teeth still gritted. Sorry. I feel bad about having you pick up my rubbish. Iroha, we can move the trash closer if it would help, Izumi said. Then how is my shoulder going to get any better if I don't exercise it? Iroha protested. Yes, because you're doing a fine job right now, Asami said, swatting at his good hand. Right. Iroha gave her a pained smile, flexed the fingers on his left hand and resumed his scribbling. He had gotten pretty good at using his offhand, his handwriting, while distinctly different, clear and legible. Asami finished watering the plants, and by the time she got back to the bed, Iroha was rereading his page and nodding. Okay. I'm ready now, mother. I'll get the nurse, Asami said as Izumi stretched. She winced as Iroha grunted and groaned as the nurse helped him into a decent-looking robe, no mean feat with his broken arm, before sitting him more or less comfortably in his wheelchair. Asami remained poised to help, but the nurse was quick and methodical, leaving nothing for her to do. You do realize this is unnecessary? Izumi asked. The radio personnel can set up and hear easy enough. She glanced around the room. The acoustics aren't that bad here. I need to be seen, Iroha said. Not seeing me just leads to more and more rumors and anxiety. He blanched. People are actually in all seriousness speculating she castrated me. Don't forget the blinding, Asami reminded him. And that? Iroha said, scowling. Not that seeing me in a wheelchair is exactly going to dissuade the idea I will never walk again. He glanced from the chair to his legs and shook his head. But the least I can do is assure them it will not be permanent. Good luck, Asami said with an awkward smile. Far too risky for her to go out in front of the press with mother and son. She should be safe enough here. Even at the window, all the attention was on Iroha a good distance away at the hospital entrance. The gathered crowd cheered as soon as Izumi wheeled Iroha out of the building. He was in full public mode, smiling and waving without a care in the world, it seemed. He never smiled like that in private, and his expression was perfectly hiding how much pain he was in. Cameras flashed all around the pair, a few royal guards struggling to hold an adoring public back from him. Iroha raised a hand and waited until the crowd quieted to begin speaking. Asami strained her ears and inched the window open a little more. Citizens of the Fire Nation, I come before you today to assure you I am injured but well on the road to recovery. In addition, I am expected to make a full recovery very soon. A cheer rippled through the crowd and Iroha held up his hand again, his expression turning grim. However, I must also speak to you on more serious matters. I owe you, the entire Fire Nation, an apology. I have failed you and I beg forgiveness for my mistakes. Several voices in the crowd started to protest and Iroha spoke right over them. I failed to rescue the Fire Nation citizens the Great Uniter took hostage. Hardly news, but a lot of people in the crowd seemed to take his words very badly and many began to weep. Several held banners festooned with names Asami did not recognize fluttered in the light breeze. Lost relatives and captives of Kuvira. Iroh related a brief, but otherwise mostly accurate version of his encounter with Kuvira. He withheld her name for Korra's sake, and the crowd grew increasingly angry with each word. However, Iroh added firmly, "I will abide by Fire Lord Izumi's decisions. There will be no war. The Earth Kingdom needs our help, not destruction. I am aware some prominent Earth Kingdom families are helping the Great Uniter, but that is no reason to seek revenge upon an innocent populace." The crowd's reaction varied from person to person. Some cheers, some angry accusations of Iroh's cowardice audible in the commotion. But through it all the Fire Lord and her son looked calm, collected, and at ease. At least their faces did. Their body language practically screamed sadness and disappointment at the crowd's reaction. Izumi took Iroh's hand, whispered something to him. He nodded and straightened up in his chair as he held up his hand. The crowd gradually quietened once again. Korra simply could not look away from the stranger. The girl with white hair was nearly beyond her ability to describe in words. Her eyes, her lips, her hair. Even after so long in Republic City and the Southern Water Tribe, after trekking across the Earth Kingdom and even while recovering with her parents, if anyone had asked Korra who the most beautiful woman in the world was, she would have said it was Asami. No second guessing, no doubt, absolute certainty. Until now. This girl was almost beyond beautiful, and Korra was swiftly becoming aware she had been staring at her for some time with her mouth open. Her teeth clicked together painfully audibly as she shut her mouth and looked at anything other than the girl. If she had to put her current mindset into something expressible, it would be impossible to ignore that it was nothing less than an overwhelming lust. "Hi," she stuttered after another embarrassing pause. The rest of the oasis was a far poorer sight for her to stare at. The temptation to go back to staring at the girl was intoxicating. Wait. What had she said? What do you mean again? Korra asked. She glanced around and her gaze locked with the girl's. Trapped again. So much for not staring at her. The girl gazed back, seemingly amused but at the same time with something resembling fascination. Her expression, it was not a million miles from how Asami had looked at her after some of their most passionate embraces, especially the time they struggled out of some of their clothing. "Only that I met you in a previous life," the girl said, not breaking eye contact. "I was once known as you, and you were once known as Aang. Though I never expected him to be reborn as someone so beautiful." Korra felt her face flush. Wait. The Spirit Oasis. Girl with white hair. Amazingly, stunningly, beautiful girl with white hair. Her mind raced. This was the Water Tribe princess. And unless she was very much mistaken, she was flirting with her. Exactly how far did bridge between the spirit world and the human world go? Could she know? No. Not the time or the place. Focus. She should to be regaining bending, not seriously thinking of getting intimate with you. There could only be one person who shared a name with Sokka's granddaughter like that. The last of Arnuk's family line. So you are really her? The actual Princess Yu who became the moon spirit. You laughed. I am, and you are correct on both counts. She cocked her head to one side and winked. But you are free to call me you. Her smile was infectious and Korra was unable to fight the smile developing on her lips. Thanks. You. Please, call me Korra. I will. Korra. Something about her saying her name sent an intensely pleasurable shiver down Korra's back. No. Focus. But her voice was like silk. Korra shook herself. You. You looked at her expectantly and Korra gulped as she hastily carried on. I was just wondering why you appeared to me. Not that I didn't want you to, or don't want you to, or dash, she added hastily as Yu's expression fell a little. Korra coughed awkwardly. This was not an easy conversation. Had she been this beautiful while she was alive too? No wonder people remembered her so vividly. Korra sighed. I just didn't expect to meet you. For the first time Yu looked away from Korra and stared at the sky for a moment. I do not fully understand myself, after all, I am a spirit not a shaman. She glanced back to Korra and elicited yet another shiver. I feel as if there is some kind of connection between us. Or at least I would guess that is the reason. You are the source of all waterbending, so that makes sense. Oh. Korra blinked at her. Can you give me waterbending back? She asked eagerly. Yu's smile finally faded, her expression softening, and she shook her head. Korra nodded sadly. Made sense, it was not as if Aang had directly given her bending back. But when she met him, she knew what to say, had been anticipating the meeting for so long. Yu on the other hand was not someone she ever expected to meet. Their connection was unquestionable, but what could she say now? How did it happen? Yu asked. Korra looked up. No dazzling smile and near hypnotic gaze now. Just a slightly sad-looking, if still beautiful beyond description, girl patting the ground beside her. Tell me? Please. You don't know? Korra asked. Yu smiled wanly. I cannot deny I am aware of the events concerning you of late. And I might have once nudged you away from your captors. Korra blinked at her and slowly smiled. That was you? I really have to thank you for your help. It is my pleasure, Yu said, inclining her head. But please, tell me of your life. It is one thing to observe as I do, it is another to hear your perception of those same events. Her hand stroked across the ground again. Korra swallowed hastily and with unsteady legs and sat down beside Yu, taking great pains not to brush against her. Just being this close to her was an intoxicating experience. She took a deep breath and related the recent events of her life. No matter how many times she returned to the topic, the deaths of Mako and Bolin were still far more painful than she would have expected. She caught herself more than once about to get into a tangent regarding the pair. You would not want to hear her moan about the loss of her friends, not least given her own sacrifice so many years ago. Relating her confrontations with Amon reawoke the pain of being blood-bent once again. A movement nearby, Korra glanced up and froze. Amon stood on the other side of the oasis, staring at her. Blood coated his uncovered face and his expression furious. Too much water here, he would have no trouble attacking her. And she could not bend here. He moved, the movement familiar in a way that evoked so much dread and despair. She moved to strike back automatically, and she reached for the air. Amon's attack missed her and the stream of water pulsed and blazed with a brilliant white light. Lightning. No. Mako. She yelled as she span around, catching a glimpse of Yu was watching. Her smile was gone and her with eyes were sad. Mako was not behind her. Korra choked back a sigh. To see him die again, her dreams provided that often enough. Amon. She turned back hurriedly, the bloodbender was likewise absent. Did you see? Korra asked. No, Yu shook her head. Your memories. Yes. I almost saw someone important to me die all over again. She turned back to the oasis. I've been thinking a lot about water and its meaning. For some reason it always makes me think of him. He seems to mean a lot to you, Yu noted. He did, Korra said, nodding. He kept trying to keep himself to himself, and could be brusque. But he cared about his brother so much, and he cared about me more than I realized. I kind of threw myself at him too. I don't regret that though. I understand, Yu said softly. Your words have allowed me to remember someone too. Who? My first love. Well, actually he was my last love too. She smiled again, but regret tinged her smile. He looked much like you did the last time I saw him. Saga. Korra exclaimed. You looked surprised but nodded. Should I be surprised? People know of that. The story's gotten pretty famous. You wound up inspiring the names of a lot of daughters, Korra said. Sokka's granddaughter is named after you. And? Korra grinned. There's a bay in Republic City named for you. Always odd to reflect on what we leave behind, Yu murmured. Yu was not much like the books or the plays or even the songs depicted her. Even Sokka's first-hand account, to say nothing of the versions attributed to both Katara and Aang, did not quite capture Yu as she was here. Everyone rushed to make her the tragic heroine of that stage of Aang's journey and romanticize every one of her actions. People liked to call her the greatest princess of all time, or remark how chaste, reserved, and gentle she was. Milo and Ikki were always drawing her, Bolin and Mako probably did similar in their youth. But she was more like the brothers than how they likely thought of her. A life cut short when she was so young and before she even had a decent chance at living. The question almost escaped her lips, what was it like to die? How would Mako have felt as the electricity robbed him of life? How Bolin would feel as the rock pressed down upon him until he could take it no more? They died fighting to make the world better. No, you volunteered her life and become a spirit. Her experience would not resemble the moment of Bolin and Mako's death. Korra reluctantly told you about Amon and the cavern collapsing. He thought you gave him the ability to blood bend. And that he was special and because of that he should cleanse the world. You looked startled and was about to say something when Korra interrupted her. He was wrong. How could he not be wrong? Mako, he said his fire bending was a gift he used to protect his brother. Korra stared down at the oasis. Amon didn't have to start the Equalists. He didn't have to take people's bending away. I am no bender, you said after a pause. But I believe I understand your meaning. There are some spirits who think that I was cursed by the moon's power since my birth as a human. It seems popular to conjecture that I was able to live as a young child solely that I might give the same power the moon granted me back to it when the time came. You shook her head. I can't agree with that notion. I was not cursed, I was blessed. I think people like sacrifice. It's popular in romances for some reason, a couple who can't be together because one of them's dead, Korra murmured. But no one changes the story to keep you alive. And people miss that you died in order to save the world, but you could have been selfish even then. She sighed. The tragedy is you died so young. It may have been a short life, at least the human part, you replied. But I cherish those years and the time I spent as a human. And now I shine my light in the night and I move the waters of the seas for every life in the human world. There does remain the possibility that perhaps I have misunderstood the world. Perhaps the moon was a curse and the moment it saved me it led me inexorably to me leaving my mortal form. But that doesn't matter either, it was my choice, Korra said in unison with you. Mako had never believed in destiny either, he considered everything that happened to him the result of a choice, his or another's. It's not what you were given however you came into the world, it's all about how you use it while you're there. Before I could use water to heal, just like Katara still can. Maybe. She licked her lips. Could I then use that skill to heal the world? Does that make sense? You nodded, the brilliance and intensity of her smile returning. You are wise Avatar Korra. Thanks, Korra said, still unsure quite how to take compliments from her. Her uncle's voice sounded softly in the air. How long had they been split up now? I have to go. I think. My uncle's probably worried about me. Getting up was turning out to be a challenge. Leaving you behind was not going to be easy, and she fought the temptation to wrap her arms around her, or kiss her cheek or Korra shook herself. I understand, you said grinning that amazing smile again. I'm glad to have met you. Me too, Korra blurted and winced. How was she so bad at talking to the gorgeous girl? Even when Asami had made her feel like the most special person in the world she had never gotten quite this tongue-tied. She sighed. Gritting her teeth Korra forced herself to stand up. Safe to say she would never see the moon in the same way again. I'll always look up to you. She smirked. But please don't look down on me. Yu's grin widened and she laughed along with Korra. Feel free to visit, whenever, Yu said, winking. Yeah. I'd like that. I mean, I'll see. Korra grew flustered and Yu was smiling at her again. Was she thinking the same kinds of things? Her cheeks felt like they were catching fire. Bye. She blurted as she opened her eyes. Momentary disorientation, same location but no Yu. Her uncle opened her eyes and looked at her expectantly. He frowned. Korra? Are you okay? You seem unsettled. He asked. I met Princess Yu. She exclaimed, ignoring the implication of his words. She swiftly related events. So, if this works the same. Korra said as she concluded her tale, and she stretched her hands towards the spirit oasis. The water did not react. Korra flexed her fingers again. Nothing. What? She exclaimed with a sinking feeling. Water. Bolin yelled and jumped forward, barely noticing the pain in his chest as he slammed into the ground. He was far too busy plunging his whole head into the water and gulping. He grinned as he resurfaced and backed off to let everyone else slake their thirst as fast as they could. That tasted amazingly good, Wei said as he sprawled on the ground beside Bolin a short distance from the spring. All around them their companions were taking full advantage of the water in a break from their trek. Wei sighed. I do kind of wish we'd gone with the others. Why don't we just go to Gongaga? Someone asked on the other side of the clearing. Bolin opened his mouth to reply, but someone else beat him to it. The Enki-Lika allied with Kuvira 2 days ago. I really don't want to risk it. Exactly. The Earth Empire is still looking for us. At least this way we're giving them a chance to get away, Bolin said. At least we did what we set out to do. Liberate the women's camp and sending the guards fleeing into the wilderness. Most of the prisoners were pointed in the direction of the United Forces, hopefully most if not all of them made it there. Meanwhile they had the far riskier task of drawing the Earth Empire's attention. They had not seen them in days, hopefully there had been enough time to let everyone else escape. He glanced around the clearing. Still felt odd to have this group of fire and waterbenders to look up to him as a leader. Was it solely because his lava bending made them feel safe, or was there something more to it? Now we need to tell the world what's happening. Yeah, Wei said wearily. Just wish Republic City wasn't so far. He winced. It'd be nice to go home, but I bet she has spies there. The sky was rapidly darkening, not a good idea to keep on going in the night. Volunteers scavenged firewood and the group clustered around their fire and swapped stories, adding to and embellishing details already shared on the hike here. Even among the people following him were anti-Fire Nation sentiments. One man, Sid, told them in a hollow voice about the rape of his grandmother during Oze's reign by a firebender, causing the skill to emerge in his family line. He had no love for the Fire Prince, but neither could he condone Kuvira's attempt on his life. Bolin felt uncomfortable as Sid continued. A number of his gripes and complaints echoed the things Kuvira had told Team Avatar. Exploitation of the Earth Kingdom by the Fire Nation via shrew capitalists and landowners. He had no love for the Queen either and muttered about her doing much the same, but then saddling them all with tax on top of that, and the Great Uniter was virtually the same. His hostility towards Republic City made Bolin cringe. And yet through it all he grumbled that while Korra was the obvious solution, he was unhappy with how long it was taking her to solve anything. Bolin almost protested but fell quiet as a few of the waterbenders related how their ancestors came from the swamp benders who had chosen to quit their birthplace. All these people born in the Earth Kingdom, but somehow not considered citizens, just on Kuvira's say-so. It felt in bad taste to refute the first man's comments when everyone was opening up and everyone was putting their faith in Korra. Sleep came quickly to them all despite how cold the forest was becoming. Nighttime was always colder than he expected. Wing and Wei sandwiching him at least allowed him to sleep comfortably. Others in the groups favored sleeping as close as possible to the firebenders. Their innate warmth made them ideal partners here. Bolin briefly considered trying to warm the ground with his lava bending but soon decided against it. Far too risky. He still had only used the skill a handful of times, and to heat the rock but not melt it, while theoretically easy, was not something he wanted to count on just yet. Not with a great deal more practice. He must have been more tired than he thought. The next thing he knew, it was morning and the camp was beginning to stir. His chest pressed against Wing's back. The person behind him had to be Wei. And it felt like something hard was digging into his leg. Wei? Bolin asked quietly. Came the sleepy reply. What is that? What is what? Wei asked, raising his head in confusion. How could he even begin to say this and not feel mortified afterward? Well, you're. He knew the word. That in 100 slang terms. Easy. But to say it? Be bluntly anatomical or use one of the prevalent slang terms. Oh. Sorry, Bolin. The heat of Wei's body and the obstruction moved away. Bolin did not roll over but blinked in surprise as Wei waved a cucumber over his head. I forgot I picked this up. Bolin rolled over to find Wei grinning at him. And stored it in your pants. Bolin. One of the rescued women approached, distracting him from whatever Wei was about to say. Hi, Kuroha, he replied. I'm not sure if it would help, but I think we're close to a train heading to Hinatasu. It should stop near here. She frowned at the ground and counted on her fingers. 8 days' time, she finished. Bolin breathed out slowly. We really should aim to get on it. Only question is, what do we do until then? Bolin asked. Suppose we just hole up and hope we don't run across anyone and no one runs across us? We're pretty far into the woods here at least, Kuroha said glancing around. A good point. But just sitting here, the idea felt a little odd, even though there was no sense moving away from the train. Assuming Kuvira had not taken that over too. The day soon became oddly unfocused. Their recent shared past had been little beyond an arduous slog from their sunup to sundown, trekking through mud and decimate countryside as they walked as far as their legs would carry them. Today, they were just resting. As much as he had dreamed of no longer walking all day, his muscles felt tensed and ready to get moving all day. Maybe now would be a good chance to practice lava bending more thoroughly. Something about how he used his ability felt wrong somehow, pure, unfocused destruction, no finesse or elegance. Maybe he was just fooling himself, trying to apply waterbending aesthetic to something that remained fundamentally an earthbending skill. But he had to do something. At least he knew that any attempt to metal bender was pointless, possessing the rarer skill ensured that he would never be able to manipulate it. But what about other earthbending skills? He could practice those. Wei. Bolin asked mid-afternoon as he found the twins lazing. Is there any chance you can teach me how to use seismic sense? The twins looked at each other and then up at him. Maybe, Wei said. Come on, guys. Bolin protested. Wei shook his head. We can't tell you can learn it, not for sure. But we'll help you try and learn. Or at least go through the basics. We're not as good as Grandma, just so you know, Wing added. Seeing in the dark is really neat though. Wei grinned. Bolin smiled. And that's what I would like to learn the most. He had more or less figured the basics out for himself already, but figured it would be best to let the brothers teach him from absolute basics. Sensitivity to the earth and patience were the key attributes he needed. Wei told him to think like a badger mole, and Bolin tried to not think of the cutesy sidekick in one radio play he had particularly liked as a child. Seismic sense was a rare skill, harder to cultivate than metal bending, but nothing close to as difficult as lava bending. The certainty that Korra would be terrible at this kind of thing made him smile. Theoretically, even water and fire benders could learn this, Wing said a little later. But they need more practice. Can't think I've heard of anyone actually trying either. He shrugged. Doesn't help they basically have no connection to the ground, nowhere near as sensitive to vibrations as we are. And airbenders. Wing blinked. Okay, so even if they were all over the place, I doubt they would take to it at all. They don't spend nearly enough time with their feet on the ground. The first actual task Wing assigned him was a meditative drill and an instruction to listen as carefully as possible to their surroundings. In the end it felt curiously similar to life in the slums, listening out for anything and everything in the dark of the night, just him and Mako. Faint traces of the others in the group chattering all around him, the murmur of the wind through the trees and the resulting rustle of branches. But this time he was not listening for a threat, he was just listening. It put him in mind of the first radio he and Mako owned. Bolin was never able to tune it quite correctly, likely a fault with the device. In any case, the blurring of one program threw another regularly Mako to distraction, though he coped just fine. It seemed simple to differentiate between the drama he was intending to listen to and the news headlines. One whole day of listening, 7 more days to go. Wing and Wei's next subject was combat training. He wondered if they were going faster for his sake, but presumably knew what they were doing. Wei tied an improvised blindfold over Bolin's eyes. Okay, Bolin. All you need to do is turn to face us when you sense us. We'll go easy on you but... Don't go easy, Bolin said and earned a chuckle from the twins. Okay then. Wei said, and they both fell silent. The ground seemed singularly insensitive. Were the two of them even there at all? Maybe he should just be content with lava bending. No. He could do this, he was sure of it. Something, there. Bolin turned, but a second too late. Wei grunted as he barged into him and sent Bolin tumbling onto the ground with a groan of pain. Quicker next time, Wing called from somewhere else. Okay, Bolin said as he stumbled to his feet. This time Wing slammed into him. Again. The ground gradually became a little easier to sense movement through. The larger problem seemed to be his reaction time. Or maybe how faint the sense was that by the time he could be sure he felt something, one twin or another was practically on top of him. Your butt must be black and blue by now. Let's stop for today, Wei said after an uncertain length of time. Bolin shook his head. Please keep going, he said, ignoring the growing pain. I know I'm not going to be able to fight her, or at least not live through it. But next time I don't want to just run like a scared child. Yuzu insisted on helping push her father in the wheelchair, Asami only helping her as they headed for the beach. You really don't need to do this, Iroh said over his shoulder. Yes, but I am. And you need fresh air, she replied. His grumbling made her smile, but he made no move to stop either of them pushing him forwards. This side of the island was far less touristy, no swimmers and boats. No sunbathers, shops, and few holiday homes. The tiny, mostly rocky beach would not be attractive to many either. At least it was quiet here. Asami bent her head closer to Iroh. Yuzu doesn't like the hospital smell, so it's best to come here when she visits. Oddly, I'm not so wild about it either, Iroh said. So we agree this is good for both of you. She glanced down at him. Want to get closer to the water? Asami asked. Yeah. Sounds good. Asami pushed Iroh as gently as she could. The rocky ground proved troubling and the wheelchair was forever threatening to become wedged in among the crevices of the outcrop she pushed Iroh up onto. Usually the solution was just a more forceful shove forwards, until the one snag where the chair refused to move any further. OOP, Asami said as she struggled. She threw her weight against the chair to no avail. Now this was a little embarrassing, take Iroh out in a wheelchair and get it jammed in the rocks. Sorry, I just dash. Iroh peered around. Don't worry. He looked at his daughter. Yuzu? Can you help Asami get me unstuck? Iroh dash Asami began and paused. Yuzu stared at her father oddly and then glanced around furtively. She stared at Asami for a long moment and then back to her father. It's okay, Iroh said, glancing around the area as well. Asami followed his gaze, wondering what the pair were looking at. There was no one in sight. Unless you don't want Asami to know. Yuzu shook her head and beckoned Asami closer. What was going on? Secret, Yuzu whispered in earnest. Promise you won't tell anyone. Promise, Asami said, not quite sure where this was going. What was Iroh playing at? Yuzu smiled at her and dropped into what looked an awful like an earthbender stance. Bolin had used them all the time during pro-bending matches. The young girl twitched her arms and with a grinding jolt the rock released the wheelchair. Asami opened her mouth to comment, but Yuzu was not done yet. The rough surface of the rocks shifted and became a smoother surface. A path through the debris and larger rocks formed in front of them, parallel to the highest point of the tide. Wow, was all she could manage as Yuzu relaxed and grinned at her father. Well done, sweetie. Iroh smiled back at his daughter. Iroh leaned his head back and lowered his tone. I expect this is not wholly a surprise, you've spent more than enough time with her to have noticed some of the things Yuzu liked to do. I saw her playing with the sand. Asami offered. Sand's a hard one for earthbenders, it turns out. Usually it's one they only learn when they're significantly older. This little one figured it out all on her own though. I did wonder how long it would take before you saw her doing something directly. Guess she's better at secrets than I thought. Another side to Iroh, proud father. Who else is in our little club? Asami asked as she and Yuzu pushed the wheelchair forward again. Officially, it's just me and mother. Pretty sure grandfather and grandmother have seen or figured it out, neither has said anything. I would suspect some of the closer family retainers know as well. His expression turned serious. We try not to let Aunt Angela know, but it's easy to underestimate her. She might well have soused it long ago. So, of all the things you missed when she was growing up. Asami tried. This wasn't one of them, Iroh replied quickly. I was the first to know she could do this. He smiled faintly. She was always so hard to calm her down when she was a baby, and we could never figure it out. Until we came here for a holiday. Just put her on a futon on sand and she dozes straight off. Iroh glanced out to sea. The possibility was always there of course, and I wondered, but how would I tell? He shook his head. That day confirmed it for me, Yuzu is first earthbender in my family for over a millennia. Asami's head was still whirling as he described covertly obtaining specific earthbender parenting books to help raise Yuzu. Keeping children from contact with the earth was unhealthy no matter how dirty they wound up becoming. Firebender children need sunlight and heat, waterbenders need the moon and water, the sea preferably. Airbenders. He sighed. What we know of them anyway, mostly Avatar Aang and Tenzin's experience I admit, is that they need wind in open spaces. Makes sense really. Non-benders are so much simpler. But what must it be like to be the Avatar and connected to all the elements? Had the Red Lotus known Korra needed such variance when she was so young? A thought chilled Asami. What would it be like to have those connections and then lose them? To lose one's bending? Asami shook her head. Still, an earthbender in the Fire Nation royal family. It felt oddly surreal given the last century or so of history. Can I ask you something? Yuzu, apparently trusting Asami to keep her promise, had grown tired of pushing her father and rushed off to jump on the thin strip of sand the beach offered. Iroh stared out to sea. About her mother? No actually. Somehow she had not even thought about that aspect, though now it was hard not to be curious about just what had happened. Who was Yuzu's mother and where was she now? Why were she and Iroh no longer together? I was wondering, is it going to be an issue for her? The earthbending I mean. She's still your heir, right? Iroh did not answer and Asami feared she had struck a nerve. Yuzu will never be the Fire Lord, he said eventually making her jump. You don't think the people will accept her? Asami asked as she tried to make sense of his words. No. People change Iroh. I would hope they would become even more accepting in the future, Asami said. It's not just that. Iroh sighed. You asked me once if I would have chosen to not become the Fire Lord. I was not entirely honest when I replied that night. No, I wasn't honest at all. I did not wish to ruin the evening and that moment, and I apologize for that. He took a deep breath. I was far more naive when I was younger. There is much in my life I was never able to choose and have inherited without choice, especially the privilege and the legacy of my family. But I refuse to be a prisoner of my past. I will do something no one else has been prepared to. I intend to be the Fire Nation's last Fire Lord. What? Asami asked, frowning in confusion. What about Yuzu? Was there an undercurrent of politics she had missed somewhere, or did her also not approve of her parentage? Iroh sounded pained. Neither of us can see the future, Asami. I do not know if I would want to. Right now the public would not be willing to accept Yuzu as much as it pains me to recognize this fact. An earthbender as the new Fire Lord? No. Too much of a chance, too different. Perhaps as you hope, they will be more open in the future. Perhaps the people of the Fire Nation will be less prejudiced and more keen to treat each other as equals. Maybe ancestry will cease to matter and the actions of forefathers will no longer taint their descendants. Republic City is the start of this process. A good start. But not enough. When it is time for Yuzu to take over from me, it will be impossible to ignore that the royal family is an artifact of the past, a symbol of injustice and inequality. This fact alone will be enough of an excuse for those with the ability to depose Yuzu whether the public accept her or not. But you, your family have served the nation so well since Zuko. The nation would be poorer without you all. Don't you want to try and make it even better? Asami protested. You're very kind and I wish I could have your optimism. But there will always be people who remember our roots and how we got where we did. What was done to obtain it? My family rose to power through murder and oppression. We cannot simply undo those events and we would spend the rest of our lives trying to atone for those misdeeds. But we cannot simply fear or rebel against them. Kuvira is thankfully an exceptionally rare case. But we cannot lose sight that her actions are a reaction to my family. Most simply wish for change. But Yuzo, if things continue, she would have still been raised for a role specified since birth. A role that will have no purpose when the time comes. And if you let her prepare for that and then remove the need, what is she to do after? Asami completed the thought. I wouldn't want that either. Iroh nodded. I was lucky, but Yuzo needs more than luck. My family's dynasty will end with me. I will hang on long enough to ensure a peaceful transition and then we will have no further need of royalty. He looked up at her, his expression somber. If Kuvira had killed me I would still have changed the world. My will has provisions to ensure I am the last crown prince. Opal let the monarchy hang on a bit longer, but we will fall in the end and the people will rise up in place of us. I'm stuck in the past no matter what I try. You and Yuzo should look to the future. It's yours after all. Iroh glanced up at her. Maybe I should mention too that I am by far the first to consider abolishing the monarchy. There are many within the Fire Nation already voicing that opinion. Small for now, but over time. The world is different now, history no longer seems to follow the old cycles. We need look no further than the grand experiment that was Republic City. Admirable. A wonderful dream and legacy. But how about her? Wait. Why did she keep comparing herself to him? No. She knew. Once she had dreams like his. About the future and making the world a better place. Back then she could do it too. Future Industries gave her the power to change a lot of people's lives. Staying here and changing her name, there was no way she could use it to achieve the same effect. She stared out to sea. Republic City was out there, her home and the source of so many of her memories. Like Iroh said, a place for people from all the tribes to live together, people like Mako, Bolin, and Yuzo. And her too in the end. His words seemed to echo through her as they walked along the beach and Yuzo rejoined her and helped push the wheelchair. Asami was deep in thought as they finally turned around and headed back towards the hospital. Yuzo darted down to the sand and remained parallel with them. She would stop every few steps, survey the surrounding area and then with a flourish pull a sand tower up to her shoulder height. And every time she would call to her father and Asami, Yuzo looked delighted every time they praised her skill and she would rush to catch up with them both again. Is anything wrong? Iroh asked eventually. Asami asked, still feeling a little out of it. You've been very quiet, he replied. I hope my plans are not too troubling. Asami shook her head. No, it's not that. You just got me thinking. Do you think Kuvira go to Republic City? In the end, Iroh said. His hand reached out, miming something. Paisho? The city's presence is unacceptable for her, she wants to unite the Earth Kingdom. To her that means taking control of every parcel of land within its borders. That includes the region that became Republic City. If only I could still do something about that. Can't anymore. I'd like to think there's still hope for me though, that I don't need to hide here forever. If I went back and faced it. Asami trailed off. What would happen if I went back? Your trial, Iroh said brusquely. There is no way to escape it. Tarlok has lost none of his zeal or desire to tear you down further. He and those who challenge you in the courts will pick your life apart moment by moment and anything and everything that can be used to defame you will be used for precisely that. Going back will not just mean you face Tarlok, but also every one of your father's competitors and investors. The worst penalty I face? Asami asked, her voice pained. A minimum of 20 years in prison. Iroh slumped slightly. And not a damn thing I or anyone else can do for you then. At least nothing that would let you live as freely as you deserve. It would be like your time here, but even here would no longer be safe. Terrifying. Ember Island presented a peaceful sanctuary, but it was clear that she could not live out the rest of her life here in exile. Too much shame to sit here and remain safe while her loved ones risked and suffered in the rising conflict. What about her honor? The privilege left her by her father ensured she inherited both a name and sins attached. Running away further was possible, but, no. But if I stay here, I can't protect anyone. I have to fight. Asami said. For the future, for Republic City. I'm no princess, but I can't just abandon the workers of future industries any longer. Iroh finally smiled again. Prince Iroh pledges his allegiance to Queen Asami. He laid his hand on his chest and Asami could not help giggling at him. But more than that, I am your friend. As I am yours, she said smiling. Her fight was just about to begin. The temptation to clear her head again, go to the spirit world, and if she wound up finding you again, well, she would not complain. Katara's arrival put the idea out of her head after a week of stress. It had not been that long since they last saw each other, but still seemed like forever. She came with a present too. From Tenzin, she said with a smile as she presented Korra with a glider staff. Tenzin figured since you could airbend again you'd like to get airborne again. I really need to thank him, Korra said as she took the staff and flicked it open. So tempting to try it out right away, but she had other concerns at the moment. The older woman started taking Korra through waterbending drills, remarking she never expected to have to reteach the avatar like this. Frustratingly, the drills seemed to have little effect, still no control over the water. They both joined the rest of the family as the radio broadcast Iroh's first public announcement following his injuries. No one seemed to dare breathe as Iroh's crackly speech filled the room. Korra gritted her teeth when he mentioned the still detained Fire Nation citizens. The dissatisfaction of the crowd when Iroh insisted there would be no war made her scowl and clench her fists. Once we prided ourselves as a nation of excellence, but we cannot continue to do so and move forward if we fail to look at the path that lead us here. Much of our past history is dark and dishonorable. Iroh paused a moment. If we attack the Earth Empire, we risk repeating a dark chapter in our nation's history. Katara chuckled. Izumi raised him well. We must put our faith in the Avatar, she will bring balance to the world. If the Fire Nation were to attack the Earth Kingdom, then nothing will change. The audience at Ember Island applauded, the reporter's voice breaking a little as she sought out interviewees for sound bites. More than one person begged Korra to rescue their loved ones. Another individual was markedly critical of the Fire Lord, her son, and his speech, calling the statement cowardly. The reporter kept trying to talk over him as he mocked the deferral of responsibility to Korra, and the man was soon insisting each minute they wasted without action resulted in another citizen died. Not true, Korra growled. The Great Uniter was the killer, not Iroh, or the Fire Nation. The broadcast cut back to the studio and surprisingly there were more reactions from Republic City citizens. A familiar voice among the others, Jinora. Korra is going to recover and she will save the day, she said earnestly. Korra smiled. To have so much faith. Somehow the reporter had apparently not realized she was talking to Tenzin's family, they all added their own comments to the proceedings. Wait. Was that Heisuk and Toza? And Lin? She felt dizzy for a moment, the cold beneath her and all around her seemed to shift. Katara. I think I get it. Korra murmured. To regain airbending she had to let go of her loved ones, her past and turn her focus on herself. The same should not and could not true of waterbending, no wonder the same notion, merely coming into contact with you had not been enough. Now it was obvious, waterbending was the exact opposite. She had to return to her loved ones and realize what they meant to her. Korra was not alone, had never been alone. So many people had been vital in helping her get to this point. Her parents, her teachers, her whole extended family and, most of all, her friends. Water, the element that saved Asami's life when they fought the Red Lotus and the element that was part of the reason Mako died. Neither good nor bad, neither purely constructive or destructive. Water hung in a balance between air and fire. No longer could she let the pain of losing loved ones and the worry about disappointing them drag her down or hold her back. She needed to accept their love and trust to life her again. Balance. The world shifted around her. Water was the element of change and the symbol of the water tribe. She gasped as sensation came flooding back. The brittle crystalline structures of the ice all around her, the drifting flakes of the snowfall outside. But there was more, so much more. Deep below the ice, water flowed and shifted in invisible currents. The sensation was almost overwhelming, it filled her and overflowed. There was water everywhere, the moisture on her skin, in the air. And inside of her, water was an inextricable part of her and everyone. She glanced around the room, barely noticing the curious looks her family were giving her as she fidgeted and squirmed. There, a good water source. Korra stretched her hand out and with a flick of her fingers drew the water from a nearby vase. It's come back, she breathed. I can water bend. Do not worry about the spirits, Unalak said as she prepared to leave. Malina and I will focus on them as much as we are able. Thank you, Korra said and bowed to her uncle. I will look after the south as much as I am able, Katara added. Korra grinned. Thanks. I bet Mom and Dad would lend a hand too. A word of warning though, Unalak said quickly. While chaotic spirits have always been more than capable of harming people and other living beings, something is changing. A force I have never seen before has started corrupting them, and from numerous skirmishes it is clear that attempting to fight these spirits is a futile gesture. More than anything else they need to be purified, if we can just locate the source of the corruption. Then we can stop all of them, Korra said nodding. Let me know as soon as you learn anything. Getting all her bending back sounded the best idea before even contemplating the unknown corrupting force. I will, though learning more is difficult. If we could be sure of what is causing this. He tailed off and shook his head. Time for you to continue with your journey, Katara said with a smile. Where will you go? The Earth Kingdom. I need to see what's happening for myself. And see if there's any way I can do something about this great uniter, Korra said. Katara flinched. Katara? What is it? Iroh. You know he faced her directly. Korra nodded. When I met with him in Republic City, he told me he had met her before. She assumed the title of the Great Uniter very recently. At first she was called the Captain of Zaofu. A chill rapidly built in the pit of Korra's stomach. Korra, I wish I could tell you otherwise, but the Great Uniter is Captain Kuvira of Zaofu. Have you found her? Kuvira said calmer than she felt. The soldier before her cringed. We have found no trace of her, he stammered, keeping his eyes averted. Try harder, she scowled. The soldier hastily bowed and fled from her tent in a panic. Kuvira leaned back in her chair and let out an angry sigh. How many hours now since anyone had last seen Opal Bafong? She had gone missing in the interim and was not in any of the holding cells. If wretched girl was not found soon they would have to search the camp tent by tent. And if they still could not find her? Would it be best to assume she had somehow fled? Her and some accomplice not noticed in the turmoil after the prince left? Kuvira pulled a local map towards her and contemplated the various routes in and out of the area. If she was out there, Opal's options were narrow. A few squads ought to be able to hunt down one non-bender and at worst she would have some kind of bender with her. In any case, she could not remain unchecked. Opal was now a potent symbol, the girl who had dared stand up to the Great Uniter. The risk of defection was unacceptable. At least no one considered her dead, the world considering her a martyr would be devastating. Had Iroh planned all this? Had the Fire Nation resorted to such subterfuge, to destroy the very foundations of the Earth Empire using Opal Bafong? No. Kuvira breathed through her nose and tried to steady her nerves. No, it would have been impossible for the prince to have sufficient foresight engineer such a situation. Opal had stayed in the camp at her invitation. Should have sent the damned girl away, she muttered. You sent Zuli somewhere? A voice asked. Kuvira looked up quickly and scowled at a lost-looking Varric. She had not heard him come in. Out. I do not have time for you right now, Kuvira said. Nor to worry about your assistant. But, Varric tensed and shook his head. I need her. Find another, Kuvira snapped. And get out. No, Varric shook his head. I need her specifically. Varric. Kuvira said, putting as much anger into her tone as she could. She knows where the plans are. I tried looking but she must have moved them. A new assistant is going to take years to get to her left dash. Plans. What plans? Kuvira interrupted him, her eyes narrowing. The prototypes for the new mecha tanks, Varric said exasperated. More devastating than the existing models, Varric had promised an awful lot with them. I can't find any of them. He looked smug even as her stomach lurched. Just as well no one can make sense of them except for me, they're all way too complicated. I suppose I can start from scratch if we have to. Might take a bit longer than you dash. Get out. Kuvira roared as she slammed her fist down onto the desk. Get out. Don't come to me about your treacherous assistant when it might already be too late. Varric stared at her in terror and almost tripped over as he rushed from the tent. Kuvira seethed as she sank back into her chair. Maybe the two of them were not together. Maybe the plans would turn up. Maybe. But it seemed far too much of a coincidence. Who knew Zuli had sufficient backbone to pull a stunt like that? She must be the reason Opal was missing. Zuli was trying to defect, the two of them were together. The Earth Empire lost nearly half of its Bafong allies in the days that followed. The number included almost all of her best metal benders. Opal Bafong commanded a loyalty Kuvira doubted the girl even suspected. Letter after letter arrived condemning her for the results of Iroha's negotiation, and all of them refused to even entertain her demands for surrender and allegiance. Kuvira tossed them aside with a snort. No matter. She tore the letter from Izumi, once again extending an invitation for negotiation to pieces. Success through peaceful negotiation and was only one method of achieving her goals. If the rest of the Earth Kingdom would not bow through diplomacy, they would bow through defeat. No more challenges, no more duels. No attempts to play politics with the world. But first she had to rebuild her symbolism. The Kenpais at least remained as ruthlessly loyal to her as ever. Kuvira ordered them to spread a new rumor among the remaining ranks. She was meditating to build new spiritual strength. She cut off all outside communication, in particular any radio broadcast originating from Republic City. Kuvira listened to the sole device left in the camp during the night, the volume as low as she could tolerate. The news set her teeth on edge every night. The world sided without exception with Iroha and Opal. Her hand clenched tighter on the radio after a few days of hearing their actions praised and finally shattered the device. Matters quickly became worse. A spy report 2 weeks later reported the Avatar was in an United Forces division near Omashu. And she was waterbending again, using her skill to heal the sick and injured. So she regained 2 elements now. Still weaker than she would have been had Amon not intervened. A second camp in the Han province destroyed. Lava bending again. She could not afford this. Her enemies would likely seize on the situation to inspire insurgency in the remaining ranks. She ordered the other camps to double the guard and enforce harsher punishments for infractions. I want this lava bender, she told Akiko after her report. Find him, wherever he is. And do not harm him. I wish to deal with him personally. The Kenpai bowed and vanished into the night. Time was running out, the solstice was nearing. Too slow progress, her image damaged and exposed, her supporters leaving. No choice any longer, she needed to inspire her forces and make her enemies fear her. Kuvira sighed and began preparations for another trip to the Siwang Desert. Officially Varric, Bader, and Yoon were in charge, but the trio knew nothing of the Kenpais watching their every move, her secret force ready to perpetuate her will in her absence. The novelty of sitting on the train roof took a few hours to wear off. It had been oddly thrilling to dash alongside the train, the conductor refusing to outright stop, but at least gave them a chance to clamber aboard. Not that there was anywhere left inside the train, so Bolin and his companions clung as best they could to the roof as the train roared across the landscape. At least the sun was warm enough by day, night was freezing, and as they huddled together as they had in the woods. Wei pressed his hands to the train roof and based on what he could hear he announced they would be in Republic City within 3 days. A full week of seismic sense training. It certainly felt like he was slowly getting somewhere. Wei had excitedly dragged him to the rail a full day before the train arrived and pressed Bolin's hand against the rail. Feel that? He asked as he pressed Bolin's hand against the rail. Bolin closed his eyes and concentrated. There was something there, a faint vibration in the metal. I think so, Bolin murmured. There's something, though it's far away. Yep, Wei grinned. The train's almost here. The next day Bolin continued to practice, his hands pressed against the roof alongside Wing and Wei. He could feel people talking inside, the unmistakable presences of Wing and Wei beside him. Others sat on the roof, whispered conversations. There were the people inside the train, their footfalls across the metal. Most people were sedentary, though the children were almost constantly moving around. It felt a little wrong to eavesdrop on the people below him, but he had little choice, he had to keep getting better. The hawk fluttering into the train much closer to the engine barely registered upon arrival, but a few minutes later the train seemed to buzz with the news it carried. Bolin frowned as he struggled to make out what the conversations below them. Almost. There. And people are saying she'll go to Omashu, a man was saying. I hope it's true, the Avatar really is coming here. Bolin's heart skipped a beat. Omashu? Korra was going to Omashu? The train would be close to the city tomorrow, would it be possible for him to meet up with her there? Or if she had not yet arrived, there were worse places he could wait for her. Wait. How accurate was the information? Had it warped and changed from the note originally delivered by that hawk? He was so distracted he missed Wei's amused comment. What was that? Bolin blinked as he just about registered the comment had directed at him. Wing grinned. I said we understand if you want to get off at Omashu. What do you mean? Bolin, Wei said shaking his head. Everyone in the world knows about your crush on the Avatar. So if she's going there, well, there's no way you won't, right? Bolin grinned, feeling a little embarrassed. I don't think everyone in the world knows. You're right, Wing said. You still need to tell Korra. And now you have an excellent opportunity, Wing said as he slapped Bolin's back. It was hard to stop smiling after that. Bolin stared ahead of the train looking for even the first hint of Omashu. I'm coming, Korra, he murmured. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 8, The Battle of Omashu. Naga. Korra shouted as the polar bear dog bounded towards her. Kia was grinning, but Korra only had eyes for Naga. Oh, I missed you, girl. Naga licked her face as Korra scratched her head. Didn't think I'd see you here. I made a point of sending a ship to pick her up. Figured you'd want some company, Kia said. Thank you, Korra said, her arms still wrapped around Naga's neck. I'm sorry I left you behind. Naga seemed unfazed and gave Korra another slobbering lick. I'll leave you two to get reacquainted. Just so you know we'll be moving camp in 5 days. Okay, Korra said, the words bringing her back to earth. Moving on again. I'm going to rest up for a bit. Want to see my tent? She asked Naga. Naga barked what sounded like an affirmative. Salutes were still weird. Korra blinked at the soldier as she and Naga passed him. She tried to respond, but stopped halfway through the motion and hastily dropped her arm back to her side. Was there any way of stopping them doing saluting? She should have said something to Kia, but Naga had been too big a distraction. The United Forces seemed like they were treating her as if she was royalty. Which might have once been true if her father had not abdicated leadership of the Water Tribe. Wait. Maybe she was misinterpreting the situation, they might just hold her in the same regard as Kia. That did not help much, she was no military leader or anything like a general, nor did she want to be. She wasn't even quite the Avatar yet, though with 2 out of 3 elements at least she was getting there. Here we are. Korra threw herself down onto what passed for her bed, Naga squirming in behind her and sniffing around curiously. She padded over to Korra and slumped beside the sleeping mat. Wait. What was that? Korra squirmed and withdrew the obstruction from beneath her back, a thick bundle of letters. From the looks of things they had been all addressed to her parents in the south at one stage. Then someone had crossed through the address and replaced it with the Southern Air Temple. Then redirected again to the North Pole before their final redirection to the United Forces. At least they had finally reached her, though since they were only a few days from Republic City perhaps they should have just addressed them to Air Temple Island. Any bets on who wrote to us? Korra asked Naga. She wanted to rifle through the pile and see if there were any with handwriting she felt sure to recognize. No. She did not want to dishearten herself before she even began. Start at the first and work her way through the pile. At least it was nice to receive letters like this. The letter from Opal made her smile vanish after a few sentences and Korra hastily checked the date, not long after Suyin went missing. The next letter was purportedly from Iroh but bore no resemblance to the handwriting on his helpful messages while they trekked through the Earth Kingdom. Unlike Iroh's carefully formed, near-printed handwriting, this one was beautiful in its flowing calligraphy. Was this really his handwriting? How had it changed so much? Not a pleasant letter to move on to, lots of harsh words about the Great Uniter and some new technique she had employed. Korra's heart dropped a little. Iroh carried on and mentioned something about lightning-fast metal, invisible to the eyes that left tiny spheres embedded in his body. Was that even possible? Like Katara, he did not seem like the type to lie, and he confessed his defeat at the hands of Kuvira. Korra breathed as Iroh repeated the same name as Katara. Her hands clenched the paper. He must have been hurt pretty bad, she murmured to Naga, who softly whined in response. So much so he was not sure what he was saying or writing. Or dictating given the different handwriting. It fit too. Katara admitted she healed Iroh before arriving in the north. If Iroh had been delirious when talking to her then, it would explain why she named the Great Uniter as Kuvira later on. It was even possible this other author had made a mistake when writing and used the wrong glyphs for what appeared to be Kuvira's name. Not that Korra could figure out how the error had occurred, but it was a pretty common problem. In any case, she would not believe Kuvira capable of the deeds they accused the Great Uniter of. She read through the rest of the letters, heart sinking a little. Nothing from Bolin. Nothing from Asami. Nothing from Kuvira. The first was a futile dream, she knew. The second unlikely after her behavior in Ba Sing Se. But the third? Why had Opal made the effort but not Kuvira? Korra plucked up her pen and started replying. A few letters to Zaofu, though with recent strife penned without any confidence of them arriving. The city had not fallen to the Great Uniter as far as current intelligence indicated, but the surrounding area was war-torn and communication was becoming increasingly difficult. Static jammed radio waves and far too hawks died in transit. Still, hopefully either Suyin, Opal, or Korra hesitated but scribbled Kuvira's name on her own copy of the letter. She had to trust in her friend, unless... No. Her hand cramped by the end and it was about time to get back to her duties. You going to be okay here? Korra asked. Naga did not answer, the polar bear dog softly snoring. Good girl. I'll be back a bit later. The village had been one of several they had once passed through on their way to find Asami. Back then it was nothing more than a simple farming community. Now it was one of the main refugee sites within the Earth Kingdom, in addition to operating as a relief center for dealing with the rash of diseases now plaguing the surrounding lands. Diseases that they seemed to never be able to treat quite quick enough or quite as thoroughly as she wanted. The nearby medical tent had a line of patients extending as far as she could see, just like every other day. They needed help. And like every time she came to help there was a ripple of recognition as she stepped into the tent. Kia insisted it was good, even if the attention here, embodiment of their hopes, felt overwhelming. People brightened when they caught sight of her. Some even called out her name and title, jostling others just to catch a glimpse of her. She hurried to where the rest of the healers treated the sick, whispered hellos and thank yous as she took her place. The Avatar has come to save us. An elderly woman cried as she shuffled forward for Korra's attention. Korra shook her head. I'm just here to help. But I will do all I can, she said. The woman bowed solemnly and told Korra what was wrong. Everything Katara had ever taught her came in handy here. She picked up little bits and pieces up from the other healers she worked beside, but few could heal with water like her. After the first day Korra insisted to the crowds that the other healers were just as competent as her. The crowd seemed to accept it, but Korra still worried of people refusing to let another healer look over them, or cause delays as they insisted only the Avatar could help. She listened as the sick and injured related their experiences and pasts. Some were reticent and reluctant to talk even after she healed them as best she could, others poured out their hearts and stories the moment she began patiently working on them. The first day had been the worst. Korra had held herself together through so many tales of sadness and lost loved ones. But as soon as night fell she needed to get out, needed to let the sorrow and pain out somehow. She crept out to the nearby woods, far from anyone, and wept in the moonless darkness. It did not seem to help all that much, but somehow she was able to get back on her feet, determined to do everything she could. More than one of her patients mentioned the Great Uniter. They never spoke her name, but told Korra how she bent the toughest metal without problem and yet fought and moved with a dancer's grace. Beautiful and cruel, destroying those who opposed and would not submit to her. So many had stories of imprisonment and executions, friends, family, strangers. Whole villages were shockingly left to starve if they remained resilient to the new leader's entreaties. During some breaks, if she still had the energy, she would play with the surviving children. At least she could still do something for them in the midst of the destruction and suffering. The air scooter kept them all entertained as she chased around the camp after them. At least they still had their innocence. But how many would be orphans like Bolin and Mako? Too many. And how many would suffer as they had? Far too many. Nighttime gave her the chance to meditate alone. No earthbending still, but it would come, just like the others had. Patience. Hard to be patient when she needed all the element back. Two alone would not be enough to end the conflict. It was hard to concentrate through the events of the day. Naga helped the first night she was there, the warmth softness of her fur too tempting to continue meditating and forcing her concentration like that. She slept better than she had in some time, curled in Naga's paws. The effect faded too quickly, and the horrors of the day haunted her. She needed something more. 2 days after Naga's arrival and Korra spotted the waxing moon. "You," she murmured. Korra blinked, her eyes open in the spirit world. Had it been easy due to the moon's growing presence in the sky, or was she simply better at meditating now? No matter, she was here. The spirit oasis looked just how she expected it. And like she hoped, Yu was sat on the side of the pool, her legs trailing in the water. "Korra," she smiled. "I did not expect to see you again so soon." Her expression faltered. Must not be doing a good job of hiding her feels. "Is something the matter?" "You could say that." "Can I talk to you about it?" she asked. "Of course," Yu said and patted the grass beside her. "Wait. Lie here," she said and patted her lap. Korra blinked at her. "You want me to sit on you?" Yu's smirk lasted a fraction of a second too long. "Your head, Korra. Rest your head here." She lay back, Yu looming over her. Now, she stroked her fingers through Korra's hair. "I will listen to whatever you wish to tell me. Or I am willing to simply be here with you." "Thank you," Korra murmured and closed her eyes, relishing the feel of the spirit's fingers in her hair. Slowly, but with increasing agitation, the words poured out of her. The camp full of the sick and injured, the refugees and survivors, her fears for the children. All of it. Yu was silent for a long moment when Korra finally ran out of words. A soft touch on her face made her blink her eyes open. "You have seen much sorrow," she said as her hand wiped the tears from Korra's cheek. "But you have persisted." "I'm not sure how much longer I can keep on," Korra murmured, enjoying her touch. "You can only continue for as long as you feel able," Yu said, fingers returning to her hair. "But so many people are depending on me," she protested. "You must do what you feel is right. The Avatar represents balance in your world. Even your help must not consume all your time," Yu said. "I don't want it to," Korra said sharply. Yu grinned. "And for that I am grateful. You are both wise and compassionate, Korra. You have helped so many." Korra bit her lip. "Do you mind if I come back again? When it gets too much?" "I would be honored." "You know where to find me," Yu said. Their group moved on, seeking out more villages that needed their help as refugees flooded into them. So much work, healing, food distribution, all carried out at the behest of Republic City, the Fire Nation and both water tribes. Air acolytes swooped through the air ferrying the donated food. In the nighttime Korra meditated, her focus on earthbending seeming less important than again lying her head on Yu's lap. A moment of solace and calm after a day of pain and horror from so many. The Great Uniter held basing SE in 5 city-states currently, roughly equal to a fifth of the overall land mass of the Earth Kingdom. The Earth Empire's specific victories were all along the southern reaches of the continent and from the reports likely to remain there. The United Forces avoided the Southern Ocean while the Empire's armada ferried troops along the coastlines. Things would change in the end. The Earth Empire had control of numerous stations along the coast, and reports were unclear if they were making inroads along the tracks. At least the northern states were currently safe from the Great Uniter. Still not safe for civilians, the areas were suffering through ongoing conflicts and intense fighting for control of the crown. Or perhaps they would face the Great Uniter. Would one problem take the other out? One thing at a time, she needed to be a fully realized avatar before she could truly intervene. There was little balance to be had by simply taking out the warlords. Korra was faintly amused, though saddened, to arrive in the Omashu area after they broke camp. "Remember here, girl?" she asked Naga. "Looks different, doesn't it? We came from the other side of the mountain." She, Mako and Naga had only stayed 3 days last time, and spent most of their time in a love hotel. It sounded somehow surreal to think of that now. 3 days in the same bed, and after all that kissing the first night, and nothing had happened between them. Korra sighed. How would she feel right now if Mako had not rejected her offer? If they had spent those days entertaining themselves in the hotel room rather than rewatching the Oma and Shu play over and over again? Would it have been as good as she hoped, wrapped in Mako's arms and moaning? Maybe their time would not have been so different. They had been mistaken as lovers more than once while roaming the city, arm in arm. And a few onlookers' assertions of just what occurred behind closed doors would have been correct. Korra shook herself. Not good to dwell on those memories right now. Mako was still a raw feeling deep inside. Omashu had not made a formal request from the United Forces for assistance, and it was not hard to see why. The city's defenses at least looked imposing. Not as strong or with a legend of impregnability as Ba Sing Se had, but Omashu had suffered and weathered numerous attacks. Would the defenses still be enough now? More than likely the walls went up when the major threat the city faced was of a Fire Nation army. The situation was so different now. How could this city, any city relying on stone for defense, hope to defend against an earthbending army? The city had taken in as many refugees as they could manage, but space within the limited was severely limited. The refugees had spilled out from the city and into numerous makeshift camps spread around outside the outer wall of the city. Well away from any defensive measures and shockingly vulnerable if the Great Uniter decided to attack. But what other choice? Kia commented that they were here to try and shift as many of the refugees back to Republic City. The healers were to prepare people for travel as best they could. Sloppier, faster work than before. It hurt to alleviate pain enough to move the people on, but the situation was against them. Korra visited you each night, her friend listening as patiently as ever as she unburdened herself. The evacuations had been in operation for just over a day when Kia hurried over to Korra as she helped a group of elderly refugees across a muddy river. "Korra, we are ordering a general retreat. Everyone is to dismantle as much as we can outside the city and push back to Gathlasho." "Is it the Empire?" Korra asked, keeping her voice low. "Yes," Kia said, her face deadly serious. "We've received intelligence the army is heading right for us. Omashu should be okay, but the people outside. How long do we have?" Korra said, shivering, and glancing at the group of elderly refugees. They did not appear to have heard the discussion. "Less than I would like. The advanced troops are coming by rail, they'll likely be here by dawn. The rest will come over ground," Kia replied. "So soon?" Korra breathed. "But we need to help the people here, don't we?" "We do. And it pains me that we're doing this, but we don't have a choice. You know we don't have nearly enough soldiers here. We're here to guard you and the healers, not fight a war." Kia stared into her eyes. "But like you said, we need to help these people, and it looks like that means if we try to save all of them, we'll lose all of them. We have to help as much as we can. I am keeping the airships running until the last minute. We'll get as many people out as we can." I. Korra sagged. It made a horrible kind of sense. "I understand," she said. "I hoped you would. The same orders are going to all the other healers. Prioritize people to go on the airships. Really bad cases should remain here for now." She held up her hand as Korra tried to interrupt. "We are negotiating with the king. He can take more than he says, and given the extra time the walls will provide, I want to try and get them evacuated from inside the city." "The best we can do," Korra muttered. "This is war, I'm afraid," Kia said, her smile wan. "Our choices are limited. Korra kept looking back as they began retreating a few hours later. Stragglers collapsed tents and bundled their belongings together. Many began limping behind the United Forces personnel and a gratifying number walked alongside them. But there were far too many camped below Omashu. Korra rolled onto her back, opened her eyes and stared vacantly at the roof of her tent. Sleep simply was not coming this evening and she could not get comfortable. Naga normally made her nod straight off, but tonight she felt too warm and her neck seemed forever at an odd angle. The temptation to slip into the spirit world once more came to mind, but she doubted she could concentrate to enough of a degree to make it there. Omashu was so close and they were running out of time before the Great Uniter arrived. Was it her? Was it really Kuvira leading the group? Sorry girl, Korra said somewhere past midnight. I've got to know. Naga lifted her head as Korra dressed and grabbed her staff. You need to stay here though, she said. Naga stared at her. I know. I'll be quick, okay? I promise I'll be back. Naga lowered her head but kept watching her as she left the tent. Her confidence slipped a little halfway across the camp. She could bend air and water now, but how much water there to draw upon close to the city? There were the rivers, but her reach was not quite what it once was. She dithered for a moment and hurried to the supply tent. 4 water skins should be more than enough. Not that she had ever used one before, but then she had a tendency to default to using fire when confronted with opponents. No. She could not afford even a momentary distraction like that now. Emulate Katara, she famously only ever used one. How different her first confrontation with Amon might have been with something like this at the start of the fight. No. That way lay a never-ending chain of might-have-beens and other paths no longer available to her. She had to deal with the present as she found it. Getting clear of the camp was easy. Most of the United Forces personnel were dealing with the refugees who had traveled with them. Korra flicked open the glider and bent a gust to send her sailing into the night sky and back towards Omashu. She was almost at the city when it became obvious the dark sky was not solely because of night. A column of smoke towered up from Omashu, the source fires horribly vivid in the darkness. The Earth Empire had arrived early and the fight had already begun. Korra's stomach tightened as she flew closer. There was sporadic fights in the city's lower levels. At least the Earth Empire had not only made it into the lowest ring. Kia's airships at least were still running, just as she promised. Korra swooped lower. She had to make sure as many as possible made it out. Something odd on the battlefield. Korra squinted. They looked like mecha tanks. So the Earth Empire had those too, the unused equalist weapons from Ba Sing Se given new life and sent to belch fire into Omashu. Asami had mentioned something about how the hulls were platinum to guard against both fire and metal benders. Those things would be unpleasant to deal with. So far they seemed to be holding a perimeter around the city while ground troops flooded into the city. First things first though, putting out the fires. Korra aimed for the wall dividing the lowest ring of the city from the one set above it. The fire was beginning to take hold, the city's earthbenders torn between destroying the buildings the fire clung to and repelling the invaders. She could help, and fortunately there was a large body of water nearby. No need for the skins just yet. Korra landed heavily, snapped her glider closed and water bent as fast as she could. The resulting wave washed over the burning buildings and doused the flames. More and more people turned to stare at her as she continued to bend the water, submerging every flame beneath her wave. Some water left, she froze it into place over as many breaches as she could see. But she was merely half an avatar. In the past she might have pushed the whole army back. Her hasty reinforcement of the walls melted in moments after a succession of volleys from the mecha tanks. The Earth Empire soldiers flooded in through the newly exposed breaches. From the looks of things there were earthbenders amongst them. The city defenders threw barriers and obstructions as fast as they could, though some opposing force collapsed them moments later, and some constructions became malformed shapes as 2 evenly matched benders tried to control the same rock. They could only hold the section for so long, and she could not help them directly. Korra's hands itched to earthbend and help, but it was still beyond her. Slowly, but surely the Earth Empire pushed their way further into the city. All too soon the call came for a general retreat and the defenders fell back, scrambling up into the next ring, pushing refugees and civilians before them. Korra leapt up and used her glider to sail to the top of the city. Huge lines of refugees waited for the next available airships, soldiers barking orders in the chaos. She grabbed for whoever seemed nominally in charge. "How is the evacuation going?" "We don't have enough airships for the population," the soldier said in frustration, annoyed at first, but his expression brightened. Just her presence seemed to give people hope. If only she felt deserving of it. "The pilots are going as fast as they can, but it's not fast enough," Korra nodded. "So we need to buy more time." "How many more people need to get out?" "Nearly 1,000 left. I make that 10 airship loads assuming no overcrowding." He grimaced. "And not counting the city defenders." Korra glanced up at the mass of people waiting and the shadowy forms of the airships rising above them. "Send a hawk to General Kia of the United Forces. They're not far from the city. Tell her we need more airships. Belay that," a voice angrily interrupted. The king of Omasha looked haggard in the dim light, the light catching on his jewelry. He glared at Korra. "I would hope the Avatar would have more confidence or be able to drive our enemy back. But if you cannot, then we will. We will repel them. We will win. The soldiers of this city will fight to their very last breath." Korra tried to remain calm even as she wanted to scream at the hopeless optimism. "Look down there," she said fiercely as she pointed to the lower rings. The Earth Empire were building up speed and advancing at a startling rate. "You're losing this fight." Worried looks all around her and whispered concerns, they thought she could save them. "I'm sorry. I will help as much as I can, but I'm not a full Avatar anymore." "But you can't hope to drive them back out." "Not now. If you want your people to live, then ask the United Forces for help." The king muttered something about losing honor, but nodded brusquely. "Send the hawk," he said scowling as he stared down into the flames now growing in the city. "Thank you," Korra said. "Send the hawk now. I'll take care of the fires for now. Tell your men to put everything they've got into holding this ring. There can't be many left below us and people of Omashu." The voice boomed out of every radio and echoed across the entire city. A shiver ran up Korra's spine and she shivered. A familiar voice. Far too familiar. Louder than she had ever heard it, but the speak was unmistakable. "I am the Great Uniter," the voice came again. "If you try to escape the city, only uncertainty awaits you out there in the Earth Kingdom. You may escape today, maybe even tomorrow, but there is nowhere safe forever." Korra shuddered. She sounded like she was enjoying the spectacle. What had happened? "One day you will face my forces again, however far and however long you run. Fight us and you will lose. Pledge allegiance however, and all are welcome to join with me in uniting the Earth Empire. You will be under my protection as my citizens, together we will be one strong, unified nation." Korra blinked, unsure what to do as the voice continued, still trying to persuade people. The civilians huddled nearby shuddered, some moaning with fear, others hurling obscenities at the Great Uniter. Far below them, more and more soldiers poured into the city. Where were the airships? Korra stared up, hard to see anything with the smoke obscuring the sky. The other rings were falling as she watched, more and more defenders caught by the Earth Empire as they tried to fall back. Too many survivors and 100 or so troops. "Avatar Korra? I know you are here. I wish to talk." Korra's blood ran cold. Had she brought the Great Uniter here? All she wanted to do was help. Maybe she would have been better off staying in the south. No. She was the Avatar and she had a duty. Her opponent could not continue. The Great Uniter, Korra could still not think of her by any other name, controlled only a single element, Earth. Korra had two different elements to use, and her opponent had little experience dealing with airbenders. Korra could defeat her, challenge her to a duel as Iroh had described, watch for this technique and use both her elements to subdue her. If nothing else, it would delay the inevitable and maybe allow the last people to get clear of the city before the Earth Empire reached the summit. A distant drone caught her attention. The airships were on their way back. "Keep on evacuating. I'm going to buy you some time," Korra shouted as she ran for the edge of the ring. She stumbled to a halt. Earth Empire troops swarmed right beside them. They had made it so far so quickly and no one had noticed. Then the people they had been waiting for? Korra shuddered. She needed to end this immediately. I am Avatar Korra. She roared above the din. I request an audience with the Great Uniter. The soldiers all stared up at her, flickers of recognition on faces as they muttered her name. The fighting slowed and halted, Omashu defenders taking advantage of the pause to hurry to safety. The crowd shifted, someone was coming. The crowd parted, people backing away and crouching into a bow as a solitary figure stalked across the ring below. A woman. No, it was impossible to ignore the truth visible with her own eyes. Kuvira looked up at her and smiled. She gestured and she rose up. The movement shocked Korra for a moment before realization set in. Metal bending, she was lifting herself with metal bending. There was something else there, an impression of something larger that seemed to hand above and around Kuvira like a shroud. Korra frowned and in the moment she concentrated the impression faded. Kuvira's smile did not change as she stepped onto the upper ring. Great Uniter, Korra muttered. Avatar, Kuvira replied. More of them? Wing asked staring past Bolin. He turned staring ahead along the tracks. A group of people were waving and shouting at the train as it approached. The train shuddered as it began slowing down. The driver seemed to have no choice given the people sitting directly on the track. They looked alarmingly like Earth Empire soldiers. We might need to get them out of the way. Looks like a job for you, he grinned at Bolin. Maybe, Bolin murmured, his body tensing. It would be easy to scare them off with a little lava bending. Wait, there was something different about these uniforms. He caught Wei's arm. The uniforms look different. A streak of red paint bisected the Earth Empire crest. Defectors? Wing asked, frowning. The uniforms looked defaced. Could be a bluff, Wei added quickly. We should be ready. I hope they're real, Bolin said in a shaky voice. No desire for more fighting if he could avoid it. Wait, look, there are refugees with them too. The train continued to slow. There were still moving fast enough to zip straight past a number of people who scrambled to their feet and ran alongside the train. Wei. A voice called. Wei. It's me. A girl was keeping pace with them even as the train felt like it was coming to a halt. Colin. Wei called as he waved to her. Good to see you. Don't go to Omashu. She blurted as the train lurched to a halt. Colin bent double, panting. What? Wei asked. Why? The Great Uniter is headed there. The name still made Bolin shiver, even her alter ego, the name she hid behind induced dread in his stomach. Wei sagged. Should have known she'd head for there, he muttered as Colin caught her breath. He slid onto his stomach and hung over the edge of the carriage. Where should we go then? He asked. Is there another line we can take? Kagamai's good. Colin said. There's a switching point a few miles further. Should be able to take you in the right direction. And we heard the United Forces are headed there too, and we're going there as soon as we can. You don't want to get on the train? Bolin asked, frowning. Not that there was really enough room even on the roof anymore for more passengers. Colin shook her head. No. We want to find Opal first. Opal? Wing and Wei said in the same moment. They leapt off the train without a pause, the whole vehicle jolting as it began to move. Bolin glanced ahead. The Earth Empire defectors had cleared the track and were helping people clamber up onto whatever handhold they could find. Wing and Wei's spaces on the roof were rapidly filled. Bolin dithered for a moment and dropped down after the twins. I'm coming too. What about Korra? Wing asked. I know the Great Uniter's over that way, but, come on, Bolin. It's Korra. I know. He stressed, but... He sighed. Conflicting emotions. Fear, expectancy, loyalty. Why are you looking for Opal? You didn't hear? No one's seen her since she stopped the Great Uniter from killing Prince Iroh. Wing and Wei exchanged surprised glances with Bolin. It backfired on the Earth Empire, made the Great Uniter lose a lot of popularity, Colin said. Which camp is she in? Wing asked hurriedly. We need to rescue her too. It'll be just like the other camps, Bolin can use his lava-bending dash. She's not in a camp, Colin interrupted. Huh? Wei asked, blinking at her. As far as anyone can make out, she vanished from the camp and not even the Great Uniter knows where she is now. Last we heard was that her badger hounds had tracked her towards this area, but she had enough sense to cross a few rivers and now they've lost her scent, Colin said. Bolin, I've decided, you can't come with us, we said suddenly. Bolin started and immediately tried to protest. But I dash. Wing shook his head. This is about our family. We can't lose our sister too. Not after Zaofu, Bader turning on us and whatever happened to Mom. His voice cracked as he spoke. But dash, Bolin tried. No, Wei said. If she was in a camp we'd need you. But she's out here somewhere, we've got a lot more experience in the wilderness. For Opal's sake, for yours and Dash, he grinned. Even the world, Korra needs to know you're alive. It's risky, it's dangerous, but you need to go to Omashu. You know the Avatar? Colin asked as she stared at Bolin in wonder. Wait, all of you. We have talked to her once or twice. And Bolin here? He not only knows her, he dash Bolin cut Wei off with an elbow to the ribs. Wei winked at him and Bolin sighed. Colin was frowning. But, the Avatar is why the Great Uniter is headed to Omashu. She found out she was helping the United Forces and she trailed off. So she needs to know what's coming for her, Wei said. So, you go to Omashu and leave Opal to us. This is amazingly unfair, Bolin sighed, the worry about abandonment tempered by the rising excitement that Korra was closer than she had been to him in so long. Maybe. Wei grinned. But we'll see each other again in Republic City, right? Right, Bolin replied, smiling. Good. Wei looked at him oddly and leaned forward, pressing his lips against Bolin's. Bolin started, the kiss both a surprise and arousing. His eyelids fluttered, open his eyes and pull away or continue the kiss. So different to when he had kissed Haruai, different to kissing Korra. Unexpectedly enjoyable. He kissed back, the kiss prolonging more than he might have expected it to. His head felt dizzy and concerns about just how long they had been kissing seemed barely worth his concern until finally Wei pulled away from him. The loss of contact was almost dismaying and Bolin almost leaned forward to continue but paused when he noticed Wei grinning. Bolin could not help but smile back. Sorry. That was just in case one of us didn't make it. Last time I promised dash. It's okay. I just never kissed a guy before. Bolin mumbled, his head still spinning a little. His face felt flushed, and it was a little difficult to catch his breath. Not to mention how the rest of his body reacted. Hopefully no one else noticed. That was nice, he added awkwardly. He glanced around to find they had garnered a sizable audience including many from the camps. Sid was grinning at him. Hero's reward, he said with a smirk. Your fans will be delighted, Mari from the women's camp giggled. Fans? He asked weakly. You're a hero, Bolin. And now we have to wait who you wind up with, the Avatar or Wei here, Mari said. Tell you what, I'll give you an incentive. He glanced at Mari. You don't mind me making it more complicated, do you? Mari shook her head. Either way sounds good. Wei smirked. Okay. So, Bolin? If you haven't confessed to Korra by the time we next see you, you have to kiss me again, okay? Not that much of a deterrent, Bolin murmured. Wei raised one eyebrow and Mari hopped excitedly from one foot to another. Bolin sighed. Okay, I'll do my best to let her know. Wei said, shaking his head. Promise. I promise, Bolin said wearily. You all going to be my witnesses, I guess. The camp survivors murmured their assent, not everyone quite as interested in the semi-soap opera as Sid and Mari. I guess I'll see you all in Republic City, he said. You will. Take care, Bolin, Wei said and waved as he, Wing, Sid, Mari and the others set off across the countryside. The train was barely visible ahead of him, not long before it had to switch track. Maybe he should have stayed with it until then, now he had no choice but to walk. Bolin stayed close to the tracks and began walking towards Omashu. The journey was lonely and tedious. To his immense relief, the city still standing when he arrived, and there was no trace of the Earth Empire inside the city or in the surrounding area. The banner above the entrance proclaimed Omasha, the City of Love, and he tried hard not to see it as a good sign. The pessimistic conclusion soon seemed accurate. Korra did not seem to be here. Maybe the rumor had been wrong. A worrying possibility given the blank looks when he asked where the Avatar was. Maybe he arrived ahead of her? What to do now? Go looking or trust in what he had heard and remain here until she did arrive? A few hours amongst the refugees and it became impossible to leave as he helped out as much as he could. Only so much he could do without waterbending or any medical knowledge. It took some time for the new rumor to finally reach him, but he could hardly sit still when he heard it. The Avatar had arrived a few days before and was helping the overspill camps outside the city walls right now. Bolin finished tending to his assumed duties as quickly as he can and sprinted for the city gate. Too late, just as he reached the outer gate it slammed shut and alarms blaring. For a moment he panicked, certain that the authorities were after him. Maybe the city had already fallen and they hid that fact to draw in more people? The moment passed, the massing troops on the walls was evidence enough, something else was coming. A few shouted commands confirmed it, the Earth Empire was here and Bolin shivered uncontrollably. You. It's been a while, Avatar. Kuvira added Korra, a moment later, almost as an afterthought. Her smile did not reach her eyes which stared at Korra with an unnerving intensity. She seemed so different to the friend Korra last saw months ago. I am surprised, but pleasantly so, to find you here. We've been anxiously awaiting news of the Avatar's recovery these last few months. Wish I could say the same, Korra blurted, her fists clenching and her heart racing. She almost regretted saying the words, but could not stop herself as she carried on talking. It really is you. I didn't want it to be you, she said. I thought everyone was mistaken or they were lying. Only I never stopped to wonder why they would do that. I guess I didn't want to believe you could do it. Kuvira cocked her head to one side questioningly. It is true. Is what true? Kuvira asked lazily. Oh, this? All of this? She said, indicating her army with a swooping gesture. I can only surmise you mean whether I am the one known as the Great Uniter. I should think that answer is obvious, though I will admit I feel it more accurate to note I was once called Kuvira, but that name has little meaning for me anymore. Kuvira stepped forward and Korra stepped back. But the things people have said about you and your followers. All those terrible things, taking over provinces, forced labor, executions. Purging Fire Nation and Water Tribe citizens in the Earth Kingdom. Were those true too? Kuvira stared at her impassively. Answer me. Korra growled. She darted forward and grabbed Kuvira's uniform. Tell me they're not true. She hissed, shaking the Great Uniter. Kuvira wrenched her shirt from Korra's grip, hastily smoothing the rumpled fabric as she took a step back. Typical, she said as she brushed at her uniform. As always, you have been blinded by your emotions. She took a deep breath, her expression softening. What you have no doubt heard is propaganda designed to discredit me and my efforts. I assure you I do only what I must to liberate the people of the Earth Kingdom from their oppressors. I am bringing a revolution so that all may benefit. Just as we both did to the Mata family, it's just my current project is somewhat bigger, she said. You expect me to believe they were all lying? Korra asked hotly. Hundreds of men, women, and children. All of them. Memories of the sick and injured, many dying even as she frantically tried to keep them alive. Yes, Kuvira said simply. Had it not occurred to you that my enemies are the ones responsible for these crimes? Attributing them to me allows them to defame me. What enemies? Korra asked, shaking her head. People who refuse to bow? Who don't want to be part of your empire? Kuvira said nothing and continued to stare at her. What about the Fire Nation citizens? The ones you asked Prince Iroh to negotiate for? The world knows what you did when he accepted your duel. The citizens you are referring to were guilty of trying to incite a rebellion. There were no innocents among them, I detained them because there was no other choice. I had to keep the peace, Kuvira said with a shrug. Is it really so surprising their prince took their side without question? He challenged me and I faced him. The truth of the matter has been twisted by many to serve their own ends, the Fire Nation prince among them. There was a seductive smoothness to her words, so easy to just believe her. No. Her response to the question about the Fire Nation hostages was a non-answer. Where is Opal? Korra asked. She stopped you fighting and then. Korra, I understand you have heard upsetting things, but please believe me, I do not know where Opal is. We had a disagreement and she left of her own free will. Kuvira shrugged. She looked sincere. But how could Korra believe her, standing here at the highest point of Omasha with her troops rampaging through the streets below them? Too convenient in her excuses and reasoning. Too many questions still, not least how had Omasha tried to hurt her? It must be difficult to take in, Kuvira murmured as she stepped forward, her hand gripping Korra's shoulder. But the Earth Empire is doing good and we are making so much progress in our bid to unify the kingdom. But there is so much we still have to do. Kuvira smiled gently. Think of this like your predecessor, when he helped Zuko as he took the Fire Nation throne. You can do the same. Join us, Korra, and we can forge this nation anew. We can finally achieve peace. The question hung in the air for too long. Seductive and tempting. If Kuvira was honest, then maybe they really could change the Earth Kingdom for the better. She could regain her earthbending, learn from Kuvira and, like she said, they would be just like Zuko and Aang. If she was telling the truth. The memories of her patients refused to fade, the look in their eyes, the pain and suffering. No, Korra said quietly. No, not your way, she added and pulled away from Kuvira. Your goals are laudable, but nothing can justify your methods. There is no other way, Kuvira said, her expression hardening. She was tensing up and again there was that flare of something around her. Something vast and complex beyond anything she had felt before. It faded again. Yes there is, Korra said fiercely. You said people were the most important thing in the kingdom. I've been listening to the people, Kuvira. Have you? She gestured to Omashu. This is not right. This city was trying to help out people running away from you. And here you are blowing holes in it and setting it on fire. All this time I thought you wanted to help the world. I even admired you for what you wanted to do. Korra shook her head. I can't let this continue. Disappointing. Hard overhead Kuvira began. Enough, Korra growled. No more of your nonsense. She pointed her folded glider at Kuvira threateningly. This ends now. Trying to emulate him are you? Kuvira smiled smugly. Your predecessor. The damage he caused to the world and yet you think he a good role model. You have the same kind of poor taste Bolin had. Don't say his name, Korra growled. What? Bolin's? It's not like avoiding it will bring him back from where you left him. Her smile widened as Korra's fists clenched even tighter. I never did tell you what I did before you found me in those tunnels, did I? She asked. Korra blinked. What was this? I should apologize for that. I had intended him to keep you company after. I never wanted to hurt him, never wanted him involved. What are you? Korra murmured in quiet horror. He would have been so useful right now. Kuvira sighed. A great loss. Did you never wonder how he got into that cavern? He followed me under the palace thinking he could be a hero or something out of his puerile dramas. I told him to stay away, but you were such an inspiration and he worried about me. Kuvira barked out a laugh. That boy would follow you to the ends of the world if you let him. And that's why he died down there. Kuvira looked too smug, too gloating. Korra's nails bit painfully into her palm. The big idiot could not leave well enough alone. The punch was everything she could muster: pain, hate, anger, frustration, vengeance, revenge. She scarcely recognized the howling shout that accompanied it. Her own voice, twisted in her throat and leaving it aching and sore. The force of her fist threw Kuvira backwards and Korra gave her no chance to recover as she slammed into her and tackled her to the ground. She slammed her fists down at her so-called friend, but Kuvira had the advantage here. The ground somehow turned, her knees unable to find purchase as she slid off of Kuvira. The great uniter was on her feet in moments, her boot lashing out to catch Korra's chin. The pain made her vision blur and she hastily scrambled backwards and struggled to her feet. Only just in time, several metal sheets spun through the air. Korra lashed out with her staff and blasted them away. "Take it back," she demanded as she bent a blast of air at Kuvira. It knocked her backwards and slammed her onto the rock nearby. "Where were you when Ba Sing Se was in flames?" Kuvira snarled as she scrambled to her feet. "Where were you when the queen died and the only ones willing to lead were more like her? They did not care for the people, and we had no avatar to turn to for help." Another barrage of metal, the wind failing to catch all of them and not slowing the remainder by close to enough, the onslaught damaged her glider in seconds. Korra tossed it away, the battered staff away. "I've come back," she hissed as she pulled a water whip from one of the skins. "Easier to break the rocks like this, not so sure on the metal. In time to save the kingdom from you. You want to undo it all?" Kuvira asked, panting hard. "You want to turn back time and progress? I did all this without you. We don't need you and your specialness. You do not understand the world. All you know to do is beat up the people who frustrate you. You see only the short term. Just like a child. The future cannot arrive without sacrifices." A barrage of rock ripped from the floor beneath them both. Korra twisted a thick thread of water around herself to act as a shield. Kuvira paused after her barrage and Korra took the opportunity to send a stream of water at Kuvira's knee and froze it in place. Her opponent stumbled, off balance enough to bowl her over with another blast of wind. Kuvira was down but not out. She hastily scrambled sideways and threw herself into one of the transport chutes. She was getting away. Korra chased after her, preferring to leap from structure to structure as she tried to keep pace with Kuvira, blasts of air and water keeping her aloft. Kuvira paused on the penultimate outer ring of the city and assumed an unusual stance. What was she trying? It looked like no earth-bending or metal-bending form Korra had ever seen. Nothing like fire, water, or even air. Korra thudded onto the ground a good distance from Kuvira and sprinted right at her, a new water whip curling from the skin. Kuvira did not seem worried. What was she doing? Trying to taunt her? The Great Uniter completed 2 spins and she only realized what she was seeing as Kuvira's hand pointed right at her. There was a flicker of movement from her hand and Korra's shoulder seemed to explode with pain. Just like Iroh had said. Korra stumbled, her fingers flexing, the water whip falling to splash uselessly on the ground. It was not as bad as she had feared, her arm still seemed to work. Kuvira scowled and spun around again, too far for Korra to attack in time. She leapt for a nearby pillar and pressed her back against the solid stone. What now? She could not keep hiding here, and even here was worrying. Could Kuvira penetrate solid rock with her attack? Something smacked with an alarming crack into the pillar and Korra jumped, calming a second later. The attack had not penetrated the pillar. She glanced up, the pillar stood, but was now riddled with cracks and splinters. How many more could it survive? And what then? She had no choice, she needed to take Kuvira head on. The soldier tried to push Bolin away as he sagged, almost pulling Bolin over. "Leave me, save yourself," the soldier gasped. "Not doing that, sir," Bolin replied. "We haven't got far to go. See? We're almost to the top." He glanced over his shoulder down into the destruction of the city layers below them. He had helped so many up from section to section, the Earth Empire army terrifyingly close on his heels. "I can't dash." "Yes, you can," Bolin said firmly and hauled the soldier up, half carrying, half dragging him up the steep steps. A movement above, more soldiers peering down at him. "Hey down there!" Someone shouted. "The Avatar is commanding we all evacuate the city. Everyone is to head for the airship station." "The Avatar? Korra was here now?" "Okay." He shouted back. "See," he said to the soldier. "Gotta do what Korra says." The man just grunted in reply. Another soldier took the man's other arm as they drew level and the 3 of them continued to push on through Omashu. The pain in Bolin's legs seemed to fade, the climb getting easier. She was here. He carefully left the man where the line of the airship began. "KO the Avatar, where is she?" he asked the nearest soldier. "She's fighting the Great Uniter at the bottom of the city," the soldier said hurriedly, his focus past Bolin. The airships were busily filling up. I wouldn't worry about them at the moment, just get on board and get out of here. What about Korra? Bolin said, wandering away from the people waiting to board. She's the Avatar, the man said behind her. She'll be fine. Bolin shook his head. You don't know that. I'm going to check on her. He turned back. Please try and keep a ship ready. If she doesn't come back, neither will I. Don't be a fool. The soldier shouted. Just who do you think you are? Her friend, Bolin said, and he leapt for the nearest transport chute. He grabbed a chunk of rock to skid down the steep chute, so much like the aftermath of the fight with the Red Lotus. It was hard to miss where Korra had to be. A ring of people far below contrasted against the pale rock, and two distant figures in the center. He lost sight of them as he reached the ring and threw himself from the chute, landing with an awkward roll. So many Earth Empire soldiers clustered around the fight, their uniforms a stark and unpleasant reminder of the recent past. He shuddered at the thought of trying to push through the crowd, but he needed a vantage point. He needed to help Korra if the situation arose. A series of crumbling pillars loomed over the fight. Good enough. Bolin scrambled up with difficulty, his fingers unable to dig into the rock, and instead he had to cling to whatever handhold he could find. A bit higher. There. There were two women fighting below him, the sight both lifting his spirits and crushing them. Korra and Kuvira were here. It had been so long, one he had dearly wanted to see so badly. The other he never wanted to see again in his life. Korra was charging at Kuvira, who was in turn doing something strange. She started spinning on the spot and pointed at Korra as she darted out from behind a shattered pillar. Korra tried to dodge to one side, but what was she trying to avoid? He squinted. Kuvira scowled and span around again as the Avatar rushed forward. Korra stumbled to a halt after a few more steps and sank to her knees. Her hands pressed against her side, which was rapidly reddening with blood. Bolin blinked. Blood coated her shoulder too. Korra drew a stream of water across her side, her face contorted in agony as she lashed her arm forwards. Kuvira rolled away, stood and span again. Korra tensed as the spin completed, but looked more confused than hurt. Her gaze dropped. What was wrong? Her clothing looked darker, but not like she was bleeding. Kuvira repeated her motion 3 more times, and now Korra looked panicked. Kuvira had somehow destroyed the water skins at Korra's waist. She might be able to draw some of the water together, but the Great Uniter had as good as disarmed her. Kuvira was smiling, smug, self-assured. Korra scowled in response, and with a sweep of her arm, Kuvira flew backwards and landed on her back. Korra's face was a mask of agony as she kept moving both her arms, the wind picking up all around them. The shifting dust made clear what she was doing. She was bending a torrent of air to keep Kuvira pinned in place, dust and debris raining down onto the Great Uniter, who did not seem able to move. What now? If Korra stopped, Kuvira could move and do who knew what. But could she hope to go on forever? He could help. The thought of coming close to Kuvira made him feel ill, but, no. He needed to help. Korra was going to win this. Wait. Kuvira opened her eyes, her mouth twisting in fury. Her fingers clawed at the ground, sinking into the rock like sand. The sharp crack echoed around the city as the ground cracked and splintered in a widening circle around her. Korra looked concerned and took a step back as she kept on bending. There was something wrong with Kuvira. Her eyes were half closed, and in the firelight they almost looked as if they were glowing red. Kuvira raised her hand, pushing through the gale, pinning her down. A metal sheet gripped between her fingers. Abruptly it lashed down and the wind died. In the same moment, Korra twisted awkwardly, her feet tripping over themselves. Something sailed up in the air from Korra. What had she been carrying? Korra slammed into the rock and curled in on herself as the other object landed beside her. Get up, Bolin breathed. Korra did not move and remained lying on her side as if frozen in place. What had she dropped? Bolin blinked and tried to make sense of what lay beside Korra. It looked almost like no. It could not be. Korra looked like she was gripping her shoulder, the opposite one that had been bleeding. Bolin stared at the object, not wanting to accept that part of it was the same color as Korra's shirt and the rest was the color of Korra's skin. Bolin barely remembered dropping from the pillar and shoulder barging his way through the baying crowd. He was only faintly aware of Kuvira struggling to get to her feet as he collapsed beside the still unmoving Korra, a pool of blood beginning to develop around her. "Korra," he murmured in a shaking voice. She was bleeding badly, her eyes open and staring ahead unseeing. "Someone help. Please. Help her," he shouted. No sympathetic faces in the crowd, all of them zealously praising the great uniter as a young woman lay bleeding. They had made no move towards him, but how long could that last? Korra needed help right now. Cursing, he tore the sleeve from his shirt and tied it around her shoulder as tightly as he could, the blood soaking the fabric in moments. He needed to stop the bleeding. His gaze drifted to the dismembered arm again. Could a healer reattach it somehow? Something moved behind him. Kuvira stared at him. Bruises covered her visible skin and her left eye swollen tight shut. Her good eye was wide with disbelief as he returned her gaze, his whole body trembling. He shivered uncomfortably, reminded of the last time they faced each other. She turned away, she ignored him, and shouted to the crowd. "Let it be recorded today that the great uniter has defeated the Avatar." She raised her fist and the crowd cheered her. "We have proved that we no longer require her or any like her. And now Omashu is now part of the Great Earth Empire." She stared up towards the tip of the city and Bolin followed her gaze. He could not see any airships at present. "Please let there be one more. Those still within the city must demonstrate their loyalty. Like you all, they will be treated fairly as citizens of the Earth Empire are. If not, and they choose to be an enemy, they will be dealt with as I dealt with the Avatar." "Murderer!" Bolin growled. "You killed the Earth Queen and her family. You tried to kill Korra." Not as much of a reaction as he might have hoped. Some of the Earth Empire watchers gasped and muttered around them, but far fewer than he hoped. Kuvira looked at his dispassionately. "She's deceiving you," he continued. "This mess in the Earth Kingdom, she caused it all." "Bolin," Kuvira was staring at him. "Hand the Avatar to me and this time I will let you go free." "Over my dead body," Bolin replied. "Yes, well, we tried that once. I've had some practice since then," Kuvira replied smoothly. "I think I might succeed this time." "Unless you kill me you're not getting her," Bolin yelled. Kuvira chuckled and shook her head. "Your courage is commendable, but look around you, I have won this battle. You will both be my prisoners in moments. But I will at least offer you the chance to avoid her fate. That is at least if you demonstrate your loyalty to me." "Don't count me out that quickly," Bolin muttered. His knees were trembling and his arms felt weak. "I'm not letting you look down on people like me. We're not expendable resources for your goals. We can't just be sacrificed for your ideals. We're not weak and we're not stupid." He took a deep breath. "I challenge you to a duel," he shouted as loud as he could. The crowd silenced for a moment, all eyes turning to Kuvira. She looked surprised for a moment but then her face broke into mocking laughter. Bolin scowled at her. "Oh, Bolin, if I knew you were so keen on dying I would have made more of an effort. I have given you every chance to live and yet you persist in standing in my way. Your resilience may have brought you here, but it is with only a little regret I tell you it will take you no further. I do not back down from a duel, and I do not lose." She shifted into a combat stance. "Strike me, if you can." With a grunt Bolin charged at her. The rock beneath his feet slid out from under him and he stumbled. He leapt away from the shifting rock. He needed time for lava bending, but she was not giving him even a chance to start. It took all his effort to dodge and avoid the myriad of attacks she fired in his direction. Showing off to her troops. The crack of a rock across his forehead left him dizzy and his vision blurry. Was he bleeding? No time to worry about it. He lost sight of her in the dim light. Where was Kuvira? A movement to his left. Dodge, wait, listen, feel. There. He avoided another lunge from her and threw all his strength into a punch at the last place he sensed her. His fist connected with something and he finally blinked, his vision clear. Kuvira stumbled back and with a look of rage she charged at him, her fist slamming into him over and over again. Bolin collapsed to the ground, curling in on himself and moaning with pain. As she rained down her attack, Metal plates and rock would be too good for him, too quick. And fitting revenge, how dare he strike her? It was oddly satisfying to cause pain like this, her fists slamming into the soft parts of his body, his whimpering disgusting her. She arms tired and she got to her feet. How did he keep coming back? It's over. Stay down, Bolin. Not over, Bolin muttered as he staggered to his feet, swaying dangerously as he tried to assume a combat stance. This was becoming tedious, first the Avatar, now him. Everything seemed to hurt and it was increasingly difficult to see anything. Vato's power should be at her fingertips, the power adding such force to the blow that removed Korra's arm. But how had she done it? She could not be certain how she drew on it just moments before. No, she did not need it now, not against Bolin. She might have underestimated him once, but now earth-bending and metal-bending would do. She lashed out with a wave of rocks. He sidestepped them, only just. Kuvira scowled and threw a metal plate at him. Same again. No, she had at least drawn blood, a trickle of blood from his ear. What was she doing? Pleased she had just barely scratched him. He had to die. Bolin meanwhile had made no attempt to move, and stood stock still, his fists clenched at his side. Abruptly he dropped to the ground, both fists smashing into the rock. Strange. The rock started to glow with an increasingly bright. The ground melted. Lava. Kuvira backed away as the intense heat washed over her. The pool of lava was small, but rapidly began to spread. Bolin had turned back to Korra. Kuvira reached out to attack and snatched her hand back as her uniform caught fire. The pool was moving inexorably towards her, the melting rock sluggish but gradually picking up speed. She took a few steps back. Not enough. Most of the troops had already fled and a burst of lava from close by sent the rest panicking. Bolin had hoisted Korra into his arms and was heading back towards the stairs up to the pinnacle of Omashu. She hurled a metal plate at him and missed by a wide margin. She could not look away from the lava for too long. Kuvira sprinted and jumped down to the lower terrace, the lava spilling over the edge moments later. All around her the soldiers panicked and fled in all directions. Fools, they were going to trap themselves at this rate. How did one stop lava? They needed to redirect the flow, or at least slow it down even if temporarily. It would be difficult, the rock of Omashu was melting easily as the lava flowed across it. Earthbenders! She yelled as she backed away from the inner ring. Earth walls! Block the flow and fall back. It was useless to pretend they held the city now, there would be little left of the lower levels at this rate, and at the speed it ate at the rock, even the upper reaches would fall. Not enough earthbenders and not enough earth walls. The lava was flowing in between the defenses and speeding up. Kuvira blinked, the lava flows were sweeping towards her. She threw up a rock wall, horrified to see it melt away in a moment. Her back pressed against the outer wall of the city, no chance but to flee. She leapt for the wall, fingers digging into the wall. Something intensely cold enveloped her foot. Dizzy for a moment, the cold vanishing in an instant, blistering heat supplanting it. Her fingers clenched and she shrieked in pain. Another cry ripped from her throat a moment later as a new wave of pain shot up her leg. Move. She had to move. She started climbing, her vision distorted by tears, her legs burning, the stench of charred flesh engulfing her sickeningly. 2 hands and 1 foot were all she could feel, her left leg pulsed with fresh pain whenever it smacked against the rock or she tried to use it to gain a foothold. Must not look. She needed to. No. She hauled herself onto the wall, the flickering flames still sprinting up from her clothing and her gaze dropped to her left leg. She could not even see her foot. No. Earthbending, dust, use it to smother the flames. Her fingers clawed at the rock and awkwardly crumbled it over her legs. The fire died, but the pain did not diminish in the slightest. We've got you, ma'am, a voice said. Akiko. Her Kenpi. Kuvira relaxed and let her carry her down from the wall and away from the city. She stared back at the glowing lower levels of Omashu, the level above the lava beginning to slide down into the destructive heat. A single airship took off from the very peak of the city. Both the Avatar and Bolin still lived. Kuvira quivered in fury. She had lost. To Bolin of all people? Use the mecha tanks. Bring that airship down, she ordered, her voice breaking and the pain threatening to consume her. Check the description for the links to the author.